Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us on Mtembei TV. This is Open Forum Political Discussion, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. We are glad that you found time to join us. And it is that time again when we all must gang up and make a difference. Thank you so much for your faithful support and continued followership of Mtembei TV. We continue to urge you that if you're able to get us, please help 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people to join into the discourse by sharing that link with everybody in your life. Don't watch alone. There is much more that you draw into your life by reason of rubbing your minds against the minds of different Kenyans on how they view and embrace or repel whatever the politicians are saying as far as this country's leadership is concerned. The bid for State House is top notch because it is 20 days to the D-Day. Are you set? Is your voter's card ready? Your national ID ready? Your passport ready? Are you close at your polling station or you're still planning to travel? Well, don't take much more time because there is no much time left. We have less than 20 days and we'll be at the polling station. So make sure that you do your very best to ensure that you are not left behind. Well, today we'll be looking at the readiness of Iebc. That's number one. They are doing their mock whatever result transmission. How did you see the process? Is it credible? Is it reliable? And is it workable? Azimio sustains their countrywide campaigns across the country. Different rallies, different campaigns as the D-Day approaches very fast. Kenya Kwanza were in the coast and are angry that the price of unga has been dropped by the government. And they are at it again, shifting and blaming the government. And one particular response by one Deputy President William Ruto is what is fascinating, by him claiming that Raila Odinga has not spoken to Uhuru Kenyatta to lower the prices of unga for 4 years. Why is he talking right now? The question back to him is that where has he been? What has he been up to when the price of unga was shifting from where it was to where it is right now? He has been the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. He's still in office, enjoying all the benefits and the privileges that come by that particular office, yet is crying out to Kenyans that the price of commodities has skyrocketed. Who is taking Kenyans for a ride? And why does he think that Kenyans will buy into the falsehood that he's trying to spread across? Well, let's get talking. Thank you so much for everybody who is joining us around the world. We trust all is well. The link to use to get into the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. I salute GFHGG. Hi to you. Thank you so much. I am now here. We've been dealing with the issues that are bedeviling us. The enemies of progress wouldn't let us run this show freely, and so they are sending everything to bombard us to stop. But we will be here no matter what they think and feel. Tatu Juma, thank you so much. And kuna Michael Ngige, karibu sana, tuko pamoja. Kuna Muhammad Ege, asante sana, tunakushukuru. Alexi Isowe, asante sana, appreciate it, thank you so much. Join Joki, asante sana. Patel Saboka Manyi, karibu kwa show. Kuna Mary Ann Karim Mwita, karibu kwa show. Asante sana. Fatuma Nasimiyu, karibu kwa show. Kuna Obuya Collins, we appreciate you, thank you so much. Kuna Salome Ndore, we appreciate you. Official Slim, karibu kwa show. We appreciate you so much. Engineer Stephen Arende, we salute you. Nectar Nyambane, Samuel Ndishu, alafu nani huyu Alan Simiyu, Gloria, asante sana, anasema baba na mama. Haya, mambo ni kama hayo. Tunakuja moja kwa moja kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Hii ni Mtembei TV. Tunaendelea kukaribisha mahala popote ulipo duniani, unaweza pata Mtembei TV kama unaweza pata internet. Kwa hivyo ukishapata ujumbe huu, tafadhali fikishia watu 4, 5, 6, 10, jamii nzima ijumuike nasi katika kipindi cha leo, wakati tunaangazia masuala tofauti yanayohusu uchaguzi unaokuja tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mwaka huu. Kwa hivyo usitazame peke yako, na kama unatufuata kwa Facebook, tunaendelea kuhimiza tafadhali hakikisha kwamba umesubscribe kwa YouTube, kwa sababu YouTube inatupatia muda mrefu wa kupeperusha matangazo yetu, na kwa hivyo itabidi tuhamie YouTube wakati tutakuwa tunapeperusha matokeo ya uchaguzi kutoka pembe tofauti ya nchi hii. Kwa hivyo kama utatufuata kwa Facebook peke yake, utakosa kupata matangazo mengine ambayo tunapanga kuyapeperusha. Kwa hivyo tafadhali, mahala popote ulipo, kama unatufuata Facebook, hakikisha kwamba umechukua nusu dakika yako, umekuja sehemu hii ya YouTube, umesubscribe, kisha unaweza endelea kutufuata kwa Facebook. Nashukuru sana. Kuna Tinana Nyamagwa, asante sana. Kuna Hilary Sigei, karibu sana. Kuna Otieno Wycliffe, karibu sana. Kuna Judy Tamras Williams, we appreciate you. Kuna Linet Wabomba, asante sana. Kelvin Mikenye, kuna Zadok ZD, mambo ni kama hayo. Jackton Ogutu, karibu sana. George Obado, alafu kuna Karisa Official, of course, asante sana, huyo ni wetu. Alafu nani huyu, Favor Kita, Waganda Nation, kuna nani huyu, Morina Dega, Eric Robert, Willy Mwandilo, wow. Sylvester Mabia, alafu Otieno Wycliffe, huyu tumemsabai tayari. Mambaye Vero, asante sana. Wycliffe Arori, ni Wilfred, sorry, Arori, thank you. Nani Benz Oseno, alafu Ngige Peter, nani mwingine huyu, tusifungie mmoja nje, Belinda Gweno, alafu Veronica Njenga. We appreciate everybody. The link to use to get in the studio, I am putting it again in the comment section. Click on it, allows StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. Come join us, let us get talking. It is another night when we dissect our politics and make it understandable, appreciable, and make sure that no Kenyan is left confused with the rhetorics and the counter accusations that are being peddled around by our politicians. We are looking at the Azimio sustained campaigns around the country. Iebc readiness for this election, how do you see it? Post-debate country reactions on the debate that we had last night. What are the nation saying? What are the rest of the people who watched the debate saying? Who scored what where? Please, naomba kila mmoja tafadhali tujitahidi tufike hapa tuanze mjadala wetu. Usisalie nyuma, na ukitupata tu hakikisha unaendelea kukaribisha watu ili kusiwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma. Kuna yule Ndets, nafikiria ni yule najua, asante sana, karibu. Kuna Abdalla Mme, asante sana, karibu kila mmoja. Haya basi, Tom Jakadet, how are you?
I'm okay, Mr. Bernard. I'm okay.
Good,
I'm very okay.
Good.
How are you?
I'm well. Happy to see you.
Happy to see you too.
Karibu mawili matatu tukienda.
For now, I will just give my colleagues to just proceed. And let them proceed. I'll be back. Maybe let me just I need to prepare some notes so that when I come back, I'll be able to share the rest with my colleagues.
Nasema utume salamu, wewe ndio wa kwanza kuongea. Tuma salamu kwa wawili watatu.
Okay, Mr. Bernard, salamu nyingi sana. Nimefurahi, nimeona Mr. Samuel Makori. Wengine siwaoni. Kwa nini? Bwana Bernard, jaribu waingie wote ndio wapate salamu zangu vizuri.
Karibu sana, tunashukuru Bwana Tom. Samuel Makori, vipi leo? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Bwana Samuel, you unmute the mic. Sorry, he has thrown himself out. Nani huyu? Doctor himself is here. Mala wa UDA, vipi?
I'm back. I'm
happy to see you. Now I want you to give us
19 days to go. 19 days to go.
It's 19 days to go. Thank you. Vanamala, we are waiting for you to 19 days to go. You are set for the same mama kunaendaje?
Give me 3 minutes. I'll join you. 3 minutes only.
Okay, thank you. Jilo Nanu Jilo Goshe, vipi?
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you.
Mambo namna gani?
Salama kabisa, tunashukuru.
Nashukuru sana, nawakaribisha wenzangu kwa hii mjadala tuko naye hapa. Nafurahia vile mnafanya kazi yenu, na kwa sababu tunaanzia, nilikuwa nasema tu kila mtu akaribie tuendelee, na natoa salamu nyingi sana kutoka hapa Kenya. Sitaki kusema chochote kwa sahi, lakini wacha tuendelee, alafu nitakuja baadaye. Nashukuru sana, asante.
Okay, asante. Tuende moja kwa moja kwa Tony. Tony, namna gani? Bwana Tony, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on it first before you speak. We can't hear you if you don't unmute. Bwana Tony, you click on the mic beside your name on the screen. Okay, it seems Tony has a challenge. Samuel, are you there? Mayu mengatuka. Okay, nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi. Tafadhali kila mmoja ukitupata tu hakikisha unakaribisha wawili watatu wajiunge nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Tunaangazia Azimio na kampeni zake across the country. Are they doing the right thing? Are they hitting the note? Or what is happening? Okay, Iebc had a road test for the result transmission and drawing out the roadmap on how everything will work. Are you satisfied that they are ready for these elections or not? We need to know what you feel and think about the same. And of course, Kenya Kwanza, led by Deputy President William Ruto, are very angry because the price of unga has been dropped by the government. I don't understand them because their campaign has been the cost of living is high. I don't know why they should be angry that the price of unga has been dropped. And so we need also to look at this keenly and be able to understand what kind of people are we dealing with. Are they for the good of Kenyans or for the suffering of Kenyans? And even if the lowering of the price of unga is a bait for elections, and what have they done to help drop the price of unga when they have been in office all this time? Why would they be angry right now? Let's look at that. And of course, the debate that we had yesterday between the deputy presidents, how do you respond to the same? And how do you view who is scoring, who is not scoring, who is making headway, who is not making headway? I would love everybody to give their thoughts and their sentiments about the same. Thank you very much for this, Bwana Mike. Habari ya leo? Leo inaonekana ni kuvamiwa. All right. I pray everybody's able to get me out there. If you're having any difficulty getting me, please let me know. But I think I have managed to keep off the predators that have been frustrating us so far. So make every haste to get in so that we get talking. The Azimio Brigade, some were in northeastern, others were in western, others were in Nyanza, others were in eastern, others were in central. Across the country, campaigns are heated up. Is this how to get the lead, or they are overdoing it? Would love to hear what you feel and think about the same. Iebc and their testing on how to transmit result from various polling stations. Are they demonstrating any form of readiness, or they still have got a long way to go? We need to know what you feel and think about the same. So we want to know where you stand on the same. And of course, Kenya Kwanza is angry and demonstrating their anger. One of it is that the price of unga has been dropped by the government. The second, they are claiming that the chiefs and the assistant chiefs are being pushed to do Azimio campaigns, and they say that the chiefs are supposed to serve all Kenyans. So I ask myself, is Azimio part of Kenya, or Azimio is from Somalia? And if they are supporting Azimio, why would that be a problem for Kenya Kwanza? Or they also want to hire their services, and who stops them from hiring their services? All public servants are at the service of all Kenyans, and if you need police to take care of you, and there's no provision for that, you go to a police station, hire police, they will take care of you as you pay them to do so. So I don't understand Kenya Kwanza, but mtanisaidia kuwaelewa. Bwana Jilo, utanisaidia hapo. Nini kinamkasirisha deputy president na watu wa Kenya Kwanza kwa sababu unga bei ya unga imeteremshwa?
Okay, Bernard, asante sana. This deputy president, this man, I've been with him from 2007. By the way, hiyo ndio wakati nimemjua yeye. So huyu alinipata mali inaitwa Mulot. I don't know kama watu wengine wataelewa, Narok County, Narok South pale. So wakati hiyo mimi nilikuwa kazi pale tu, sijaendelea vile nimekuja sahi. So when he came, alikuja akapanda juu ya bonnet ya gari, and I don't want to explain much about what he said, but I should highlight some of it. So alikuwa amesema by that time ilikuwa ni wakati ya post election, so akaanza kuongea mbaya kidogo hapo, hakunifurahisha. Mimi nilikuwa pale but that one, wacha hata niseme hiyo kitu sana kwa sababu haikuwa kitu mzuri. So from there tukakuja tumeendelea, amekuwa deputy president, hatukatai, amekuwa mzuri. Now that he wants to become president, so if you look at this person generally ukiangalia ni mtu ya double speak. Alikuwa wakati ile walikuwa anatafuta kiti, alikuwa anasema kuhusu mambo ya kiwanja, anatengeneza kiwanja sijui 9-6, alafu baadaye 2017 anasema anatengeneza 9 tena, amewacha hiyo 6 ile standard kiwanja, hata Arsenal wanaweza kuja kuchezea hapa. Tulikuwa tunamsikiza tu. So tukakuja baadaye, alikuwa anasema mali haijaandikwa hakuna kazi, tutaandika kuna kazi, vijana wetu wote watapata kazi. Hizo vitu zote nafikiri nyinyi mnazijua tu. So from there now tumekuja tena kwa elections, wakati sasa yeye haitishi kama deputy president, sasa anaitisha kama anataka kuwa president. So wakati anataka kuwa president, anatuambia sisi ako na promises chungu nzima ambaye hata wewe ukisikiza enyewe unaweza pigia kura, lakini kama wewe ni reasonable human being ambaye unaweza fikiria kitu na akili yako, wewe ni mtu mzima. I don't think sijui vile Wakenya wanaelewa, lakini tumejipanga tu sisi kivyetu. So pertaining to this issue of unga, now the deputy president is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya at this time. Saizi tukiongea is the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. So he turned out now to be complaining of the price of unga, to be complaining on behalf of Kenyans that the government now is molesting Kenyans, is now increasing the prices of goods or whatever, not only unga, but also other goods. And he's the deputy president of the Republic of Kenya. He is asking us questions as Kenyans, anatuuliza sisi maswali ya kwamba ati bei ya unga imepanda, bei ya chakula imepanda, bei ya mafuta imepanda, bei ya kila kitu imepanda, na yeye ndiye deputy president. Sasa sisi tuulize nani kama Wakenya, kama yeye anatueleza ya kwamba bei za unga zimepandishwa na serikali, na yeye ni serikali. Sasa unajua vitu bwana, sijui ni nini inaendelea. Alafu from there serikali sasa, I don't know kama ni serikali yake ile yako ndani ama ni serikali gani, ikaweka subsidy, ikasema sasa kwa sababu Wakenya wanaumia kwa sababu ya hii bei, chenye imefanya bei ya unga ipande, serikali imeexplain, na some of us wenye tunaweza elewa tumeelewa, lakini serikali ikaweka subsidy, ikapunguza budget zingine zile ilikuwa naye, ikatoa, alafu ikatoa taxes zote zile zingine za vitu zinakuwa imported, ikasema bei ya unga ifike mahali fulani ambayo imewekwa kama shilingi 100 kama vile president ametangaza siku ya leo. Sasa wacha ile minister alikuwa amesema. Sasa hii mtu tena anakuja anasema bei ya unga saizi inashukishwa, na alikuwa last week alikuwa anasema wananchi wanaumia kwa sababu ya bei ya unga na bei ya chakula zenye zimepanda. Leo anasema bei ya unga inashukishwa kwa sababu ya siasa. Sasa isishukishwe kwa sababu kuna siasa, isishukishwe wananchi waendelee kuumia, sisi tuendelee kuumia, ama ni nini haswa? Hii ni shetani ama ni binadamu? Because we are dealing with only two things. We are dealing with one of the two things. Hii ni shetani ama ni binadamu tunadeal naye? Because I don't understand whether this one is a real human being or a devil. Kwa sababu kama ni shetani, to deal naye kishetani, na shetani ya binadamu ni ngumu sana kuondoa. Angekuwa shetani ile imetoka mahali ametoka, unaweza tumia Biblia ama Quran kuikataa, lakini hii shetani ya binadamu ambaye pia anasoma Biblia, pia anasoma hiyo Quran, saa nyingine kama yeye mtu anasoma kama mimi, hii sijui tutadeal naye namna gani. Mimi Bernard, wacha nimalizia hapo.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Jilo, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Tunashukuru kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo. Hii ni Mtembei TV, tunafurahi kwamba unaendelea kutazama. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike katika siasa zetu kwa kusikiliza Wakenya tofauti wakitoa maoni yao kuhusu siasa zetu. Kuna watu na viatu. Mwimbaji mmoja akasema, sasa sijui tunadili na kiatu ama tunadili na mtu, lakini kwa vyovyote vile basi hakikisha kwamba una join this discussion from wherever you are and invite others to join. And if you're following us on Facebook, please make sure that you subscribe on YouTube. YouTube gives us unlimited time to broadcast, and therefore we will do more on YouTube than Facebook. Don't follow us on Facebook only. Make sure that you're a subscriber on YouTube as well. Alex, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Niliona kama unabaki peke yako, nikakuja hata pia mimi kukupea stimulus package.
Stimulus package. Thank you so much.
Stimulus package. Lakini nitaongea yangu kidogo to gear off the conversation. I like what Uhuru did today. I commend him, and I think that is what leaders are supposed to do. Presidents are supposed to do that. When you're a president, you're not a president for Jubilee, NASA, CORD, or any other formation. You take the oath of office so that you become the president of the Republic of Kenya. But however, he did it a little bit too late. So advantage will be taken. And because this is a political season, we shouldn't criticize Ruto, because that is what politics is. Politics is hitting your opponent, taking advantage, You find a soft belly and you hit on it, because election is not voting. Election is fight for power. People think that elections is the actual going to kupiga kura. No, no, no. Election is fight for power. And how do you fight for it? You confuse people, you lie to people, you tell them the truth, whatever works from your side and whatever people want to listen to. You use both, okay? So Ruto is on his constitutional right to campaign because he is a candidate and is a leading candidate. Raila is a leading candidate. And therefore, he can't just sit there and say, Uhuru, thank you. Uhuru, thank you. No, no, no. I mean, you don't do that. I think they are a different formation now. The die was cast long time ago when our president said, this time around, I don't think you're ready. You are emotionally unstable to become the president of this country. And I think Ruto is continuing to show us that he is very unstable in the manner and the demeanor of level-headedness. But I want to dwell on the speech of the president of the Republic of Kenya. I will do two things later on. I'll come and dwell on the speech more because I found it good, but at the same time, I found it very political. I couldn't believe what our president was saying. He said, we are faced with a challenge. The moment requires us to act swiftly and decisively to cushion the vulnerable as we figure out sustainable means of dealing with the emerging trend. I don't know when he realized that. I find that a little bit conniving and insidious. Did he realize that now that we are facing a challenge? Did the UNGA just go to 205? I think we must take our president to task so as the future presidents could realize that you don't wait to campaigns and then what wanaanza kulia, that is when you take swift action. These are actions that should have been taken long time ago. I'll give you an example. Wangira was one of the people who are very mad in this panel because Wangira does a shopping of 3 months. 2 weeks ago, he went and bought unga for 3 months using the price of 205. Now he has unga in his house that he bought 205, and today the price has been reduced to 100. You see the money he could have saved. So I think the president has done the right thing, but a little bit too late for some people. But nevertheless, we commend him. That is what the presidents are supposed to do. And now there was a little bit of politics that he brought. He says there is a emerging trend in our country that whenever we have election, there has been the politics of unga. He gave an example, 2012, which I don't blame him. But listen to what he says. In May 2017, 3 months to the August 2017 election, the price of unga shot up to an unprecedented high of 189. This is the highest price experienced between independence and 2017. And this crisis was used as the fuel to fuel the ambition of certain member of the political class. You know, I didn't know what the president meant. That in 2017, when he was the president, 3 months to the elections, when he was the president, the price of unga shot up to an unprecedented high of 189. This is the highest price ever in the history of Kenya from independence to 2017. And this was used by certain member of political class. So I don't know if he was castigating about himself or who, because what he has done now, he should have done in 2017. So I think I'm wondering what the president was saying. So I think we need to interrogate him more because such kind of reckless statements are not good. If he had the opportunity and the courage to do what he has done now, he didn't do it in 2017. That is wrong on our side because the powers he has used to do it now, he would have done it in 2017. We still thank him what he has done now. It doesn't mean we don't say thank you. But if he is capable of doing it now and is lamenting of 2017, I fail to understand Wasn't he a president then? Or wasn't he in charge? If not, which I think that he was not in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture, then he should tell us directly this political class. Because I believe this political class is William Samoei Ruto and Kiunjuri. Why is he failing to name them? You get it, Bernard? Because half truth is not truth. Because at that time is when we were told to stop eating ugali, to start growing avocado. So we want to know this politics of ugali into details, because the president wants to be a gentleman when he doesn't need to be a gentleman. This he must tell us, because he started this Mushene, he must finish it, because it is not sweet when it's half. Okay, so I will continue with my interrogation later on, because I see able people in the panel, and I think they can continue from where I've left it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we need your camera on. Please fix it before you come back. Thank you very much. That's very interesting. Waswahili wanasema fumbo mfumbie mjinga, mwerevu atalifumbua. Basi, rais aweza kuongea kwa mafumbo ama aweza kuongeza wazi wazi, lakini kwa wale ambao wanajua kufafanua watajua ni lipi analolilenga. Politics of unga, kama vile ulisema jana, ni suala nyeti, kwa sababu kuna vile watu walipanga kampeni yao kutumia politics of unga ili wazoe kura, lakini inaonekana kitunguu kimeingia kitumbua, kwa sababu kitumbua kimeingia mchanga, kwa sababu ni kama mahindi yao hayatauzwa ile bei walitaka kuuza. Itauzwa kwa shilingi 100, na walikuwa wamehifadhi nyingi, na wako na mwezi mmoja tu kuyauza, kwa sababu katika Septemba tutaanza kuvuna mahindi na bei ya mahindi itashuka tena na tena. Kwa hivyo ni kitu ambacho naamini kwamba rais aligundua alafu akaabort, but there was no good time to do that until it was at the 11th hour. The 11th hour meaning that it came as a surprise, in the sense that the cartels were not prepared or arranged in order for them to counter the president's announcement. And so this is a win-win situation, in my opinion. The losers are the cartels, and since the cartels were punishing Kenyans, it's good for them to be punished. Let them also be given part of their medicine so that they drink it. At times it is not, something to celebrate when people take advantage of a situation. When people milk the country, milk the Kenyans, it hurts. Those same people wants to be left in charge of the country. That, in my school of thoughts, should not be let to happen. So Wakenya wote, asante kwa kujumuika nasi. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili tumakinike katika siasa zetu. Naamini unatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Tuambie tu unatupata ukiwa wapi, na kama tunapatikana umesaidia nani na nani wakatujoin katika mdahalo wa leo, tunapojadili siasa zetu na vile zinaendelea kupamba moto. Zimesalia siku 19, basi tuingie debeni, tukaamue nani ni nani wapi. Naomba tumsikilize Mike. Mike alikuwa hapa akapata hitilafu. Mike, karibu tafadhali.
Asante Bernard, nawasalimia wote. Mahali nakubaliana na Alex ni mahali ya timing, but umekuja ukanielezea pia the other reason why the timing was to be this time round. But Bernard, key commodities like sugar, rice, and unga has been hijacked by cartels in this country for a long time. And that is not a secret. And if it's for purely to kill the local industry and create business for people to import and get very, very big margins. If you are feeding the whole country with rice or unga or sugar, you become a billionaire from one transaction. And a lot of people have made money through such schemes, especially in government. So the conversation, the problem I had with Uhuru when he started the speech, and that's also where I agree with Alex, is he gave us a very good background. And actually, some of us were able to now understand that this problem is not unique for 2022. It has been there before. And this is a cycle that is so predictable that you can almost tell that in 2027 we shall have a shortage of unga. But where now I thought he would come in after throwing the ball to the public that is a conversation we should have as a country, I thought through his intelligence, and Bernard, food security is a national security and a national concern of any government, and our government should invest just not in the production but in the intelligence and in the projections of what could cause a shortage and all that. So I would have expected the president to tell us that we have now this unraveled the mystery behind this very predictable cycle. And this is what has been happening. And I want to tell Kenyans that this is a problem that has been occasioned by this and this and this. But where he fell short is when he left it as a conversation for Kenya. Of course, now we are having this conversation. We are trying to decipher this problem by now interrogating the way you, me, and Alex are doing. But at the level of the president, I would have expected him to go further and give us more insight, because I know the president has information, more critical information about this cycle. And he's just falling short of telling us who the cartels are and how they have been doing it. And when people have a problem, Bernard, it's good to take the bull by its horn so that we know who are the causes of this problem. Bernard, in 2012, when Ruto and Uhuru were campaigning, Uhuru and Ruto were campaigning, Ruto told the farmers in Rift Valley that the agriculture will be not just a subsistence activity, but it will be a commercial activity, and they'll be making good money from it. And even gave them a figure of 3,600 per 90 bag of maize. And he told them the payment will be made promptly, only to discover that the promptness of payment was to him and his cronies when they flooded the cereals with maize later on. And there was another forum that farmers in Rift Valley had, and when they complained, they were told to plant avocados. So how can the deputy president be part of the people complaining when instead of providing a solution, he told farmers in Rift Valley that they are not under any government obligation to plant maize so that the government buys it, and they can plant avocado if they wish, which is more profitable. So the deputy president, for me, cannot be part of the people complaining, because he promised us so much. He took part in the bungling of the Galana project, and the Israelis who were running that project told us it was purely on the basis of corruption. Money that was supposed to be paid to them was being paid to them in bits, and whoever was paying them was asking for 30% of every payment they were making. And that killed Galana. Galana could have produced the 1 million bags that they promised us. Bernard, we should ask ourselves as a country, how come Uganda is able to produce rice, maize, and we go buy from them? Lorries and trucks that come from Loitoktok to Kenya with rice and maize are embarrassing to this country. We feeding ourselves, and we pride ourselves of having been ahead of all these other countries in East Africa. Even our GDP should speak something about our capability and capacity. We should be able to use all these arable land to plant and give subsidies to farmers, and make cost of production affordable for us to be competitive, so that we don't import maize and create these artificial crisis. This is what we were promised in 2012 by the Jubilee government. But come 2022,
Samahani bwana Mike, inaonekana itilafu ya mitambo it has thrown you out. We appreciate your contribution. You will get an opportunity to proceed from where you left. Let's keep the conversation going. Just before Laban comes in, let's try to get this video and then we follow through. Where are we? Right.
Sasa ningependa nichukue nafasi hii nimualike rafiki yetu ambaye ataongea kwa niaba ya wenzetu hawa wote Wakenya wetu wasafi ambao wamekubaliana tuungane pamoja, tushirikiane, kwa sababu nchi hii inatuhitaji sisi wote. Hakuna ambaye ataweza kukaa kwa amani kama sisi zote hatuna amani. Na ndipo nashukuru hawa wenzetu kwa sababu ya maono yao na vile wamekubali kushirikiana pamoja nasi. Ndio tusaidie wananchi wetu ambao zote twajua wameumia zaidi. Na wamekubali tushirikiane, tutafute suluhu ya sasa, wakati tunaendelea kutafuta suluhu ya kudumu. Ndio nasema Kenya hii tukitaka kwenda mbele, njia ni mbili. Moja, umepatiwa nafasi ya kuhudumu, lakini badala ya kuhudumu kazi yako ni kulalamika. Mimi nashukuru wenzetu kwa sababu wamesema hawatalalamika, watakaa pamoja nasi, watusaidie kutafuta suluhu, na nimewashukuru sana. Bwana Mohamed, endelea. Asante sana.
Yes, Laban, come through. I have a challenge. Can you confirm? I didn't get the audio for the video. Did it play?
Yes, imesikika vizuri. Sijui kama unanipata wewe.
Mimi nakupata vizuri, ni kwa video tu, lakini wacha nitarekebisha. Wewe endelea mbele, ukimaliza mundua nyumba endelee ukisoti hiyo maneno. Asante.
Yes, kwanza nawasalimu nyinyi wote. Mimi kwa leo pana nitakuwa na maoni tofauti kidogo, lakini kabla sijakuja jambo ambalo ninataka niliongelee ni aina ya kiongozi ambaye tunamtarajia, na iwe kwa bahati mbaya, iwe by bad luck, ni William Ruto. Number one, matusi yenye huyu jamaa alitusi mama Charity Ngilu, mimi nafikiria ni kama tunajaribu kuwa lenient kidogo, kwa sababu Ngilu ni mama mzee, mtu mwenye ako na heshima in the society, ni mtu amesafu kwa cabinet, ni kiongozi. Lakini interrogation yenye alikuwa anafanyisha wale watu ambao walikuwa anawahutubia haikuwa na heshima hata kidogo kwa wamama nchini Kenya. Hili swala si swala ambalo limeenda muda mrefu tangu atusi Eugene. Hilo swala bado akiwa Vihiga ameonekana akiwa na same criteria ya kuattack watu. Sijui kama ana target certain communities akitumia wale viongozi na wale watu ambao wanakutana pale, I don't know, sijaelewa vizuri. Lakini kama mumelisikia hilo, mimi ningelitaka maoni labda juu ya hiyo, ndio tuelewe vile tuna move forward. Swala la unga, Rais Uhuru Kenyatta, rais wa Jamhuri ya Kenya, amefanya ile kitu yenye alikuwa ana uwezo wa kufanya. Kwa sasa rais anaongea kama mtu mwenye ni very desperate, kwa sababu mtu ambaye anatakiwa kuwa principal assistant wake over the same issue ako oppositely direct doing the opposite, directly opposite over the same problem yenye yeye mwenyewe amekosa. Kwa sababu ninaliongea hili swala, one of my friend by bad chance ama party mzuri, he comes from the other side, anasema kwa hili, hiyo ni comment yake kwa Facebook, kwa hili swala la unga William Ruto amesukuma Uhuru Kenyatta mpaka kwa ukuta. So is it a conversation yenye inaendelea kwa ground? Na vile rais amefanya, amewaachia Wakenya wa interrogate kwa sababu amewapatia historia. Ni kwa sababu gani tunakuanga na hii shida tukikaribia uchaguzi? Candidate anatoka mahali ambapo tunaita food basket. Lakini hata hivyo tukirudi nyuma kidogo, including hiyo wizara, tangu hiyo shida ya mahindi ianze mpaka wa leo, meaning kuna watu ambao wako katika ile wizara bado wanaendelesha ile ukora. Ni kitu yenye imepangwa na hii ilikuwa ni strategy. Rais kufikia mahali aongee vile ameongea ni kitu yenye ilikuwa ni kama kitendawili yenye ametegua. So amewaachia Wakenya wa interrogate. Kwa upande wangu siwezi ona kama kuna mahali eti amechelewa. Kuchelewa hata kupanda msimu huu, watu walichelewa kupanda kwa muda mrefu, karibu mwezi mzima. Hiyo mwezi kama sio kuchelewa, hatungekuwa na hii crisis, kuna vitu zingine zingekuwa zimefanyika. So mimi kwa maoni yangu, rais amefanya chenye alikuwa anatakiwa kufanya. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Laban, tunashukuru kwa mtazamo huo. Naamini kwamba Wakenya wanatupata kwa njia iliyo safi. Naomba tu ukatuambie unatazama ukiwa wapi, na usitazame peke yako, endelea kukaribishana ili wote tukajumuike pamoja. Swala ambalo ni nyeti, matusi ya Deputy President kwa viongozi wengine. Jana akamtusi the incoming governor wa Nairobi Igathe, akasema mkitoa miwani na kizungu anabaki mkebe tu. Nashindwa William Ruto anaona kwamba yeye peke yake ndio anafaa kuwa kiongozi, wengine wote ni mikebe ama ni nini? Na anataka kuongoza mikebe, kwani haoni dhamana katika Wakenya wengine hata kama anataka kuwa rais? Hilo ni swala ambalo labda tutatafuta muda kuliangalia kwa kina, lakini linahuzunisha sana kwa sababu uongozi unakuja na kuwajibika. Kama huwezi kuwajibika na heshima kwa wengine, basi usitarajie kuheshimiwa, na huo uongozi hata ukipewa hautaweza kuhifadhi. Those who think the Bible is against thinking too high of yourself than you ought. And if you do, you will have a great fall when then nobody will be able to catch you. Anyway, let's move on. Mundu wa Nyumba, how are you today?
Bernard, I'm at my best.
I hope you also in the same manner. Nawasalimia wote, Laban Misiani, John Nyakeruri, Tom Jakadet. Yeah, I'm happy to see you. There's very little to say, and I say sometimes it's always nice to listen and get more informed. Karibu Bwana Umbogo. I like to agree. Where is Mike? Mike has gone out. No, Laban Misiani, yeah, I like to agree with Misiani and differ with Alex. Ukipatio chakula kwa sahani na kijiko, sasa unangoja tena mtu akuwekee hiyo chakula kwa mdomo na akumezee mwenyewe. In short, you don't expect the president to come that low. He has already put a principle statement. It's for us to digest it and see the deeper meaning, you know. We are not robots. For him to think all through to the end for us. No, it's for us also to think. And that's what he did. I agree with what the president did. But we are okay. My thinking is like yours. He did, and we could see where he's leading. We can read through his statement. It's for us to continue from there. Even having gone or to expound more on that, he be lowering himself actually. He should just set a principle statement for us now to go into the details. So I differ with Alex, wherever he is. Tell him I don't agree with him at all. Yeah, me, I'm with Laban and we're the same. Now, the days are moving very fast. I think they're faster than other days, in other years. It says 24 hours, but when one is busy, it becomes they move very fast. Azimio sustains campaigns, yeah. We are doing okay. Even today, Bernard, for the panelists who are here, some I may look unfamiliar, as a stranger. I'm not. I've been here for long. It's only a change hours, you know. I'm a Kikuyu, based in Nakuru. And we say don't keep on using the same route. Sometimes you use a different route so that your enemies don't trap you. So hour-wise, I change my hours to appear here. So nobody can catch me. We are doing very okay. Today, I have said I'm in Nakuru County, and today I was very busy in a governor conveyance. We are at Molo, and that's the place I come from. Okay, Molo became a municipal council today. It was given the charter today, and I was there. Okay, so Nakuru County now we have 2 newly created municipalities. Gilgil was given the charter the other day, last week. Today, Molo got a charter. So we have got how many municipals? 3. Naivasha, Gilgil, Molo, and a city called Nakuru. We are moving, we are doing okay. And our governor is doing very well. Yeah, you see now the municipalities need not go to parliament for approval. This is a local thing at county level, and the governor has that authority to give them that mandate. And he did. I was there. Okay, Molo is a municipal, and that's where I come from. Okay, I'm very happy. So political-wise, we are doing all right. Azimio campaigns, let them go on like that. Iebc readiness. Iebc is ready, but for people who think they will lose, then they can draw aspirations, difficult situations, you know. There's no one will settle. And especially, like you're saying here, I feel very sad when the campaign issue on the other side is Matusi kila siku. And they don't care even whom we are unatusi. Some of us are very sensitive. For example, Matusi kitokea kwa hii channel utaniona, sitakubali kuwa hapa. Because actually age also matters. Elders, Alex, you are welcome back because I commented. I know you want to come and challenge me. You're welcome. Now, so what I'm saying, at the level of president or president to be, God forbid, William Samoei Ruto, at that level, abusing ladies like Ngilu, it is saddening. And he's abusing. The other day, he abused the Congos, DRC, saying they said they don't even have one cow. And there's an ambassador lady who actually told him that's not right. So everything coming out of his mouth is foul, actually. But the good thing is that we are winning this thing.
even 2027, you won't get it. You never get it even on time. That's my projection for people will be there and the truth. Post-date debate counter reactions. That is not clear to me. KK angry at price drop. I feel like laughing. Ugali or flour, maize flour, is a staple food for Kenyans. And as I stated here the other day, there was a mistaken thinking that ugali is for Luyas, and they eat a lot of ugali and kisses. One Luya, like Bernard, can finish 2 kilograms at a go of maize flour, anapika ugali na anamaliza kwa peke yake.
Bundua Nyumba, I'm reporting you to the nearest chief's office.
No, it's not we were saying it. Actually, it was alleged way back when I was young. and especially the kisses. Alex is there. Wakifuruta hiyo wajakoya wanakula kilo 3. Anyway, I'm just putting it like a joke.
Bundua Nyumba, take care, please.
They work hard. After taking that thing, they work very hard. Now, the drop of maize meal, actually, let me give you a small example. I'm not going to quote names. I've got a relative who's running a kiosk. Kiosk, yeah, food kiosk. And it is a lady. There's a widow. Her husband died some years back. And she has got small kids. Analea watoto wake na kuwapeleka shule. Lately, and this is a true story, gentlemen, she's not cooking ugali. And that's a staple food. Because once she buys that unga, 2 kilograms at that price, and she sells that ugali to the customers, it will be a loss. It was a loss when the ugali had gone, the unga has gone that far. So she stopped cooking ugali, other things, small things, and like that. Now, this lady will be very happy now that the maize meal price has gone down. She's now going to start cooking ugali. And then the KK, led by their chiefman, they are complaining. I wonder who will be voting for these people, the people who eat ugali. Are they going to vote for these people really? Who are now very angry that the price of unga flour has gone down. I wonder, sometimes I wonder, thinking of the people. I wouldn't vote for him. People are going hungry. The best business, and I've even seen it here in town, is the tumbo stomach business ya kukula. Hata business nyingi zimecollapse, maduka inafanyiwa kuwa hotels in town here because somebody has to eat. But even eating now is a problem. Okay, but it's not only in Kenya. This is international. But this is the KK one now to change things to look like it's only in Kenya. Like it's Uhuru. Where was Ruto when Uhuru was messing? If he was messing, where was he? And niwache hiyo. Sasa ya mwisho, election countdown. The days are moving very fast. I'm happy we are very busy. Even today, I was very tired from morning because of that organization changing model from a township to a municipal. It is a municipal now, and we are happy. So let the days move faster, though hii kitu ipite. Na sijui nani akujai saa hizi keep. I know. Oh, my friend Bantu Warrior, thank you for having seen. I've missed you so much, really. Karibu sana Bantu Warrior. I missed you. Now, hii miti ya Sugoi, keep nimekubali. Sasa wacha niwachie hapo wenye niongee kama Uhuru Kenyatta. Si lazima nitoboe kila kitu, simfikirie on your behalf. Why should I explain everything for you? With your permission, Bernard, let me get out for now. I'm happy to be around here.
Hold on. You mentioned Alex. He's here to talk to you. Alex.
Yeah, Nyumba, I'm going to take on you today.
Yeah,
maybe
welcome.
I'm going to take on you, but respectively. Sometimes I wonder if we are here to be cheerleaders or we are here to interrogate. And if you are here to interrogate, sometimes I wonder what we interrogate. Do we interrogate what we want to hear, or we interrogate how this country must move forward and the way we want it? Do we make the narrative, or do we allow the politician to make the narrative for us? And when I come here to interrogate the president of the Republic of Kenya, who I have never voted for, it is because I take him as my president. And remember, these are not my words. These are his words. I hope you listened to his speech, because I don't just listen to people's speeches. The good thing about Google, we have the benefit of going back and reading the speech again, digesting it and agitating on it, and then asking yourself, what was the president communicating to me as a voter and a person that makes the democratic process of this country, both me and him, to be progressive? Now, I want to ask you what the president is saying here, because this is what he said. After he gave all that, then he says, now I will turn to the political class and how they manipulate the UNGA crisis every election in an attempt to gain political mileage. These are not my words. This is the president telling us now. After he has said everything, he says, now I will turn to the political class and how they manipulate the UNGA crisis every election in an attempt to gain political mileage. For starters, like you and me, he's telling us, it is shocking to politicize the misery of the vulnerable. He's saying it's happening. The politicization of our misery is happening for the last 10 years. He's acknowledging it. But it is more distasteful to gain political capital out of the suffering of the vulnerable without offering solution. He's acknowledging that is what has been happening for 10 years. Then he goes ahead to say, if it's not a coincidence that every election attracts high prices of UNGA, then we must question the coincidence. I'm interrogating what he's saying. Okay? Now, he finishes on the political side by saying, and I say so because in one of them acts unethically by hoarding their products, the other benefits by politicizing this irresponsibility. Now, one person hoards and keeps, okay? Who are the millers? Then the deputy comes and takes the benefit of politicizing that irresponsibility. But meantime, who suffers from this mischief? Now he's asking the question. If the politician gets his vote out of it and the miller gets the profit out of that, then what does the common mwananchi get? In the end, who carries the burden of this mischief? Then he tells us is the common mwananchi, of course. Now, I mean, that's a president telling us what has been happening for 10 years. Now, when I come here and I interrogate that, you want to tell me I'm wrong. My friend, I can't be wrong on this. Go to the nearest hell and jump. I am right to ask the president. The millers have been hoarding. Wait, I'm finishing.
Be humble with the language. Don't be rough with him. I can be very rough also, please.
Oh, there's no problem. You know, you become a Mungiki, I become Chinkororo. I mean, that is level-headed.
Both of you. Respect Dumu. Okay, Alex.
No, that's a soft punch. That's a soft punch.
Yeah.
Okay, let me finish.
Heshimu uso wa mtu mzee, ogopa kichwa chenye mvi.
No, hizi ni siasa. Hii ni siasa. Mzee anajua hii ni siasa.
Does not cancel principles of life. Wewe. Siasa does not cancel principles of life. Keep your rank.
Hiyo nimesikia temporarily ndio ni finish my submission. Taken temporarily. So what I'm saying is this.
You are telling me to jump. I want to jump. I'm just laughing at you.
Anyway, I withdraw. I withdraw unequivocally. Mr. Jumba, I withdraw. You know, I'm just no, but what I'm saying is this. If the president can acknowledge and give a speech in front of us that this has been happening. It is happening. And I fail to understand. Should I be happy that Unga has just gone down? Yes, of course. But I must also interrogate his statements and ask myself, is it right to happen? Because they campaigned on this. That was part of their manifesto. To date, it's never been solved. Now, my question is, should I continue to say that the president is right without also spelling out that it was in their manifesto, but still he's complaining? Because when he said mourners and gamblers, okay, he used that word. I didn't know when whether he was saying mourners of OR or mourners of OA, but he said mourners and gamblers. You know, and that is what we must stop. We should not complain when you have something called executive power. The president had an authority to do this earlier. And that is all I'm saying. But I respect what he has done. I like what he has done, but he should have done it earlier.
Okay. Thank
Bernard,
you, Alex.
can I chip in?
I'll give right of reply to Nyumba, and then I'll say one thing before we bring in another person. Nyumba, go ahead.
Thank you, Bernard. Alex, in this world, we live in a changing system. For example, that the IT technology, which you're an expert, and my friend Kip is not here, is changing every day. Let me give a very small example. When you build a residence, maybe America is slightly different. In Kenya, we don't even observe the laws about the perimeter fencing. It's not supposed to be more than 6 feet. Huh? But we find we build 8 to 10 feet stone wall, and then there's barbed wire on top, electric fence on top, okay? The bylaws we are going about, but nobody's asking because of the security issue we have. But even after doing all that, thieves will come and come into your house. They'll do. After I've done all that, and even security, surveillance, the cameras, they'll come. What am I implying? Human beings, you are dealing with the same human beings. As much as you have used your brain to protect yourself, the other human being has also brains to actually overcome you, and they do. And that's why even the information technology, there's a lot of theft, pesa, kwa hii information technology, hacking and all that, na banks and pesa zinaisha. Okay? Now, I agree with my president. Let me go back, Alex. Where were the detention laws way back? I'm not saying they were good. Detention laws were for this purpose. Listen very carefully on this one. It is known that Alex is doing something and planning something very evil. But Alex is not leaving any footprints, no evidence. But the system knows very well Alex is actually even planning to overturn the government. But even if they took him to court, they will not be able to put him down because the physical evidence will not be there. Alex is too smart, even for the government. They will just detain you. That's why the detention laws were there. So I'm telling you, don't blame Uhuru. He tries his best, even when he was raising his hand saying, what can I do? Here is the deputy. Him is organizing something, and this man is organizing the opposite of it. Now, that's what I'm saying, human nature, it's like that. Don't think you're too smart. You do something, I'll come and do better than that and beat you in it. Or I do something is smarter. I do my protection. Somebody will beat that system of mine. It is like that. So the president has done his part, and he's still doing his part. You see, the same system that were used in the other election, these guys are smarter. When things are put in position, blocked, like now they are blocked. Even by bringing the Unga price down, they are defeated somehow, briefly. Okay? They are going now, they are human beings thinking, and they are thinking evilly. They are going to come out even smarter and do even some more serious planning and transformation. Okay? And that's why I'm saying, Alex, in short, I'm not going to elaborate more than that. What I'm saying, the president is there and he has been doing his part, but the other people, every day they are thinking how to countermand that or even do better. Is it the thieving? When they are caught, when it's blocked, they'll look for another route and they'll get it. Don't think you're smarter than them. When you block this one, they will look for another route to do the even money laundering. They'll do it. So everybody is on his toes all the time. And even the president, we can't blame him. He's not stupid, but these other guys are not stupid either. When he tries to stop it, other guys, let me finish there. I hope Alex has understood the way I was putting it. Please.
Okay, thank you very much. Tthank you, Mdua Nyumba, for that response. And
You said nothing about the Unga politics. It was in regard. It was in regard to Unga politics.
I will respond to Unga politics.
I put a general statement. If you didn't understand, Alex, I'm surprised because it also touches on the Unga issue. Yeah, the people who have been playing those games. Hello, Bernard.
I said the people. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you. This exchange between the two of you is helping the discussion, but let it be moderated. Thank you very much. Now, this is what I'll say. One, the president is a patient man, and he's not reactive. I think he's naturally built that way. But when he's on a trail to catch something, he follows it and waits for the opportune time to get it done. He has demonstrated that more than enough time for us to establish a pattern of his function. What I would say is, listening to Kenya Kwanza, you will notice that they are taking advantage of Kenyans' ignorance, whereby they think we are not in a free market situation. We are in the authoritarian presidents where Moi would wake up and say the price of milk is 2 shillings, the price of bread is this, and that will translate into an action. We are in a different situation altogether. In a free market, demand and supply determines the price. And so it becomes very easy for the cartels to take advantage of such and twisted people who would want to take advantage of information, including government information. I tend to feel that, now this is for me, but I feel like the deputy president even takes advantage of the information he gets in the cabinet meeting. That when the government is proposing to do this, he will go ahead of time and counter it and defeat it because he has prior information on what will happen and what will be the outcome, as opposed to the rest of us Kenyans who will wait until the announcement is made. And so this is not something that the president is doing because he's cornered. In my opinion, he has calculated very well, and he wanted to hit these cartels seriously. We had prepared to milk Kenyans and take advantage of the same. And that is drop the price of maize meal drastically to a level whereby they will have no choice but sell what they have been withholding at a loss. And that is going to help also in controlling the money to be thrown around in the campaigns. So this is a smart move to hit the two birds with one stone. Respond to the cartels by getting them at their game, and on the other hand, give some relief to Kenyans. And in my opinion, it's not just an incentive. And then from the calculations of the people perpetuating this, they had calculated so well that there is the war in Ukraine, the price of petrol is high, so there is no way Uhuru is going to use anything to cause the price to drop. And so they can drum up by whipping the emotions of Kenyans, make the Kenyans angry, and use that to their advantage. The president has deflated their tires at this point in time. They need to go back to the drawing board and find on how they will make the Kenyans angry against Uhuru, angry against Azimio. That is all I read. And so the timing may look like it was late, but it was opportune. Remember, this is August. We are getting into August. By September, there will be harvest. And so if this thing was done in May, okay, or in May or April, there will be an opportune time for these people to reorganize themselves and get their maize into the market before the harvest arrives. So a little pain will not kill. Kenyans are resilient people. I trust them. They can go through anything and come out better. In my opinion, let's follow on and get rid of these cartels once and for all by changing the mode of operation. We need sincere, integrous, faithful people in leadership, not people who sit in cabinet, get information from the government, then use that at the advantage at the expense of Kenyans. It is sickening, it is evil, it's wicked, and in my opinion, such people needs to be, I think, needs to be left in the hands of Wajakoya to ask them a few questions before they are dealt with. Mundua Nyumba, what is it?
Thank you, Banda. I like making very short statements. You saw the interview of Rigathi Gachagua and the Mother Karua. And then Gachagua pronouncing himself to fight against the cartels. Where's the cartel? Isn't Gachagua and this 7.22 billion? Isn't he the cartel and the system of cartels? So this double speak, actually, we should be very careful about it. It was very pronounced. How if they get in, they're going to have a commission to fight the cartels. And Gachagua is the cartel himself. He is the manifestation of cartels. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alex, if you don't have a response, let's get to John to make.
Yeah, and I think that is where we are meeting, Bernard.
Yes.
I think it's our language that is different. And I think Nyumba has just reiterated what I was saying. We can't keep on going short of naming cartel. I mean, my kids may think a cartel is something that is a stature somewhere in Nairobi that is robotic. We must personalize cartelism because cartelism are individuals. And these are, and let me finish. Jubilee government has failed Kenyans. And when I say Jubilee government, it is Uhuru and Ruto together. When they get accolades, they get together. When we castigate them together. Because they gave us a manifesto, they were given the government. We don't care if they survived or they didn't survive. But to where I sit, when the inner circle is sabotaging to a point whereby we can't even be able to have a functional, government to a point, unapata Mahindi, somebody like Kiunjuri was he overstayed when we knew Kiunjuri should have been sacked. And that's where I agree with Nyumba that these individuals are not. It is time to name them. Cartels are not something like a tree that sits somewhere that are not human beings. Cartels are individuals. We should start naming them. And I echo one time, Tony Gashoka tried to name them, and he slept. He slept with JKL, Jeff Koinange. They slept. Of all people, Jeff Koinange slept in Central for how many days? A couple of days, because he had the audacity and the courage to name the cartels. The president does not have the courage to name them, and he knows them. We should start naming them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That is a long war that we are determined to fight, and we will win if the president, the president has 14 days or so, so relax in it, Afadali. It's 21 days or so. He will be out of office. Let's see how the new government will work on the same. But as much as we would want things to work fast, we should also understand that there are procedures, processes, and also due process. That due process requires that even the guilty be given opportunity to defend themselves. Even in court, somebody can be arrested for something, then they go and confess that they did it. Then the judge will still tell them, how do you plead? That means they still have a chance to defend themselves. All the same, we are moving forward, and we appreciate everybody that is joining us from around the world. Please, let's keep inviting others. Let build up the conversation. And we want to appreciate all of you that are devoted to following the broadcast. And just want to keep you alert. There is much more coming your way. Don't relent, keep inviting, and let the conversation on the comment section be civil and respectful. Okay, civil and respectful. These sweeping statements you keep throwing around, especially you dear guys, it's not helping your campaign, it's not helping this country, and it's not even helping you. Probably it's helping you because after this show you may get on a payroll, but we are determined to see to it that whatever you get paid for should be due you, not due to destroying the country called Kenya. So please, let's ensure that we do the right thing because it is right, not because somebody doesn't like it. Let's do it right because it is right and because we love doing the right thing. Well, let's move forward. Tutamsikiliza John, then I'll be back to give some shout outs to some people, then we move forward. John, uko vipi?
Kwa salama kabisa.
Karibu, mawili
Naendeleaje
matatu.
huko?
Tashukuru, karibu.
Haya, asante. Unanisikia? Unanisikia?
Unasikika, endelea tafadhali.
Haya. Mi nataka kusema kwamba imefika wakati tumeanza kuona wale ambao wanataka uongozi wanatumia wananchi vibaya. In a way, they bring something attractive to see that wana take serious issues yenye ina involve mwananchi, while in heart wanataka kutafuta kura zao. On the issue hiyo ya mahindi, nataka niseme kwamba the Jubilee government has been there for 10 years. Kama 2013 waliona what happened, 2017 tukapata unga ukashuka, ukapanda tena ukashuka. Na saa hii tena imerudia the same. Imekuwa kama hivyo. Imekuwa kama ile Raila anasema saa zingine kwamba mtu anajifanya mkarimu anarushia huku mahindi, huku ameficha kichwa nyuma, kisu nyuma. Anakimbilia, akifika huko kumbe ule si ukarimu, ni ile kutaka kukata hiyo kuku akule, atengeneze kitoweo. Sasa mambo kama hiyo, nasema it's a high time kama watu wanafunguka macho, wanaangalia what is happening on. Kwa sababu kama saa hii tunaona mahindi after 4 weeks tena unga itaenda kufanya nini? Kupanda tena iende juu. Hiyo inakuwa ni kama mchezo. They should have found a permanent solution kwa hiyo mahindi vile ina affect wananchi, so that the common citizen can benefit. Kwa sababu maisha ni ngumu, ukiangalia watu wanahangaika hapa nje. But politics ikiingia inaharibika. Kitu nataka kusema ni kwamba a time has come when we want to see true leadership. Mtu akona the heart of citizens in his heart. Anaangalia anataka wasaidie kwa njia gani badala ya kujiangalia mwenyewe, using the citizens ili apate kubenefit vile yeye mwenyewe anataka, of which haitakuwa ni vizuri. So we should not be followers, kufuata mtu na uone kitu ambacho anaendeleza, ujui lengo lake ni gani ako nalo. Maneno mazuri tunashangilia, at the end of which 5 years ikifika watu wanaanza kuumia hapa na pale, tena tunanguja mwaka wa kura. Tena wanakuja wanajigeuza, wanakuja wanakuwa wazuri. So we should examine those leaders wenye wanatoka, kama wanataka uongozi, tuangalie kiongozi gani anaangalia the truth of the matter. Wengine wanasema the track record can tell, mtu ambaye anasimamia ukweli na ako na ile nafasi ya kusaidia wananchi ambao anafaa wasaidie. Kwa sababu isikuwe ni mchezo. Unaona mtu weakness ya mtu uitumia hiyo weakness ili uweze kupanda katika uongozi, haitakuwa ni vizuri. On the other issue, imekuwa most of the people kushangilia mtu kama ako na matusi anaongea vibaya, imekuwa ni trend. Tunamwona kama hero mwenye anaongea vibaya, anatusi wenzake, anaonekana ndio mzuri, tunasema ndio mkali. At the end of it, yeye akishinda anaenda, hakuna kitu, hapo na vision ama hapo na plan yoyote anafanyia watu. Unapata no benefit mtu anaenda kupata. Nafaa ikue, tusikue tunapenda maneno matupu, ama mtu anapiga kelele hapa na hapa, akienda huku tunampa anapotea, akirudi atakuwa mzuri, atanyenyekea mbele ya watu, aongee maneno mazuri, ingine yamejaa uongo, ili aweze na yeye kuingia katika uongozi. Mimi nataka niseme wananchi, ni wakati umefika waamuke wao wenyewe, waweze kuona kiongozi mzuri ambaye amesimama ataokoa Kenya bila kujali anatoka wapi, bila kujali kabila ambaye anatoka, kuangalia kwa maslahi ya Kenya ambayo watu watafurahia kwa miaka ijayo. Tusiwe tunaangalia ile msisimuko, lakini tuangalie kama hiyo mtu ambaye atapewa uongozi atafanya kazi ambayo inayofaa, ambayo itafanya Wakenya waweze kufurahia. Bila hiyo tutakuwa na viongozi ambao watafanya Kenya ikose kwenda mbele jinsi ambavyo inahitajika, tupaki tukirudi nyuma. We have enough resources, lakini ukiangalia nchi yetu, corruption ndio ina affect nchi ya Kenya. Resources we have enough. Ukiangalia Eastern Africa, Kenya is a rich country, but managing the resources available, kufanya kazi ambayo inategemea watu wachache ndio wanapata resources kama hizo, wanasitumia kwa njia isiyofaa, wananchi wa kawaida anaendelea kuumia. Mimi naona tumepakisha siku kidogo sana tuelekee katika uchaguzi. Kila mtu akifanya uchaguzi ambao uko mzuri na kulingana bila anazami wale candidates ambao tuko na wao, can get a better solution. Tuangalie kiongozi ambaye ataleta better solution. Munga isikuwe inafika wakati wa kura, tunapungua, tunafurahia, tunakula, tunapiga kura, jamaa anapotea anaenda, tunangoja 5 years. We get somebody ataleta solution ya shida za Wakenya. Ile Wakenya wako na shida gani, ile shida ambayo wako nayo.
John, thank you for that submission. We appreciate it.
Asante. Nilikuwa na shida kidogo ya network, lakini nimeweza kuchangia na tutaweza kuchangia siku nyingine.
Asante sana, tunashukuru sana kwa maoni yako, na tunatazamia mabadiliko makubwa wakati kila Mkenya atawajibika kuhakikisha kwamba viongozi wanaowachagua tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 watakuwa watu wa kuwajibika na kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata suluhisho la kudumu kwa masuala ya chakula mjini Kenya. Na hiyo itawezekana tu si kwa kuwa na rais peke yake. Lazima ujue kwamba kila kaunti iko na serikali yake, na hiyo kaunti inasimamiwa na wale watu ambao wanapaswa kuhakikisha kwamba governor anafanya kazi yake, wanaitwa MCAs. Kwa hivyo ukichagua MCA mkora, alafu governor mkora, MP mvivu, alafu senator mzembe, basi jua tu maisha yatakuwa mabaya, licha ya kuwa maombi yako ni yepi na unatazamia kipi. Kwa hivyo hapa ni wakati ambapo lazima uweke kila mtu kwa mizani. Hakikisha tu unapatia authority to lead to people that are able to take care of this country and have the interest of the entirety of Kenya at heart. They feel the weight of this country on their shoulders, and they are in humility seeking to help the situation, not to aggravate the situations or take advantage of the situation. Siku njema huonekana asubuhi, na kila kiongozi anadhihirika kwa historia yake. Kwa hivyo kuwa makinifu kukagua kila mmoja individually, wana historia gani, walifanyaje wakiwa shuleni, walifanyaje wakiwa college, walifanyaje wakiwa MCA ama wakiwa councillor. Sasa hivi wanataka kuwa rais, watafanyaje? Biblia inasema aliye mwaminifu kwa madogo atakuwa mwaminifu kwa mengi, na aliye asiyekuwa mwaminifu kwa madogo hawezi kuwa mwaminifu kwa mengi. Kwa hivyo jihadhari kila Mkenya. Naomba tunasonga mbele tukichangia. Ningependa tu kila mmoja tafadhali tuendelee katika kuheshimu kila mmoja, especially on the comment section. There are guys here who are out of order. We will get rid of them if they don't, own up to their capacity of communicating and debating. But please, let's just be civil. This country belongs to all of us, and it's our responsibility to take care of it. We can't hold this country hostage for an individual who has an ambition to become president, or of an individual who has an ambition to become an MCA or governor or a senator. Let us put the country interest first before any individual's interest. And if you're not comfortable with what is transpiring on this particular channel, you are free to take a walk. Nobody has held you hostage here. We politely ask you that if you don't like the debate, you don't have to follow it, you don't have to listen to it. Just take a walk quietly. Don't mess up good things simply because you don't like good things. Allow the people who like good things, enjoy good things. You go get your bad things in your bad corner and enjoy your bad things alone. Don't invite us into the same. Now let's move on. Yes, Fred. Fred Momanyi, you're mute.
Oh yeah. Sema Bernard, mambo?
Niko fiti, nashukuru. Vipi?
Salama bana, naona mandugu zangu wote hapo kwa studio na wasalimu wote, mjambo?
Atijambo, tuko gangari hapa.
All right. Bernard, nataka kushukuru sana, at least I'm sorry, nimeamka saa hizi. That's why sauti yangu inakaa inagwara but I'm fine. Nataka kushukuru kwa vile nimeingia kwa hii channel yetu. This is a great platform. At least inatufanya tunasaidia wenzetu ambao hawana I can't say that ni mwelekeo ama wenye hawana hope, you know. So one thing I want to say ni ile ya kwamba I'm happy with the way Azimio team is conducting the campaigns. We're not that bad. Tunajaribu na so far tumejaribu ku avoid side shows. Kwa sababu ukiona ya kwamba price venye Uhuru Kenyatta amereduce unga, the people who are campaigning as who made the unga to be a campaign tool, right now they're really sad kwa sababu kila kitu ilienda against the plan. Na mimi kitu moja nimetaka kujiuliza kuanzia juzi, does it mean that hii unga vimereduciwa ni watu Azimio peke yake ndio watakula na watu wa how do you call it, Kenya kwanza hawatakula? You see, so that means our leaders who are making interest zao mbele hawajali wananchi. Kitu kizuri kikifanyika, we need to appreciate, you know. Hata mimi natoka Bungoma, hata Uhuru Kenyatta angeuliza watu wa Bungoma nikipunguza unga hata siku 3 peke yake mtasemaje? Watu wakikimbia kanisani wasema asante Mungu, kwa sababu huko hivyo ugali ndio kila kitu, you see. So for these 4 weeks ama for 4 weeks ama 3 weeks zenye wamesema ati watapunguza, it's a great relief for Kenyans. Hiyo 230 up to 100, that means sai mtu alikuwa anaunga pakiti moja ako na uwezo wa kununua unga 2 kg, nyanya, vitunguu na mafuta ya mboga, you see, whereby at least imepunguzia mtu mzigo fulani, you see. So let's avoid these leaders ambao wanataka advantage ya wananchi ili kujifaidisha wao wenyewe, you see. And that's why we have 2 camps. We have a camp of hope and we have a camp of deceit. Kenya kwanza is a camp of deceit. It's a camp watu ambao wameshapiga hesabu zao mapema. If you watch the debate about deputy presidential debate yesterday, ungeona tu 42. Kulikuwa na mtu ambaye ni mkora, mtu ambaye ni cartel, mtu ambaye ashapiga hesabu zake venye wanachukua serikali, venye wanaenda kufanya mambo zao, na mtu ambaye amebeba mizigo ya Wakenya katika roho yake. Yani that Martha Karua is praying that I wish hata kesho niingia hapo ndani ni deliver kitu ambayo kiko ndani yangu kwa Wakenya, you see. So one thing I'm trying to tell Kenyans ni ya kwamba let's be very careful when it comes to choosing leaders. On August 9th, please my dear Kenyans, hii ni kama wakati ambapo tulikuwa na election huko America between Trump and Biden. Watu waliamua kuweka their parties aside, wakaamua kuweka the so-called the loyalty aside. They voted what they saw. It's kind of like a hope to them, you see. So in Kenya right now, tukifanya makosa yote yani tukislide tu kidogo hivi, tuache the other team ingie kwa ofisi, we are done. We are really done completely. Na tutakuwa tunakuja hapo kwa channel tukilia, tukiongea, tukisema kwanza mahindi sasa kuna timu ambayo ikichukua mahindi itafika shilingi 300. You see? Hata mambo na subsidy utasikia kuna story kama subsidy. You see? So let's be very careful wakati ambao tunachoose viongozi, na tuombeane. Mambo ya fujo tuache kabisa. Unaona? Tuache fujo. Tuende tupige kura kwa amani, na kitu cha muhimu zaidi tutangulishe Mungu mbele kwa kila jambo. If God is for us, nobody can be against us. I know Azimio, we are praying every day and God is on our side and we're going to win. Thank you very much, Bernard. Wacha nikimbie kazi na wafuatilia. I'm going to work. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante sana Bwana Momanyi, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako na maoni yako. Wakenya wamekusikia, basi tuendelee kwa kumakinika kuhakikisha kwamba tunahimiza kila mmoja kuwajibika haswa katika uchaguzi huu. Usikubali kutumika vibaya. Hakikisha kwamba wewe ndio mlinzi wa kila mmoja aliye karibu na wewe. It is important that we watch out one for another, keep each other safe, and see to it that we navigate through this election safe and secure. Hakuna mtu lazima ashinde uchaguzi huu. Hakuna mtu lazima awe rais wa nchi hii. Sababu ya kwenda kwa uchaguzi ni kwamba tunapatia Wakenya nafasi ya kuchagua kiongozi wanayetaka. Kuna mtu hapa amesema kwamba kuna tuhuma kwamba Kipchirchir yako na password ya server na asha test akiwa Russia. So hiyo ni vitisho baridi ambavyo umefinywa mpaka sasa mmeanza kuconfess wenyewe. Hakuna kule mnaenda this time round. Nitawasubiri hapa tarehe 10. Mimi nitakuwa hapa, nitakuwa natangaza hii kila full time, before, during and after the elections. We plan to run the announcement for 5 straight days. We have a big announcement to make on Friday. Please let everybody be on the alert. Kuna kitu muhimu ambacho kinafanyika ambacho tutakuwa tunafanya announcement on Friday. Kwa hivyo show ya Friday usikose tafadhali. Asante sana. Tupatie Angina. Angina, umekuja ukajificha nyuma ya curtain. Ukiwa nyuma ya curtain tutakuona tu, lakini tuwezi kukuongeza, hiyo ni kinyume na sheria. Karibu, na ni kama nimeruka mzee wangu Bantu, lakini subiri hapo, wewe ni mzee wetu, lazima tuwe na mwenyeji. Angina, vipi? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. Beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Asante sana, nashukuru kwa kweli muda ambao umechukua mjadala mzuri kweli. Kila tunajaribu kuangalia kila upande tunaweza kufanyaje ili Wakenya wote sisi tufurahie matokeo yatakapokuwa siku hiyo au matangazo yatatolewa. Jambo la kwanza ambalo nataka kuzungumzia ni kwamba tutatumia lugha zote, lakini kwanza tumie Kiswahili. Kwa jina naitwa Collins Agina, ndio watu wengi labda wanafahamu, kwa hiyo media sana. Lakini nataka kusema jambo moja kwamba hii ushindi sio ushindi wa Azimio tu. Hii ni ushindi ya wananchi wote. Kila mwananchi anapigania kupata uhuru ambaye hajawahi kuwa nayo toka mwanzo. Unajua kuna siasa ambayo tumepata kucheza hapo awali.
Bwana Ngina, one moment. Nauliza, unatumia Bluetooth ama headphone?
Wala natumia laptop.
Unatumia? Kuna vile sauti yako haitoki vizuri, na nilikuwa nafikiri uko kwa Bluetooth.
Hapo nasikika vizuri.
Okay. Thank you. We can hear you, but your audio is not very clean. But if that's all you have, just go ahead, make your submission, and then we'll deal with it later. Thank you.
Nashukuru. Unajua kila mwananchi, kuna siasa ambao watu wamekuwa na hapo awali. Mtu anazungumzia jambo ambalo ni muhimu ili aweze kujifanikisha kwa ajili yake yeye mwenyewe. Lakini sasa hivi tunaangalia katika nchi yote, tunaangalia kila Mkenya, tunaangalia kila mtu ambaye anatakiwa at least ajumuike pamoja na maendeleo yanayotolewa kwa sasa hivi katika siasa, ambapo mtu anajua right yake itakuwa vipi, au ni mtu ambaye atakuwa anamuongoza, ni nani amemweka pale. Ni kwa jukumu la wananchi wote ambao wanatakiwa washirikiane katika hili swala, ili wajue wachague yule mtu ambaye wamepewa kwa ile contribution ambayo kila mtu amefanya. Ukiangalia siasa kama hili imekwepo, na ukiangalia siasa ya Tanzania sana sana, utaona kwamba wengi walikuwa katika chama tofauti tofauti, lakini kwa sababu watu waliungana pamoja, wakasema pana tunahitaji hii siasa ikae hivi, tuwe kitu kimoja na tuwe katika one agenda, kwamba ni sisi ndio tumewachagua na sisi ndio tuna contribute ili waweze kufika pale. Ndivyo hivyo ilivyo kwa kwetu sisi wa Kenya. Inatakiwa kila mtu achangie, kila mtu awe katika ushirikiano. Lakini nashangaa wengine wanaona kweli huyu mtu anatenda kitu kibaya, lakini bado anamsupport. At the end of the day, kesho huyu mtu anayepanga maneno na kudanganya, kesho anakuja kugeukia na kwambia nani alisema hivi. Jambo la kwanza, kitu ambacho tumeona sio kwamba ni jambo ambalo hatujaiona. Unaona, jua kwamba kila mtu anajua kwamba kuna swala la laptop ilipangwa. Wale walioahidiwa laptop size wamemaliza form 4, na kweli walipata ile laptop na wakupata. Na pia jamaa kaongea vitu vingi sana. Aliongea swala la football pitch nini, yani presentation ilikuwa nzuri kweli, lakini muda umefika sisi sote wanamuuliza swali, huu wajibika katika hili jambo leo tuzungumzia kwa watu. Hamna tena, anakasirika, anatukana watu. Na unapata kwamba hata sasa hivi sisemi kwamba ati ni mtu mbaya, wajua kwa politics hamna permanent enemy, lakini tukirudi tukijiuliza kweli, kwa sasa hivi Wakenya hawahitaji mtu ambaye anakuja kuwadanganya. Wakenya wanahitaji mtu ambaye anakuja kuwa kiongozi wa kesho, ambaye akiacha pale jukwaa na waacha mark kwamba kuna marekebisho kadhaa imefanywa Kenya na watu wameendelea mbele na economy yamepanda kwa hali ya juu, 10% 15% movement. Lakini sasa hizi unaona mtu anakuja kusema kwamba tufanye hivi, mtu anakuja kudanganya. Hapana, yule anadanganya, lakini anayekwambia anadanganya hana sera yoyote ya kuweza kukuuzia. Kwa hiyo inatakiwa tuwe makini mno wakati tunaangalia kuchagua mtu, na hiyo ndio jambo ambalo najaribu kuangalia sana, ili Wakenya wote tuwe kitu kimoja. Tarehe 9 tujue kama ni Azimio tunampa kura, basi watoke mara moja waweze kusaidia wananchi, kwa sababu kwa kweli Kenya kwanza nimekaa nimewatazama, nimechuja vitu vingi sana. Nimekuwa wakati mwingine nikiwa Kenya, nimekaa katika kongamano yao, lakini naona hapa tunaenda kuumbuka. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wote na wasihi sana, wanayuthi wenzangu, wale wote wanaokuwa katika siasa hii, tujue kwamba Kenya kwanza kwa kweli hawana sera ya kujenga nchi. Wanapanga mdomo, lakini kesho tutakuja kuumia. Asante.
Okay, thank you Bwana Ngina, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Naomba tumlete kabla Bantu Warrior tusikilize hii alafu tusonge mbele.
Jina ni Lucas na mimi ni mkazi wa hapa. Kulingana na debate ya jana, Christina, sikupata hiyo clip yake yote, lakini ukweli ya kwamba watu hatuna pesa kwa mfuko ni kwa sababu ya economy. Pesa imepotea tangu wabadilishe pesa, wakaleta hii iko na wanyama inatukimbia kwa mfuko. So zile vitu tulikuwa tunafanya saizi hatufanyi kwa sababu hatuna pesa ya kutosha kwa mfuko. Kuna wengine wanaiweka kama style, lakini kama mimi kwanza hata saizi zinaniuma. Nywele inaniuma, ni vile sina pesa. Nitajua kununua unga ama nitajua kwenda kujirembesha kwa kinyozi? Ukweli ni kwamba sina pesa upande wangu.
generally kuna message alikuwa anajaribu kupass. Sidhani tu kama alikuwa anamaanisha ndevu, bali alijaribu kuonyesha kuna zile vitu ambazo watu wameacha kuzifanya, watu wanadili na priorities. Na I think ametoa tu mwelekeo wa ndevu. Kuna watu hata wanakosa kuoga, si kwa sababu wamekosa kuoga kwa sababu kwa kutaka kwao, ni kwa sababu wamekosa pesa kununua sabuni ama hata maji, wakati huo wamekosa kununua mwasoma maisha hii ya mjini hii. So ndevu pia kuna wale wanakosa kunyoa kwa sababu ya starehe. Kuna wale ambao wanakosa kunyoa kwa sababu ya ukosefu wa pesa. Ukiangalia hata kama huyo kapteni wake wa Justina amekosa kunyoa ndevu, si kwa sababu hana pesa. So I think alitumia tu hilo neno kwa kuelekeza jambo fulani ya kwamba ukiona mtu wakati mwingine hata amevaa nguo mbaya, hajavaa kwa kutaka kwake, ni kwa sababu amekosa pesa.
Haya, maoni ya Wakenya hao. Bantu Warrior, karibu. Vipi?
Asante sana bwana Bernard, na wasalimia ndugu zangu wote hapo kwenye stage hapo. Nimefurahi sana, nashukuru. Yangu sio mengi sana, ni kuongea. Nimewasikiza wenzangu wengi sana, na yule wa kwanza aliyeongea kulingamana na bwana Ruto ni binadamu ama ni shetani huyo manake alinichanganya. Kwa hivyo wananchi wa Kenya wengi sana hawajawahi kuona siasa za kama hizi. Minafikiria watu wamechanganyikiwa wengi sana, manake wengine wako smart, wameweza kujua ni mzuri iko wapi na mbaya iko wapi, lakini kuna wengine wamechanganyikiwa, hawajawahi kuonaga vitu kama drama kama hizi za kisiasa. Manake hata wale watu walikuwa hawajui siasa ama hawapendi siasa, wameingia. Wakina Bantu Warriors walikuwa hawashughuliki na siasa, manake tumeona hatujawahi kuona siasa kama hiyo siasa moto. Manake Mululu pia amechanganyikiwa. Mululu madividi amechanganyikiwa na Watangula. Hawajawahi kuona siasa kama hiyo, wamepelekwa kwa kiza, na wakiona hivyo wameenda kwa kiza. Siasa moto sana. Kwa hivyo mi nashukuru sana, Azimio itaingia kwenye uongozi, na kuna shida nyingi sana, na watafanya bidii wafanye ile kiasi wanaweza kufanya, na nyingine watakuwa wameanza kuonesha njia wale watakao kuja nyuma kuendesha nchi yetu. Nchi yetu ndio muhimu zaidi kuliko watu. Watu watakuja, hawa viongozi wanasiasa wengine, na watapotea kama mvua, lakini nchi yetu tunataka viongozi, tuwaingize viongozi ambao wataendesha hii nchi, na tufanye mifano kushinda nchi nyingi. Hatutaki kujifanya kama Rwanda ama nani, lakini sisi nchi yetu iwe ina style yake peke yake, ambao pia ni kama vile Martha Karua akiingia na baba wakiwa hapo, na vijana wengi ambao waaminifu, baba anawajua, na maadvisor wake, waendeshe hii nchi yetu, tusonge mbele sisi, tuachane na hao watu wa empty promises ambao wanaweka promises lakini hawatimizi, wanafurahisha watu kila siku na binadamu wanaona wao wenyewe. Asante sana bwana Benda, asante sana.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warrior, tunashukuru sana kwa kujumuika nasi katika mjadala wa leo. Naamini Wakenya wanafurahia kwa yote ambayo tunajadili. Tungependa tu kuwahimiza kila mmoja, tafadhali usitazame peke yako, endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, ili kila mmoja amakinike katika kufahamu siasa zetu na kuwa tayari kupiga kura yako ipasavyo. Don't just vote. Make sure that you are voting for the future, and you are securing the future in the process of voting. I want to salute a few people that have made immense contribution by applying the stickers on YouTube, and in the process support the channel. There is that guy. Thank you so much. Infamous somebody. Thank you so much. Kuna Kikwetu Vengers. Asante sana. Kuna Praise J, asante sana. kuna Kelvin Bulimo, thank you so much. Benson Nyagoiro, thank you so much. Kikwetu Vengers, asante. We'll be giving a few mention of different, there are many of them, will be sharing and giving shout out just to appreciate you guys. And we look forward to have a great time. Olara, your gadget is not well connected. That's why we are not adding you to the gadget, to the screen. Please configure it rightly. You will be added if you're able to get me. Olara, your device is not well. I'm not blocking you. It's only that your device is not well configured. So when it arrives here, I can't mute it. I can't do anything to help it until you correct it from the starting point. So please just correct it and get back. We are waiting for you to make your submission right here. And so thank you, all of you that are making your contribution in support of Mtembei TV. There is a big announcement we'll be making on Friday. I want everybody to be alert on the same. And we want all of us to be together and do the necessary to see to it that our outreach program reaches beyond where we are reaching right now. Thank you so much. Tunarudi kwa Tom alafu ndio Joshua aje. Tom, vipi?
Poa sana bwana Bernard. Leo ni siku nimekuwa na furaha sana sababu shida ya unga mkubwa wetu bwana rais amejaribu ameweka chini vile raia walikuwa nataka, na hiyo hata kwa Mungu amepata blessings. Nikiendelea bwana Bernard, Kenya ni nchi yenye iko na amani sana, na hiyo amani tunaona kama hao wenzetu wa bwana Ruto, tuseme, siwezi sema ni watu wote. Bwana Ruto, hii matusi yake ya kila siku, hiyo matusi si mzuri. Na juzi tulisikia alitukana Mama Ngilu. Mama Ngilu sio rika yake. Mama amekuwa kwetu hapa Kenya, amejaribu siasa miaka mingi. Sasa kama unaweka yeye kwa ile mix ya watu wengine, unajua hiyo ni mbaya sana. So hiyo ni makosa, hiyo si mzuri. Matusi si mzuri kabisa. Ni vitu tunaona tu kila siku, tuna monitor. Unajua akiendelea hivyo asilaumu wengine. Hiyo siku ikifika, hiyo matusi, mimi nasemanga zinaenda na kura. So kama angekuwa na watu wenye wanaweza kumsaidia kwa mawazo, angefikiria hiyo maneno, angeendelea hivyo. So nikiendelea hii mambo ya unga bwana Bernard, unga mahindi tulikuwa tunajua zinatoka Kitale. Kitale was the main producer of unga, that is mahindi. So wakati walidanganywa na mambo ya avocado, jameni, hata unajua mwenye kama Ruto alifanya hivyo wakati alikuwa sijui kwa Minister of Agriculture, those kwa hizo some years back. Unajua alikosea kabisa, sababu Kenya hatujakuwa na hii shida ya mambo ya unga. Unga tumekuwa tukijisaidia sisi wenyewe, hata kama tulikuwa tunapata zingine kutoka nje, but we had our own. Unaona, just like Uganda sasa unakuta kuna mchele, kuna mahindi, unaona. So hii maneno hata kama yeye ndiye aliweka akili mbaya kwa watu wa huko, yeye alikosea sana. Okay, rais mwenyewe amerudisha hiyo bei ya unga saa hii, wakati kabisa, wakati ilikuwa inatakikana kabisa. Kenyans wamelia. Hasira gani ako nayo saa hii? Unga iko chini vile president amesema. Yes, anaweza sema ni siasa, sababu ya sijui anataka ionekane yeye kwa vile yeye anasupport Azimio, ukarabati iko ndani hapo, sijui nini, but that is so bad. Say yeye angekubali tu aseme okay, yes bwana president, umefanya kitu ya maana. See? So vitu kama hizo zinamnyang'anya kura mingi sana, sababu kuna yule haelewi hiyo unga kwa nini imerudishwa chini. Kuna yule bado anaweza weka siasa ndani, but wale hawajui, I believe are the majority in this country. Unaona, wale hawajui, and then there are the voters. Unaona, kuna wale saa hii hata hii mambo ya siasa, kuna wale hata saa hii as we talk here, kuna wale hawezi fika hapa. Am I wrong? Lakini wanajua Kenya ni yao, ni wenye inchi, na ikifika siku ya kura watavote na watavotia mwenye wanapenda. So mimi hiyo nimeona ni makosa. Sina mengi sana bwana Bernard, sababu naona wenzangu pia wanaingia polepole. Sitaki kuchukua muda yao sana, sababu sisi ni watu wa jamii moja, watu wa Azimio. Wacha tu wenzetu pia waendelee na kuchangia. Mimi nitafikia hapo tu bwana Bernard, na nimesema asante, nimeshukuru sana kwa hiyo nafasi umenipatia.
Okay, asante bwana Tom, tunashukuru sana. Tunaamini kwamba Wakenya wanamakinika wakiendelea kufuatilia matangazo yetu. Tafadhali mahala popote ulipo, acha hasira. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba unasaidia Kenya. Wewe unasaidia Kenya ukiwa wapi na unasaidia Kenya kivipi? Kama unashabikia mtu ambaye hafai kuwa kiongozi ili afanyike kiongozi wa Kenya, unasaidia Kenya kivipi? Kama wewe unasaidia wale watu ambao wamevuja mali ya umma na wametumia vibaya ofisi zao kwa kujinufaisha badala ya kujenga nchi na kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anapata haki yake, unasaidia Kenya vipi? Tafadhali lazima tuwaze kwa makini, ili tukifika kwa booth hiyo tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, uamuzi utakaofanya uwe wa kuimarisha na kuendeleza nchi na sio kuibomoa na kuiharibu kabisa. Asante sana kila mmoja. Tafadhali endelea kutegea Mtembei TV. Mtembei TV iko hapa kwa ajili yako na kwa ajili ya kila Mkenya, na usitazame peke yako, endelea kutazama na wengine kwa kuwakaribisha. Ukue diaspora ama ukue hapa mjini, hapa nchini, basi unaweza kupata Mtembei TV mahala popote. Unaweza pata internet, Mtembei TV itapatikana. Ningependa kumshukuru nani huyu Desai, asante sana kwa mchango wako kwa Mtembei TV. Infamous somebody, and then kuna Desai, kuna Infamous. These people keep repeating themselves. Asante sana Dikim, asante sana. We really want to appreciate all of you, those of you that are using the stickers, and in the process you make a contribution towards the sustainability of the channel. We appreciate John Okibo. We appreciate Douglas Bole TV. Hey, I hope I pronounced that right. Kuna Buka Limited, thank you so much. Keep To K, asante sana. We appreciate all of you. Please, thank you. Let's keep it right here as we continue with the discussion. Azimio are sustaining their campaigns around the country. Is this how to get the victory? We need to weigh on that. Kenya Kwanza angry at the drop of the cost of unga. Why the anger, we need to look at that keenly. The readiness of IEBC, somebody has not said anything on the same. We also want to know that. Is IEBC ready for these elections, or they want to take us for a ride the way they did in 2017? Let's look at this keenly and be able to make sure that no Kenyan is misled. Joshua, karibu, namna gani?
Salama Ben, habari yako?
Niko fiti, karibu karibu.
Niko kazini lakini I can still talk. Yes. Issue ya IBC readiness. To me, IBC has not convinced me. I'll only be convinced after election. But right now, you know, ukiumwa na nyoka, anytime ukiona tu kitu kama nyoka tu unafikiri itakuuma tena. So IBC walitubite mara mbili, 2013 and 2017. But here Chebukati ilitubite 2017. So right now I don't trust IBC. I'll trust IBC after election. It's when you're going to analyze how IBC has performed. But right now, we don't know how things are going to be, whether the Kim's kit is going to fail, whether what are Kura, because even right now they are confused. And I'm not so sorry to say this. IBC is confused. That's why the issues that were asked up to date, they haven't come out and clear and give us the pathway and give us the update. You know, I was expecting each and every day IBC should give us the update, the progress, but I don't see this happening. We are left with hardly less than 3 weeks. The things that were raised by Azimio, they haven't replied. Issue of manual register, they haven't given us direction. So to me, IBC, I don't trust IBC, and I only trust IBC after election. That's the time I'm going to say whether IBC performed or has not performed. But right now, I think IBC just want to mess up. And then on the issue of post-debate county reaction over the debate, I watched Leo Citizen. People were praising Martha. I watched everybody was praising Martha, the way he articulated our issues. He came out well. You know, sometimes sisi kama wanaume, when you sit with a lady doing exam with a lady, and then unfortunately a lady amekubit in exam, you know, you feel embarrassed. I'm sure right now the person known as Gashagwa, you feel embarrassed because yesterday Iron Lady embarrassed her publicly because he couldn't defend anything. He couldn't articulate his issue, but Martha was very composed. He had ideas, and he was giving us each and every steps how the Azimio is going to change the narrative, how they're going to deal with the corruption. So when I was looking how people are reacting in the county reaction, everybody was praising Martha. There are just few people who were praising Gachagua. Yeah, kila mahali lazima kuwe na watu ambao wana divergent opinion. So we also welcome those, but everybody, when you look at Voi, niliangalia Nakuru, Makueni, Samburu, almost all counties, each county, at least Martha was being praised. So that is a kudos to Martha, and we expect Baba to do it better. We expect Baba akija tarehe 26 We want him to kneel the nail. Can he tell us the manifesto? Jana Martha walijaribu koroga kidogo na Gachagua because Gachagua alikuja pale kupigana family ya Kenyatta. So I'm sure 26th, but my Baba is going to kneel the nail. And then on the issue Ruto being angry, especially Kenya Kwanza, you know, sometimes Kenya Kwanza lack wisdom, especially on the issue of price ime drop. Ruto angeplay a good propaganda on this. Kama ilikuwa ni mimi, angejisifu aseme kuwa it's me who has talked with the Uhuru na bei ya unga imepungua because me I call the Uhuru, and I know sometimes there are good propaganda about ukipiga you can also convince people. But him, instead of taking good propaganda, apige propaganda mzuri aseme kuwa it's me who has talked with Ruto, baba amekuwa na Uhuru, mimi nimempigia Uhuru leo simu, naona bei ya unga imepungua. You know, sometimes you should have some wisdom. But if it's angry wakati price imepunguzwa, I don't know, it's angry and is angry because of Uhuru or it's angry Kenyans, because at the end of it, bei ya unga imepunguzwa, whether it's because of political or because of anything. Bottom line, bei ya unga imepunguzwa, and people are now starting realizing that indeed we can get unga at 100 shillings. So when you see somebody, a leader who has been crying, complaining kuwa unga imepunguzwa, today same person anasema kuwa unga imepunguzwa kwa sababu ya election. So alikuwa anataka hii unga ipunguzwe after election. You know bei ya kitu punguzwa any time frame, it can either be done anytime. So whether it has been done right now or ingefanywa after election or ingefanywa jana ama ingefanywa last year, bottom line kuwa bei ya unga imepunguzwa, and we are really happy for this. But when you see somebody, a leader like Ruto, he doesn't have agenda. His agenda is just clinking on issue. Like what Tom said, Ruto anaenda Kitui. You know, sometimes I sympathize with Ruto. Anauliza watu kuwa wapi mama. You know, I watched that clip and I was not happy. People wakarespond, mama ameolewa Bondo. And then if you respect women in this country, now Ruto anasema kuwa mama ni mzee hawezi olewa. You know, sometimes there are things that when you say in a publicly, you want to embarrass. There's no age limit of anybody to marry. I know Mama Charity is a widow, but there's no age limit ambaye anaweza ruhusu mtu yote kuolewa, even to a man. So when Ruto can come and talk about the widow ambaye ni Mama Ngilu, it is very shameful. Yamaanisha kuwa he doesn't have respect to women. Anytime you want to hit on women, like the other time he was referring Wamalwa like a woman. Kuna wakati mwingine alisema kuwa Moses Wetangula alipigwa na bibi. You see, Ruto each and every time ana bring reference. He want to bring women as people who are weak. That's why ukiangalia all candidates wamechagua the running mate kama wanawake. But him, being that he doesn't value women, ameamua kuwa anamchagua Gachagua. You know, in Kenya Kwanza camp, we have so many women. He could have just decided to pick one woman, and then he could say that indeed now I also have women in my cabinet. When you see Ruto anadanganya wanawake kuwa at 50 sharing of his government, we have executive, and the executive is presidency. Angetakana 50% of executive agawanye, angepatia mwanamke moja nusu, yeye baki na nusu. But now when he is claiming that anapenda wanawake, and each and every time you want to attack women. Yesterday I was not happy with Ruto, And there's some sentiment as a leader you cannot just utter in publicly. You know, I really sympathize with Ruto. It triggered the people who are there, and then you want to attack our leaders. So to me, I think Ruto need to be tamed. And the only way you can tame this man Ruto is on 9th August 2022. Let's come out in a large number to pick a kura to stop this man Ruto, because it's abusive. The running mate is also abusive, and you cannot have the leaders who abuse their fellow leaders. So I'm urging my fellow Kenyans, kindly, I beseech you, we need to stop this arrogancy. On 9th August 2022. Thank you very much, Ben.
Okay, asante bwana Joshua, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tunashukuru kwamba ni muhimu kuangazia mambo vile yalivyo. Deputy President amevuka mipaka mingi, lakini kule ameanza kuvuka sasa imeanza kutisha, kwa sababu maadili na vijana wanajifunza mambo ambayo angewezekana kusikika hapo awali, yakizungumzwa na mtu ambaye ni kiongozi wa nchi na anatafuta kuwa kiongozi wa nchi hii. Ni jambo la kuhuzunisha kwamba people can get so twisted to that level. There are some things that we just can't take anymore. And so, like it has been said, I think Deputy President needs help. Na wale wamemzunguka wamsaidie, kwa sababu mahali anafika, Atuoli alisema anaweza kujinyonga. Hiyo ni kitu ambayo tusichukulie kwa mzaha. He needs help. You don't insult your elders that way. You don't disregard every other person. Even if you're full of yourself, you must have room for others also to exist in your environment. And especially our mothers. Mothers are important. They deserve our respect, even if it means ignoring the wrong we have done. Out of respect, you don't fight everybody. There's a limit to how many enemies you make. Even if you become president, now who will you work with? You have insulted everybody, you have looked down upon everybody, you have thrown mud on everybody. So how do you reconcile the country and rally it to follow you into your leadership? There's limit to how much you can fall. William Ruto has fallen big time. Naomba tumlete Olara tuwe maoni yake, lakini kabla ya Olara tusikilize hii video very quickly as Olara gets set to come and make his submission. Let's just listen out to this. Why are we where we are, and who has contributed to bring us where we are, and why is there a change of tone now? Listen.
To where we are today in terms of the infrastructure we have put in place. When I have had an opportunity to make a contribution, the contribution is loud and it is clear. The people of Kenya can see my fingerprints on the success of this government. They can see my footsteps in what we have done as a government. Unfortunately, when we lost the plot, so to speak, the country went in the wrong direction. And I want to take this opportunity, because I understand it well, to railroad Kenya so that we can move in the trajectory that will create jobs, will create opportunities, will sort out the cost of living, and sort out the debt issue.
You're running on this hustler narrative. Are you a hustler?
If you look at where I came from, vis-a-vis my competitors, you will understand why every Kenyan actually thinks I am a hustler. You know, politics in Kenya has been around people who have brands. Either your father was this or your father was that. The competition at the moment is largely between the current president, the son of the former president, the son of the former vice president, and all those. To put it much more clearly, I have grown my career from nothing, and I have climbed the ranks and learned the hard way to where I am today.
Are you disappointed that President Uhuru Kenyatta is not backing you for the presidency?
Well, to be fair to President Uhuru Kenyatta, we didn't have a deal. I decided to support Uhuru Kenyatta on the basis of my belief that he deserved an opportunity. It is him who made a commitment to himself and to the people of Kenya that he would support me. As for Uhuru Kenyatta supporting me or not, it's not the point. The point is, I have a plan, a solid plan. I have an agenda, and I believe I have the capacity to deliver on this plan and to change the destiny of my country.
In terms of your manifesto, some have argued that you're not really strong on the issue about corruption, which is a big problem in Kenya. Is that fair criticism?
We have a solid plan on dealing firmly, decisively, and conclusively with corruption. Number one, there is absolutely no reason why the judiciary continues to beg for money from the executive. We will operationalize the judiciary fund, which is a constitutional instrument, to facilitate the judiciary to hire all the men they need. Today, corruption cases take up to 10 years. We want corruption cases concluded in months. Number two, there is absolutely no reason why the DCI, why they continue to beg money from the office of the president. We will give financial independence to the criminal justice system. They will go after everybody without reference to the office of the president. And number three, we have put it in our manifesto that we will deal firmly and decisively with entrenched, chronic corruption that has taken over institutions and turned the whole country into state capture.
Okay, let's have Olara make his submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brothers and the panelists, Bernard, everyone. Am I heard clearly? Yes, I will start with the maize politics. Kenyatta died in 78. All our communities were eating whatever they're growing. Luos were eating a brown ugalis, and Luyas were eating also some brown and some white ugalis. Then Moi came in, and Kikuyus were eating the giveris and dumas, and they were all grown in sufficient numbers. So we had diversified our food. The food was diversified to an extent whereby every community grows what they eat. The Kisis were eating their disease. They supplemented with some ugalis, they supplemented with some muogo. But when Kenyatta died, by that time, the land distribution was complete. Those were white highlands were now held by big gun politicians. Moi was also having this same problem because he became president because of the land issue. This is where the food security started. He accommodated the Kiambu immigrants into Rift Valley. Some of them, you can just read that history. So I'm bringing you just closer to home. The first big Mahindi politics started in 1982 when we had that famine where we had, if some of you are old like me, we had some yellow maize food for cows in America. America give us cow meals. We ate it. I remember it too. That ugali was kapika ilikuwa inavunjika vunjika hivyo. If you remember the cake, the ugali cake. This where the maize politics started in this country, and it has never stopped. So Moi, what he did to salvage, he did good. He started this grain, what they call it, concentrated grains, whatever the silos. He created a lot of them, some in Kitale, but most of them were just in Rift Valley. Around the Rift Valley, where these white highlands were there. So the silos were our food security. Then the politics becomes more difficult to manage, needs more money. What happened is we weaponize food, we weaponize maize. Maize become a weapon. Some areas will be denied access to development. Then when politics is around there, then they'll be donated by maize. Some of them are subsidized, like what is happening now. You can just reflect if you are old enough, you can reflect now. Then at around 1992, 97, that's when we had our big sugar crisis. That's when we also weaponized the sugar now. If you all can remember that, if you're old enough, you can remember when we started weaponizing, because the crisis mainly comes in the second year of the election. That's when we'll have a crisis of maize or a crisis of sugar. So today, still, the maize was weaponized enough in the last 5 years of Kenyatta's presidency. Every time the budget is read, the maize goes up, and it goes up with maize. So nobody should tell you that the maize price was up because of Ukraine war. Let's be fair to the politics of Kenya. We've allowed this for so long. The politics of Kenya is money, and it's very expensive. The election in Kenya is very expensive. Any reasonable president next time should cut down on that. That's how we need our institution to work on cutting down the cost of politicking in Kenya. Because you cannot have an MP given a kit to run. That kit is literally just let him compensate the money. Like this CDF, 98% of CDF is just used maybe to build a classroom, but the rest of it is just used to bursary our children, so that MPs can now trade back their money they have it. This is how the agreement with the political class is. I'm coming to IEBC shortly. So you see the amount of politicking around the amount we're using, because if IEBC officially can say that an MP can use 100 million to campaign, which is his salary for around 2 years, then you can see what the MP is targeting. He will not target anything else. He'll just target the same CDF money is coming to his constituency to compensate himself. Now let's move forward very fast, because now, as this TV, as Bernard has always told us, let's speak our hearts, and this is conscious. Your heart is your conscience. Regardless of how we look at our opponents, but this politics of Kenya is just too expensive, and it's not sustainable. It continues that way, we'll not blame even China. We'll not blame them, because some of these deals we are doing with China is politics. Politicians have to have money to run the politics, to compete. If we reduce the amount of money used in our campaign, those monies can even feed our needy now. Now let me come back to the maize again. Let me conclude on that. If you remember, the maize was allowed to go up to over 200. And the 207 manifesto of Jubilee was to bring it back to what it was. And if you can remember all our other three presidents, Moi, especially Moi is because he's the creator of the maize politics. Alikuwa anaimaga siwezi kuumiza wamama, siwezi kuumiza nani. He maintained that thing for 24 shillings for almost like always ruling time. It was 24 shillings. If you can remember, I remember myself when I was going to school. If my mama tells me to go and buy 2 kilograms, it was 24 shillings. It went 97 ndio ikapanda kidogo ikuja kama 48 hapo. By the time I was leaving, ndo sasa tukaanza kuhit the high 60s, 70s. And Kibaki pia ka maintain you around 90 hapo up to 110. Lakini now Kenyatta, he accelerated it the last second term to up to 230. Now he's taking it back to 100. So why did he accelerate it to run up this way? Was it not seeing the priorities, or was it not aware of priorities? Was it not seeing the precedence of other presidents? Okay, let me leave that alone. And if now today Ruto is shambuliering the reduce of the maize, the flour to that level, he was part and parcel of that. He knew the politics which was being played around the maize, and especially the maize and sugar. He knew exactly. And it has been done to him this time round. So now coming to IEBC, which is my other issue. Raila fought IEBC twice. And in both instances, the point was clear that somebody won with IEBC, usaidizi. IEBC helped 2013 and helped 2017. It helped them to win. So now, if IEBC was caught in it was not caught in 2013 with Ketis and Mutulas, we know the incidents which happened. A lot of assassination happened after that 2013 to conceal that win. We lost Saitoti, we lost Mutula, we lost a lot of. It was just part of that politics. And this is the time when the actual big drugs started coming to Kenya. And when you allow the big drug money into country, the economy is destroyed. You and I cannot buy a land because those people will just overbuy you. You want to umetegea ka plot hapo umoja, mtu amuone plot anataka kuweka hapo ka flat yake na hiyo nini. He just buy it in 10 million. We want to buy it in 2 million just after. This how Isili was taken. We allowed money from Somalia, then we have a small Mogadishu in Isli. Because literally any other Kenyan in Isli was thrown out because of those inflated money. Monies which are not from the economy, and they're not coming for investment in industries, they're just coming to compete with the locals. This is how we went wrong. Now coming to IEBC. IEBC, consciously or unconsciously, I think they had a hand in 2013 and 2017. And today, the only party who's still lamenting about IEBC mostly is us, Wananchi, because we knew the cost of 2007. We know the cost of 2007. We know the cost. We paid costly. Hawa watu walishikana mkono wakagawa mshahara, wakagawa madaraka. Sisi ndo tulilipa hiyo. Some of us cannot see eye to eye because some of you are relocated permanently. Some of you are dead. People, you cannot even bury them. You just bury them near to your uncle's grave, somehow live. But this politics of money is unaangalia hii 200 utapatiana kila sehemu hiyo unapokea. Hiyo ni kitu mbaya sana because they are buying your conscience. You cannot speak like I'm speaking freely now. Because I can even speak more louder if we are given that freedom. IEBC should come clear. The servers should be open before this next election. And IEBC should open this server and say the actual thing is this or was that. I know it will create some animosity, so let's leave that alone. But eventually, in the history of the IEBC, they should always remember to open that server again. Again, coming to the theme and the heat and argument we have around the manual or the primary identification of IEBC system is the KIM. The KIMs. If the KIMs fail, we'll have another KIM with SD card, which confirms the same KIMs. So when the ruling of High Court say that we should have an alternative now, if you read the Mr. CEO of IEBC said that every KIM in every station should have the similar printed version of what is registered in either the SD card or in the KIMS itself. So when you revert to the manual, you revert to the manual if the KIMS fail, and then you try another KIMS fail, then you go to SD card. It's a small card, you just insert it there. We'll have the people within that poll. Then when they confirm or don't confirm yourself, so the argument that we should have a manual ticking there, I think we're inviting a lot of troubles in our politics, and our opposition have no problem. Our problem is the money in the politics. If you can see an amount of donations, hybrid cars, painted hybrid cars, painted and repainted for the same cost, then you can know what is the what the winning of their team means. It will mean you have to compensate all of that, i.e., even if you're not qualified, you'll be a board member of something. Because if you remember, we have almost 60 or over 60 parastatals, and all those parastatals have boards. They accommodate almost 2,000 appointees of the president alone. So you can see the plums job there, and those guys are not accountable for you, not for me. They'll just be there to do politics. And Martha have said we'll be dealing with corruption head on. Sasa, let Baba Lee win cheaply so that we cannot pay a lot of things. Let's campaign, let's continue to tell the truth here. People should vote wisely. Baba should not have a burden to appoint anyone. Baba should not have a burden to reappoint somebody, or Baba should not have something to do with any politician. Let's just focus on corruption. Unga iende chini, sukari iende chini, na hiyo mambo ya free education is very vital, iende chini, alafu help watu wasaidiwe, vijana wetu walikuwa wamegraduate wakati ya hard times, wawe free wafanye kazi yao, na Mungu asaidie Kenya. And this is my submission for tonight, Mr. Ben, na tuko pamoja na ile mchango wetu ile ingine tutaendelea tu, ile ingine ile ya kukipa live hapa, very important because now inawaka moto, na kila mtu hapa, you should not focus on your party. If your MCA is on ODM lakini ni corrupt, toa nje, take an independent. If you just try to kama Maka anasema hiyo uchaguzi sio hapa juu itakuwa rahisi sana, lakini hapo chini where you're actually voting, see the person, see the heart of the person. I support Martha on that. Hiyo number 6 suit is bullshit, but it should always be revolving around Azimio. If you have a better Azimio guy, just vote him in and tuendelee mbele. Asanteni sana mandugu, mimi kawaida yangu nafanyanga haraka haraka, spendi arguments, na taonga hivyo alafu napotea. Asante.
Asante Bwana Olara, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, tunasonga mbele. Bwana Mike, ulitupwa nje na mitambo, naomba sasa utamatishe. Thank you sir. Bwana Mike, you come around ama...
Yes Bernard, asante. Asante. Vile nilikuwa nasema, Bernard, the politics of unga. Am I on, Bernard?
Yes, you're on, go on.
Thank you. Thank you. As I was telling you, Bernard, before I was cut off, the politics of unga is politics of corruption, and that is one singular issue that any government what it sold, or any government that purports to want to bring change to this country must deal with decisively. And Bernard, I got a new word from Kachagwa yesterday. He's calling corruption and petty thief state capture. There is nothing like state capture. Thieves are just thieves. Let's not give them decent names. Mtu akiiba kuku nyumbani, we don't say it is state capture. We just say mtu ameiba kuku, and the procedure is to arrest him, charge him, imprison him, or make him pay and surrender the stolen property. But we have camouflaged the bad manners, gluttonous way of stealing. Unajua kuna kuiba kidogo yenye that is decent. I'm not saying there is good thieving and bad thieving, but ile kuiba paka unaiba dawa za watu wenye wanakufa ukimwi, mnaiba chakula ya watu wanakufa, alafu you call it state capture. There is no other definition of a thief. A thief is a thief by all definitions. And that is one singular issue, Bernard, that the next government should deal with. Why UDA avoids this word corruption? They will look for every other word to replace the word corruption and thief, and give it different names and different titles is still very disturbing for me, because it means that they are not willing or ready to face this problem. And I thank Martha Karua for giving us a hint and the clearest indication that we are not going to form a commission to deal with this problem, because this problem of Unga Bernard still comes back to corruption. And the history is known. Our factories, Bernard, have been run down because of corruption. How come we have sugar factories in Uganda operating, and we are saying the cost of production of sugar is high, so we have to import from Brazil and other places? It is possible for this government and this country to even set up factories to produce fertilizers, especially for our domestic use. We don't need to import fertilizers for maize when we can get a way of getting our own fertilizing. And this is again purely because of corruption, because it is easier and better for you to keep a few people that Mata calls a gang of people, who then get tenders from government to bring sugar, to bring rice, to bring maize. And that cycle goes on and on and on, year in, year out. And the reason why Uhuru gave us that background is that this problem is not even political. It is more of a gang of corrupt people who have made sure that they keep that problem going on year in, year out. The politics is just a conduit or an opportunity to maximize the agenda of stealing from Kenyans. So me, I'll not buy the story of politics in this sugar issue or unga issue. It is purely business people who have then bought or gotten the attention of politicians to use them to get what they want to do. Because it is not possible, Bernard, that people in Uganda, Tanzania, with the same environment, are able to plant the things we are saying we can't plant. They are planting maize, they are planting rice, they are planting wheat, which we can't plant. What is peculiar about Kenya? So, Bernard, it is just thieves who have arrested the minds of politicians, and these thieves actually are the ones who fund most of these politicians. So, these politicians, at the end of the day, become almost at the mercy of these crooked businessmen, who then keep promising them that if you give us these tenders, we shall do this and give you some money. And at the end of the day, they are the ones who are benefiting from
Sorry, Mike. It seems your network is getting crazy. Yes, Olara, what is it?
I just want to add on what Mike was saying, and especially since we know the cost of maize crisis is fertilizer. So I want us all to just try to Google and see what is fertilizer made of. Fertilizer yetu zamani ilikuwa ni ng'ombe anakojoa, anakunya hiyo mavi yake, unaweka kando, you add some hay on it, unaikoroga koroga, then the next season you just distribute it into the land. Especially if you have I mean, goats are making the best fertilizers if you have the dung somewhere. Sasa, these chemical fertilizers, which in fact I want us to really go hard on it. Let's find out how is fertilizer manufactured. If none of those politicians can establish a fertilizer factory in our system, so we can see where the most dung are. The most dung are found in where the high cattle ranching is done. So we have to go there. Those dung should be considered for producing those fertilizers. And another thing which we haven't been factoring in is cooking oil. Cooking oil is another bastard in our system, because if you go to Uganda, they have sim, they have nuts, they have a lot of stuff. If you go to, if you just land in Kampala, you'll find a soup with grounded nuts. They're not using cooking oil. They just cook their kisamvus, their greens. They just add a peanut oil on it, or a peanut, ile njugu imesagwa watu wanakula. So in as much as I want to deal with this high literage, ukiangalia liter mafuta saizi ni almost what, 6,000? What is it, 3,000 from 1,200? Hiyo pia something which is eating up into our food habits. So we have to diversify. We have to diversify in teaching. People should eat. Wakati mafuta ya mkebe haiko, you can always eat something. Hiyo tumaliza kolonizio from 1977 hapo, hiyo mambo ya cowboy kwa ladha specially. Then we came to Kimbo's at 78. Then everyone here was raised by Kimbo oil. Whereas we have groundnuts, we can eat healthily from groundnuts. We can mama yetu anaweza kupikia vizuri na groundnuts, because you just boil the greens, you add the groundnuts on it, and that thing is delicious, with as oily as you can like it to be. Moving forward, Bernard, make a decision to have food politics topic one day here, and dig into history that I've just given you a hint, some hints about, because if a politician can really politic around your food, around your stable, look at Russia. Their stable is supplied every time. Kama mnakulanga chapati, unga tu inakuanga tu straight out is there. This is the basis of the government. Kama government inaweza kuneglect bei ya unga iende paka 240 for some time, then now says the unga is 100. So why was it allowing it? Were they collecting some fees on us to politics on it? I don't understand. My conscience is not right now. I think somebody ate our unga and is now trying to return the unga to us. That's how Ruto should also come clear. We have to clear this unga, because you cannot make people suffer, then say you are saving them. This is what I just call the Ruto and Uhuru responsible. You cannot make people suffer for unga. Unga no. Just tax anything else, but unga no. Asanteni sana. Oleni, I'm very emotional.
Thank you, Manolara, and I would say this: there are many factors. But one of the things that the government cannot do is regulate prices of products directly. The Minister for Finance cannot come up and read out the prices of milk, the prices. Since we are in a free market, it is demand and supply. Our greatest enemy is the cartels that wants to take advantage of a situation, create artificial scarcity of products to inflate the prices to their advantage. Now, all that is done by mostly the people who have who want to force the government to allow them to either do importation, or the time for them to import their products or bring in their illegal products has arrived. And so they create an artificial scarcity to get a leeway to continue with their evil. That evil is what needs to be stopped. And we need leadership that has a nerve to look at them in the eye and tell them that is not going to happen. And so let the farmers also get profit from what they are investing. Note that the time when the farmers are going to sell their maize is worth nothing. And when they are about to go and plant, the seed and the fertilizer is worth everything. I think the government should step in and secure the country's food basket, not to leave it at the mercy of these scrupulous cartels, people who are heartless, who want to get whatever they want to get at all costs, even if it will take the blood of Kenyans. It's evil, in my opinion, and needs to be stopped by all means. Let's get these two videos and then we will get to the next person. There are UDA people who are crying on the comment section. Keep crying. If you have a point, come in the studio and make your submission. If you're here to perpetuate propaganda, that is what will not happen here. If you have something to say about the welfare of this country and how this country is going to move forward, bring it up. We will listen to you. But if all you're here is to dig in for some twisted ideology that have no head or tail, we don't have time for that. And I have no apologies for the same. MA, you are behind the curtain. If you can't put your camera on, we can't add you to the studio because we want to maintain quality video for the people who view this show after we are done. So if you can't be on camera, you stay at the comment section. That's where you can hide your face and still contribute. But if you want to be part of the panel, you must keep your camera on. The moment your camera is off, we kick you off the screen because we want quality video for the people who view this show when it is done. Thank you very much. I want us to quickly go through these several videos as my time is beginning to run fast. Let's listen out carefully and fast enough.
First story today. Now, 8 years ago, one man began what passed as lamentation to then CORD leader Raila Odinga, who was out of the country on a three-month political sabbatical leave, informing him of how things were bad politically in the country. His catchphrase was "Baba, while you were away." And those particular words have now turned into almost an official name for Azimio la Umoja's presidential candidate Raila Odinga. So how did he come up with the name Baba? And did he expect the prominence it gained? Duncan Khaemba spoke to Japhet Muroki, the man behind the phrase "Baba while you were away." Take a look.
Baba ukiwa awe wamefunga ofisi ya Landry, baba ukiwa awe wamefukuza ngavana wa Nairobi Kidero.
It was on 28th May 2014 when the country got to know the man behind the phrase "Baba while you are away," Japhet Muroki, after he went to court and obtained orders against then Police Inspector General David Kimayo to allow opposition coalition CORD hold a welcoming rally for Raila Odinga on 31st May 2014.
Mkaweka kwa Twitter, mkaniambia ni Baba while you are away. Sisi tulikuwa tunakufa na njaa. Baba, waliwa way.
8 years later, the name Baba has gained massive political traction and has become Raila Odinga's official political name since 2017, dotting his campaign posters and placards across the country. The name has been embraced by all and sundry across all the country's social strata, and even the president now refers to Odinga as Baba.
Ama mwasemaje? Baba tosha. Baba ametosha.
We asked Japheth Muroki, the man behind Raila's latest political name, what led him to coin the phrase and why.
Nilimuita baba kwa sababu ni baba wa ukombozi, ni baba wa demokrasia, ni baba wa freedom.
Surprisingly, despite having moved to court seeking orders to have the Uhuru Park Code rally be allowed, the human rights and political activist was not allowed to be anywhere near Odinga.
Wakati hiyo niliomba viongozi wa ODM, National Top Leadership, wanipe nafasi niende nilaki baba airport nimweleze live. Viongozi wetu by then wakakataa, wakasema siasa yangu ni andreveso ni wanu. Siwezi haijafika level ya kwenda kuongea na mzee. Okay, mimi nikaacha.
Muroki, who says he is a businessman, was quick to patent the slogan thereafter.
Najivunia kama unaweza kupatia mtu kama Raila jina na hiyo jina inaenda kudeliver yeye kuwa president wa nchi, ni najivunia, lakini ile mapato nilikuwa nipate kutokana nayo ilimblokiwa, na niko na matumaini akiwa president maisha yangu itabadilika hapo pamoja na Wakenya wengine.
Nothing has changed for him despite the fame and close ties he enjoys with Raila Odinga for 8 years now.
Namuamini akipata nafasi, labda ni kwa vile ni raia kawaida, ajapata nafasi, maybe akipata nafasi itabadilika.
Muroki is just one among the tens of Kenyans who appear to have fanatical love for Odinga in what the late Vice President Michael Wamalwa referred to as Raila Mania.
Baba icholono, baba icholono.
Wakuje waombe msamaha, wapige mara goti na waseme mara ngapi? Mara 3. Raila Baba, Raila Mwana na Roho Mtakatifu.
You know, the people who believe very strongly on what they want to achieve, and they associate the success or the quest with me.
Raila Odinga has acquired many political names such as Tinga, Agwambo, Jacom, Joshua, and now Baba. Duncan Haemba, KT.
Well, thank you very much. Those of you who are following around the country and around the world, we appreciate all of you for your followership. And Baba, while you are away, it's become a household name now. And how it began, it was very insignificant. It was just an innocent tweet that now has grown into a big thing. It doesn't matter how small you begin, your greatness cannot be stopped if you keep on the right path. They are the UDA bloggers here claiming Raila is finished. This Raila has been finished for so many times, but he keeps re-emerging. I don't think your commenting is finished is going to finish him. The person finished here is one William Ruto. He's the one running around the country crying. He's crying the chiefs. He's crying the DOs. He's crying everything and everybody. Now he's crying Unga. He's now crying the price of items. He's crying Uhuru Kenyatta. When will he stop crying? And why would he be crying if he's ahead of these elections and he's having an upper hand in these elections and he's the born winner of these elections? He would not be crying. And so from the fact that he's crying, and of course you people trust his mind and his thoughts, you need to deduce from that he has already seen he's going nowhere with his bottom-up madness and the other blame game madness. And so you need to begin to see those signs and interpret them for what they are, other than continuing to follow a blind person to they say a stubborn fly follows the corpse to the grave, and there they get buried together. So if you want to follow the corpse to the grave, you are free to. But the truth is, Baba is here to stay. He's still the fulcrum of Kenyan politics. Without him, many of you would not be here, and you wouldn't be saying what you are saying. So just take it easy. You can't erase Baba from history, and you cannot eliminate him from the future. And so relax and watch the future being drawn and determined by one Raila Odinga in terms of Kenyan politics. Otherwise, if you are twisted and you want to divert that, you will end up stranded like one William Ruto, who doesn't now know what to go for, which seat he's campaigning for. If he goes to Kitui, he fights the governor. He goes to this area, he fights the MCA. He goes in this other place, he fights the senator. Who is he running against? Is it Uhuru Kenyatta? Is it Raila Odinga? Is it Wajakoya? And the truth is, even Wajakoya is giving him a hard time. And like I've said before, if he does not take time, he will become number 3. And we are really working hard to see to it that that happens. Right now, the number 1 seat has already been taken. Take it or leave it. It has already been taken. The only position remaining is to determine who will be number 2 in this election. And that is between William Ruto and Wajakoya, who will take the number 2. For the rest of the story, we'll be here on the 9th of August and 10th and 11th and 12th until the swearing-in ceremony is done. We'll be full-time on air. So relaxini, mambo yenu bado. Thank you very much. Bwana Mike, hebu njoo mbio mbio malize story yako. Hii inaonekana watu wa UDA wamevamia wewe na
Bernard, I looks like I'm targeted, but I will survive. Bernard, people who send Raila even went further to tell us amwezi tufukuza ODM, mkuje mtufukuze Jubilee, only to have Baba as they purport running government with Uhuru. I'm not saying he's running; they are the ones who have purported. So somebody who you have sent home cannot come back and take over your office and even run government. So as you say, give Raila his due respect. As you have seen that clip, Bernard, some of us, because I'm one of them who follow Raila, we follow him not because of politics, but we follow him because of what he carries. He carries hope and aspirations. And for that, we are willing to go with him all the way and at whatever cost. When Raila came to Nakuru, Bernard, I went and bought a t-shirt and a cap. It was not thrown to me the way those yellow t-shirts are thrown, the way you throw maize to chicken. You buy them decently and respectively from a vendor. And that's how some of us behave with Baba. We pay him to support him, while others are paid to support. So for me and those who believe in the vision and the call of Azimio, we are cut from a different wood, and I think that's why we shall never agree. Bernard, I had just finished, but I wanted to pick up something that happened yesterday. This debate where Rigathi had been given scripts to package himself as a Christian and a family person and all that. And he started bringing in trivialities that he himself said he wouldn't bring. When you start saying you don't drink and you're hardworking, Bernard, I know of corporates like Safaricom. God forbid our foreign heroes like Bob Colmo. They used to have 1 or 2 drinks, and Safaricom didn't go down because Colmo was having a drink. The person Gachagua says he's a gentleman and the best president Kenya had, Mwai Kibaki, was not a teetotaler, and he himself gives him credit as having been the best president. We also read that Hitler never used to drink beer. He was a teetotaler, but that didn't make Hitler a good person. And we have cases of very many people. I have a lot of respect for Moi, but he had his own misgivings. And it is not because he didn't drink beer that made him have those misgivings. So the character of a person, as a person, I'm a Christian, I don't drink beer, but I don't judge leaders based on what they drink or don't drink. Bernard, I read the Bible, and there was a young man who went to Jesus and said, "Me, I don't drink, I don't steal, I don't sleep with people's wives." But Jesus didn't find him convincing because it is those are not the qualification of a good person. Jesus was with prostitutes. Jesus was with the tax collectors, and he knew why he was with them, because they were maybe more honest than these good-looking churchgoers who in the Bible are referred to as Pharisees. So we don't want these Pharisees coming back in sheepskin, telling us how good they are, Bernard. I thought I should remind Kenyans of that.
Thank you, Mike, for bringing that up. You know, the Christianity of appearance. I spoke about that today. I was teaching on those of you who followed. I was teaching on the blessed are the poor in the spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of God. And it led us into that Christianity of appearance other than the Christianity of reality. God is about the reality behind the appearance. And the people who are determined to use church to get their political way will be resisted by God, because God is there to use us, but he's never there to be used by anybody. So trying to fly the Christian wherever posture in order to win an election, it will just backfire against you, like it is already doing. You don't determine to use God and get away with it. And so William Ruto and his team, they better wise up. And if you want to be the president of Kenya, you cannot portray yourself to be a one side religious leader. You need to be a father to all, a mother to all, a supporter of all. And if you are asking for presidency and you are threatening the Muslims, you are threatening the Dinzambwa, you are threatening the atheist, and then they will gang up against you. And I'm sure you won't succeed. Like I have said, the church, so-called church, in 2010, they ganged up together, they distributed whistles and red cards, and they blew them around the country, campaigned, and they couldn't succeed to stop the 2010 constitution. The same thing is going to happen, and even worse at this point in time. But because right now, they even don't have the women constituents. The women constituents is gone. Kateni miti tafadhali, keep atupatie update vile miti imekatwa, kwa sababu hii kitu itakuwa hatari. The half of Rift Valley is going to vote for Baba because of the women constituents matter. And so when that happens, plus the other parts of this country, there will be a new song in town, and that song will be concede. Concede or stay that way. But if you're banking on the handshake, there is no handshake. At least I agree with you on that one. There is no handshake. Hatutaki mizigo kwa hii serikali. Tunataka serikali safi ambayo ikiingia ofisi Monday inaanza kazi. Hakuna story nilisema hii, nilikupigia kura, nilienda kuomba huku, naomba uniangalie. Hakuna story. Tunataka a free government that will go forth and work for Kenyans to make Kenya a better place for every life that matters. We'll get this video quickly and then bring MA to make his submission. But wherever you are, supporting UDA, supporting Kenya Kwanza, or supporting Azimio, understand one thing. If what you're voting for is not making Kenya better, you are part of the problem, and we will solve you in good time. Quick video, then MA can come in. Naomba tulete hii kidogo.
Alex seems to have a question, Bernard.
Alex seems to have a question. Alex, hold on.
for Galana Kulalu irrigation scheme, which could have helped with our food reserves, was stolen. Kenyans know even the fertilizer, there was a scandal. Maize, there was a scandal. Kenyans know who are responsible for those scandals. And Mr. Gachagua is also aware. And together with his captain, they may know more.
Since mother, who is actually my mother, my late mother is Mother Kerigo. Since she joined government, she has been consumed by the lies of the same government.
Alex, what do I say?
Gachagua, hapo Gachagua alitupa mbao. I think somebody was speaking to him on the mic, your earpiece. I think he got confused. How do you get from my mother was called this way? I mean, that was Aurelius. Anyway, Gachagua made my day yesterday anyway. So, Mike, I had a question. What did Jesus tell the young man that said he was good and he did not sleep with anybody's wife, he had not stolen? What did Christ tell him?
He told him to go and sell everything he has and follow him.
So
And the man refused. The man couldn't sell. He was too consumed with his materialism.
No, my Bible says, I think I'm also not, I drink more beer than read my Bible. But my Bible tells me that he told him to go and sell all his good. The man left sad. So I think we should have told Gachagua the moment he said, I don't drink, and then we say, then go sell your 600, bring your 600 million here. You will have seen how Gachagua will have gone sad. Or I think that is a solution. But I want to remind you guys, Obama used to drink beer, and I'm not saying I'm encouraging people to do that. There was a situation whereby Obama had a problem with a certain cop who had a problem with a certain Black American historian. He invited them to the White House, and they sat down openly and they drank 2 beers and they solved the problems they had. Trump has never drunk in his life. That's what he says. His brother was an alcoholic and he stopped. He said he will never drink. But then you see what Trump does. So, I mean, you can't gauge that from. But I think Gachagua should have been told that verse that go sell all your goods and then come back and you see how he will have reacted. Bernard, I think that's a good punchline.
Thank you, Alex. That is a good one. Go sell everything you have, give the money to the poor, and come and follow me. And he went home sorrowful, for he had great wealth. And Jesus commented and said, behold how hard it is, those that trust in riches, to enter the kingdom of God. It's possible for a camel to enter the eye of a needle.
Bernard, that verse talks about Gachagua. I didn't know that verse was written for Gachagua.
So you can forward it to him, but we're glad for that. Mr. Kamau, nimeona wewe, lakini wacha tukaribishe mwe kwanza, alafu tutakuja kwako. Asante bwana Eme, namna gani?
Bari Mr. Bernard, meshukuru kunipatia chance ya kucontribute. I'm one of those people.
I'm fine. Go on. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm usually the people behind the curtains. A lot of the viewers who get to listen, maybe the diaspora. But I wanted to do a time capsule. I wanted today to come out of the shadows. I do a time capsule for myself. And hear me out. My time capsule is I was home for 10 days. I live in California, and I just came back. So I got a chance kutembea kwenye nasikia watu wamesema Nakuru. I got a chance to go around even for those 10 days just to see the mood of how everything is going prior to the election. The good thing that everybody is expectant of a new government, and things are, for the most part, they're going to be a free and fair election, no matter what side you're following. But when tuko nje, we always pray. I always remember years ago, tukiogopa when things were not so good back in 07. Unapiga nyumbani, unasikia kuna nini. So that's one point I wanted to make. So the time capsule for me is at this moment, so close to election, things from what I saw are looking up and up. Again, no matter what side you're on. I've talked about the hope. I think it's going to be free and fair for the most part. I'm kind of connected, so I'm lucky to been able to see a lot of different people when I was on the ground. So I think it's going to be free and fair. If Baba takes it, it's fine. And a lot of hope for people who are going to vote for him. I think that's pretty much it. I think I want to come back Narudi Nyumbani after the elections. I'll be there for another 10 days, probably in September, October. By then everything will be, but like you were saying, Takomsha, we'll know who the president is, we'll see where things are, and I'll come back again and see for myself again, seeing this process now and seeing what has been going on in Africa and Guinea is why I was doing this. And again, thank you for giving me a platform to do this time capsule for myself. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you, May. We appreciate that, and we look forward to engaging further, even as we continue urging Kenyans to do what is right. There is Geoffrey Ruto. I say there's no handshake, and there will be no need for handshake. There is no need of handshake between the people who get 30% and the rest get 70%. And we don't have anybody that can force a handshake. The handshake was necessary because somebody lost the election and needed legitimacy. And because of that, it was of great necessity at that point in time. Can William Ruto precipitate a crisis to call for negotiation and sitting down and reconciliation? I don't see that happening. And so let's just forget it. Ruto has lost this election. He's not going to lose it. He has already lost the elections. Look at all the people surrounding him. Look at his support base. Look at the machinery he's deploying. If this thing is free, fair, and credible, Ruto lost it not yesterday, not on 9th of August. He lost it in 2018 when he failed to support the handshake and began to fight the government. That is when Ruto lost the elections. And you can take that to any bank anywhere. They will cash it for you without reading it. Any other person who is deceiving themselves to encourage themselves that William Ruto is going anywhere with these elections, he is only deceiving you. Don't volunteer to be deceived. Understand politics and know that politics are not events. They are processes, and those processes are forthrighting. In my opinion, right now, Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga are not working on 2022 elections. They are working on 2032 elections. So if Ruto has already lost the 2022 and is trying to survive the 2022, can you imagine how he will stop the 2032? He has no plan for 2032 when people are working on 2032 while they are finishing. The 2022 already got finished. So understand that, and that's not prophetic. It's all political reality. Embrace it in good time. It will help you not commit suicide on the 10th of August 2022. Asante sana. Naomba tuende moja kwa moja kwa Mr. Kamau. You can hold on tusikilize mzee kwanza tukikuja kwako. It's good to remind ourselves some of these things.
Lazima kuvumilia. Moyo ametukanwa mara ngapi? Kama ningekuwa na roho kama ya panya, siningali kuisha tuba nyinyi.
Nguruwe hujikanga na mafuta yake. Nilisema juu ya kutafuta kura, tafuteni kura kwa amani. Kama mtu anakataza wewe kura, hapana kasirika. Hiyo ni haki yake.
Mr. Kamau, you're welcome.
Thank you, Ben. I'm donning
Mutembei,
Thank you. Welcome to the community.
tunahubiri injili ya Mutembei. I'm happy to be here today, and Mzee Moi was, when you compare Moi and Ruto, I think Moi was a saint. Despite the fact that Moi was oversaw so many assassinations, Ruto is a combination of Hitler and Moi. So he's actually dangerous. So Moi was having some facts. Nguruwe hujikaranga na mafuta yake. And that is what Ruto is doing at the moment. Yeye anajikanga na mafuta yake. And I want to tell those followers of Ruto cannot precipitate a crisis in Kenya. Because if he is depending with the quota Kikuyus that are supporting him, then he'll be so disappointed because they cannot ban or go to the streets and avoid going home or working. It is not going to be possible. Baba's support is national. And that is why Baba akisema leo ni holiday, it is a holiday. It becomes a holiday in Garissa, a holiday in Mombasa, in Nairobi, in Kisumu, in Eldoret, in Nakuru. Nani aitishe maandamano kwanza tumwamini? Kwa sababu sisi Wakikuyu hatuwezi fuata maandamano. Tutakula maandamano saa ngapi? Even the few Kikuyus that are following him because of his money cannot help. And that is why I'm actually worried when someone says that, sijui ati Ruto is winning Nairobi. Winning Nairobi where? How? Who is going to support? The people who vote in Nairobi are Kisis, they are Luos, they are Luyas, Kambas. You cannot beat these groups. They are huge. They are massive. And then when you add Kikuyus there, the unfortunate thing about Ruto is that the only way out it is using Chebukati, and the good thing about the government and the people in Kenya now know that they have a relationship with Chebukati, and people like he's using people like the wife and of course Wetangula. The good thing about it is that the government has been aware that they have been planning to rig the elections. And so what you do when you know that a thief is about to steal your house, don't catch him before he steals. If you are forewarned, you are forearmed. Unaacha afungue mlango, aingie ndani, achukue bangles, achukue pesa. Wakati anatoka kwa mlango ndio unamwambia hey, unamvamia hapo na mnampeleka polisi because you have enough evidence. Ruto has been planning this thing for long, but we are aware, and I think everybody is aware that there is an unholy relationship between him and the CEO of IBC and of course the chairman of IBC. But that will not work this time around. I think people will guard their votes. I think Kenyans will now wait for every polling station so that they see exactly what has happened. And even Raila now is aware that even in Mount Kenya, he should be very careful. And I know he knows this, that the agents of Mount Kenya should be there 24/7. In fact, he should put 2 agents in every polling station because the only way Ruto can become president in Kenya is to steal the elections. But votes hakuna kura. Kura zile anategemea ni za Wakikuyu kama sisi, na sisi unajua sisi tunakaa kama maini. You cannot put us into your hands. You never know where you're going to slide and fall until the last minute. We are not going to be bought because of some few coins and somebody promising heaven. And there is nothing in life that you have ever done that is significant. Hakuna kitu tunaweza sema kama Michuki ulileta Michuki rules, kama Motudho rules. There's nothing Ruto has ever done. He cannot tell us he brought digital TV, that is Matiangi. He cannot tell us he has nothing to show, even when he was a minister of agriculture. That is when people are buying hewa at KMC. That is, and therefore, when I see him, even in BBC today, saying that he has built roads, that there is a fingerprint or a footprint for his development, it's a lie, because when you're hungry, when you're full of what we call greediness, you're greedy. When will you steal and build a road at the same time? Therefore, it is sad, and I feel for him, because once he loses this election, he's not gonna be the president in this country, because this country does not deserve people with questionable character to lead them. You saw what Gigathe was telling us. He doesn't drink, but he steals. What is better? Eh? Yadhani hata ukule mali yako polepole na ukae na integrity kuliko kutuambia ati I don't drink, I'm a family man. My wife is a bishop. Bishop for where? Does he preach to you that stealing is bad? Does he preach to you that killing is bad? Because these are people who are killing others. They are destroying people's life in their stealing. And then you are telling me your wife is a bishop. Msome Biblia kutoka Genesis mpaka Revelation, na msisome ikiwa upside down, na msiruke chapter yoyote. Yeah? That is what we should be talking about. The reason why we are questioning their character. And then let them not compete with Uhuru Kenyatta. If we made a mistake of electing Uhuru Kenyatta, he's not on the ballot now. The person on the ballot is Raila Amolo Odinga. Let them not keep on telling us the state capital of Uhuru Kenyatta, that Uhuru Kenyatta has taken all the milk. No, don't buy Brookside. Go buy KCC. Kuna maziwa mingi sana unaweza nunua. Don't support anything that Uhuru has. Kama banki ya Uhuru ni hiyo inaitangwa ya Fuliza, wachana nayo, enda KCB. Don't, some of these arguments of state capture are just mediocre. Ati sijui umenunuliwa maziwa. Nani alikuambia uuzie Uhuru? Si uuzie KCC ama uuzie neighbor wako? Some of this nonsense is unbelievable. Actually, that is something that is an agenda now. If Uhuru Kenyatta removes all his companies in Kenya, almost a million people will be unemployed. And he can do that because he has the money. But Uhuru Kenyatta aside, we voted for him. His term is over. He is not on the ballot. Tell us the problem with Raila Odinga so that we don't vote for him. Tell us what he has stolen so that we don't vote for him. That is Raila Odinga who is on the ballot. But the person Uhuru Kenyatta is not on the ballot. He is not contesting for any seat. Kwa hivyo mimi nashangaa sana nikiona state capture here, state capture there. Mwingine anakuambia he was given a waiver. Is a waiver, is it an illegal thing that they did? It's not illegal. People pray for waivers. The Minister of Finance and the Commissioner of Customs can give you waivers. These are things that are there. Yeah, but you cannot tell us that you think that if you hit Uhuru sana tutakosa kupigia Raila Odinga kura. Tunataka utuambie Raila Amolo Odinga ana kesi gani kotini? Ni kesi gani ya corruption ako naye? Alikuwa KEMSA. Kama hakuwa KEMSA, sasa wachana na mambo mingi. Hiyo mambo ya kutuambia at state capture hapa ndio tukasirike. You want us to be infected or affected by your anger. It's not gonna work. No, namwacha kuweka hizi vitu kwa roho. Watu wako kwa comments. Ruto is not gonna be the president of this country. Not now, not ever. That is the highest level he could have been, the deputy president of Kenya. Sasa aende Sugoi. Now we are going to, and we know when Raila become the president and Mother Karua, we are going to follow the cartels that have been even hiking unga so that they can use it as a narrative, as the president was telling us, to get kura, and using the church. Right now, even they are saying that they have been telling the pastors, ati candidate wetu wa Kristo ni Ruto, ati candidate wa Kristo. Candidate wa Kristo kwani tunatafuta bishop. They are not looking for bishop to be president. We are looking for an integral person who can lead the Muslim, the atheist, and even the dini ya Musambwa. And all these
even our Nyoni. So the point is, and I'll tell you, the point is, let it sink now to the people of UDA. They have no votes anywhere, not in Nairobi, not in Northeastern, not in Coast, not in even Rift Valley itself, because you could see the rally in Turkana. People have decided, kama mbaya mbaya tunaenda kuwa baba. We cannot give people who are greedy to be leaders, at we are giving you tunapea mafisi wawe in charge ya mbuzi. It doesn't happen that way. If we make a mistake in the most unfortunate event, Rigathi Gachagua and Ruto to be the president of this country, we are going to return to Stone Age. It will take us 1 year, yeah, tushindwe kununua hata kiberiti, eh? We tunawakisha moto na mawe, unagongesha mawe mbili until moto iwake, because these people they want to steal until they buy a star or a moon, and that is when they are going to be satisfied. Because if you have been stealing for the last 10 years, you didn't even have land. Now you have a land that is bigger than some countries in the world. What are you telling me? And you're telling me that you're going to change lives. Which lives? Yeah, it is unfortunate. It is. It's only a fool who will go and vote for a thief thinking that is going to help you. Wazungu wanasema there is no honor among thieves. Why? Because even when thieves steal, they still want to plan to steal from their fellow thieves. Yeah, there's no honor among thieves. So for me, the die is cast. The only person we are going to be following from today until the election day is one Chebukati. Pahali analala tuko naye hapo, akienda shopping center tuko naye hapo, kwa sababu tunajua yeye ako kwa mfuko ya nani na amelamba kitu. Kwa hivyo we are very much aware of you Chebukati. Kama unatusikia tunakujua, wewe unataka kuharibu nchi ya Kenya. Kwa hivyo we are very much aware that there is an unholy relationship, a very unholy relationship, and that is why we are saying we are going to use both biometric and the manual register. Once you put your kidole hapo, you also cancel your name so that you don't. Tumekujua, we were waiting for you to bring that nonsense. So for us, where we sit, we are just waiting for the day Baba is going to be declared the president of the Republic of Kenya, the 5th president, and the leader who is going to bring economic revolution. And therefore, I can't wait to see another tribe in the seat of a presidency. And I cannot wait to see a woman deputy president for the first time. Two first things will happen. One will be another tribe will be the president of the Republic of Kenya, not Kikuyus and Kalenjins all the time. And the number two, there will be a woman deputy president for the first time in the Republic of Kenya. That is very, very important to me and the majority of Kenyans. Thank you, Bernard.
Asante sana, Mr. Kamau. We appreciate that. Very interesting way of looking at it. And let us all embrace the reality. The hyenas presiding over the leadership of the gods and the sheep is disastrous. This country needs help. You know, like I've said this, I think I said this yesterday. When you have a patient and the patient is in a critical condition, you don't experiment with the patient. You don't hand over that patient to a novice, a doctor who is trying to study medicine. You get a seasoned, well-versed, experienced doctor to take care of your critical patient. Kenya is in a critical place. We cannot entrust it with people who want to experiment with bottom-up, experiment with fund for this, fund for that, fund for this. Who told William Ruto that every problem in Kenya is money? He will open fund for those people who are divorcing, fund for those people who have refused to go to school, fund for those who have dropped out of school. I mean, there is more to this country than funding. And the corruption is not in this country because the police don't have enough money to arrest the culprits. Corruption is a state of one's mindset, number one, and number two, the bad mentality of thinking that government things are free things for anybody to carry away. That is where the root cause of corruption is in the corruptness of the people. You can give all the money to the police, give all the money to the judiciary, give all the money to everyone that is charged with the responsibility of the justice system, but that will not address corruption. Corruption begins by the degeneration of our values, respecting things that belong to others, coming to a place whereby you honor people for who they are. William Ruto is leading in misleading this country and beginning a culture that has no regard for people, especially the elders. Now, if you cannot respect Mama Ngilu, you can't respect Raila Odinga, you can't respect Uhuru Kenyatta, who will you respect? Is it Mama Mboga? And that is the root cause of corruption. When you have no regard for law, you have no regard for the elders, you have no principle for your own life, that is the bedrock of corruption. And that doesn't need police to intervene. It just needs you to be saved. Number one, get back to Christ Jesus, ask him to be your Lord and Savior, and follow his ways, follow his values. Stop using his name and his church. Just follow his ways, follow his values. You will be a great guy. But if you want to use him to get votes and become president, he's too smart for that. And the church knows that. So if you want to follow the wrong route, you can always end up in a wrong destination. We can't help it. And therefore, we keep urging every Kenyan around the world, don't hand over this country to people who are incompetent, irresponsible, and have no regard for the rule of law, have no regard for the laws of nature, have no regard for the honor of those who deserve honor. The Bible says, give honor to whom honor is due. There are people who are to be respected simply because they are entitled to. You don't respect your father and mother because they are outstanding, their character is outstanding, they have earned your respect. Your father and mother don't earn your respect. They have it with or without them doing anything in your life. Whether they supported you or they attempted to abort you, they are given that respect by God, by simply them being your father and mother. So not every respect is earned. You don't use that slide to judge every other person. There are people to earn respect, others, they already have it by reason of them being your father and mother. And when somebody is older than you, he has already earned the respect by being older than you. He doesn't need to do anything to make a difference. And that's how life is. But if you want to overthrow that and you want to become president so that we salute for you, Your Excellency, Deputy President, you've missed the mark by far. You won't get nothing. So get back by embracing values, correcting the wrong, twistedness to be eliminated, and we'll have a straightforward country. We may not even need the police. We will not need judges. Judges and the police exist because there is lawlessness. There is breaking of the law. But when everybody's following the rules, no breaking of traffic rules, no breaking of marital rules, no breaking of any law, the job for the police will be unnecessary. So DP saying we should fund the police, fund the judges, fund the magistrates, fund the judiciary, it's all an excuse to justify what is wrong. I stand to be corrected, but I get disappointed sometimes. Naomba tuende kwa nani huyu? Tumsikilize, ngoja. Kuna nini, some of these videos zimekataa, lakini naomba tucheze hii, nafikiria moja imekubali. from Alex.
Wewe msimalize hiyo tear gas. Wewe ambia wasimalize tear gas.
Ambia wasimalize tear gas. Alex,
Yeah,
what's happening?
Bernard. A few weeks ago, we were speaking about Kisii politics, and we were trying to depict a clear picture of the happenings of Kisii. Unfortunately, some of us were told not to talk about Kisii politics because we were asked who wants to talk about Kisii politics. They voted and they told us hakuna mtu kwa hii panel anataka kuongea about Kisii politics, and we stopped speaking. But today we will talk because huku tuambia tupige kura wewe. That was a different session, so we will speak because I think you can allow it. During the Kisii gubernatorial debate, there were so many things that happened. And on a light note, when they came in, they wanted to abuse Simbarati. Simbarati had to go back and also remind Machogu that he's a cook, and which meant that at some point in his life, he worked as a cook in a school. And that has brought a lot of problems thereafter. And on a lighter note, I think Olo has also sold Mzee Penny Nyagaka that he is a cook in Sugoi, and Mzee has come here several times saying that I'm not a cook in Sugoi. On a lighter note, Olo used to fight with Mzee Penny Nyagaka on the comment section, and Mzee used to come here all the time saying, Olo amenita mimi I'm a cook in Sugoi. I'm not a cook in Sugoi. So I don't know. And Penny loves Machogu. So I don't know why Machogu is being called a cook and Penny the cook in the same time. So anyway, that's on a lighter note. But when we were given the IEBC officials and the people who are going to officiate the elections in Kisii, and I think you have seen this in social media, 80% are from one community, and that is Kalenjin. 80%. And the happenings and everything, the way it's skewed, and I mean, there is no election that is going to happen in Kisii, according to what these people you saw they were complaining. And we have been following them up. Why did you do this? Actually, today, 2 police officers are in the hospital, critical condition. 13 boys were arrested today. Okay, they are in the police cell. The KATC, Agricultural Training Center, which is a training center for Kisii and South Nyanza, which is Homa Bay, Migori, and Kuria, has been totally destroyed. Cows have been stolen. The fence came down. And just because we are trying to ask for honesty on how all these things are happening. And I think we have come to a point we realize that everything is skewed to the rigging out of Simbarati. And I think people have said, if they are not careful this time around, Kisii is going to be a hotspot. In any election, we have never fought, and we have never destroyed a property. If they try, from the sentiments that I'm seeing, if they try even to take one vote of Simba Arati, I've been here, I never used to support Simba Arati, and you saw that until Mzee Ongeri moved from ODM. You see, and I'm a life member of ODM, so there is no way I could have moved him to the Mbolea. It doesn't mean that Mbolea ni mbaya, lakini the Kisii people decided it's ODM. The same way Kakamega people decided it's ODM, sio Mbolea. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. So it's our democratic right. But the anger that our people have towards Ongwae, Bernard, we don't have that anger towards Ruto. Sisi atutaki Ongwae, amalize na atoke na aende. Atutaki ujamba. For 10 years, he has done nothing. And we don't want to speak of what he has done and what he didn't do. We just don't want to even talk about him at all. Let him finish his term, park, and go. But anything that he wants to negotiate for the next coming governor is a capital N-O. If he doesn't understand, I will ask him which part of no does he understand? Doesn't he understand? Is it the N or the O? It is simply capital N-O for us. We want him out. And after he goes out, we want to do a review and everything that happened from 2013 to now and see where the money went. because the kind of donations and the kind of help that we have gotten from World Bank, from other countries, leave alone the 150 billion that we have gotten from the national government. We are talking about subsidiary help that we have gotten because people have written proposals and there is so much money that has been pumped, including recently, which you couldn't account, amounting to over 1 billion that was supposed to build major markets in all over Kisii that he couldn't account for. So, Bernard, we are in a lot of pain. The truth is, in the debate, Simba Arati did not perform. The person that performed was one Ongeri, but tumekataa Ongeri. It is not about eloquence anymore. It's not about rhetoric anymore. It is about the commitment to do the right thing and to make sure that we are competing with counties like Kisumu, competing with counties like Mombasa, competing with even counties like Nairobi, because we have the capacity. The cash flow that comes from the US in a week, Bernard, you just go to Wave and see the Wave send money. The highest money goes to which city from Friday to Monday in Africa? It goes to Kisii. Ikifika tu Friday hivi, Kawave kanatoka hapa, kanaruka wapi? Kisii. So when you hear 24-hour economy in Kisii, it's from daraja moja to daraja mbili, we have a record of more than 100 bars. So ni bars zimefunguliwa 24 hours. We have no industry. We have no production company. We have nothing. And yet, Ongwae sat down there and he wants us to choose somebody who will continue with the legacy of corruption, which is tantamount to what Ruto has been doing. Bernard, there are people in Azimio, vile Mama Karua alisema, kote, both formations, kuna wazuri, kuna wabaya. Lakini kwa Kenya Kwanza, wengi ni wabaya. But kunao ambao wako Azimio ni wabaya zaidi, kama Ongwae na Ojamong. Now, when it comes to corruption, we don't have to be lenient at all. You have to call the sin by its right name. And if somebody is worse than Ruto, you have to explain it. And now, to a city or a town that has never been violent, all of a sudden becomes violent, it reminds you when George Floyd died. We couldn't breathe anymore. Every city in the world was burning because people have unheard issues. So I think in the future, you are going to see such kind of sentiments all over. If you choose wrong governors, they don't perform, nobody cares who's going to be the president anymore. The most important thing is going to be your governor and your MCA. We don't even care about the MPs anymore because those who manage your resources, because Baba Akingia ndani, devolution is going to be real. Most of transfer of all these things are going to come to the county. So if we have a health sector where in Kisii, they haven't been paid for 4 months, Bernard, it tells you how bankrupt that county is. So you can put on those videos to see, and more people I think have been asking what happened in Kisii. It's simply a man with an ego called Ongwae who can't understand how Simba Arati has been favored, yet is not the most qualified. And I stand here to be corrected. Simba Arati was loyal, was consistent, and he has shown that he is willing to commit to take or to uproot corruption. As we speak today, we have over 3,000 to 4,000 ghost workers in that county. We want that taken off. So today Kisii was burning, and I think in the next few days it's going to burn. And Chebukati must understand, if he's not going to do something, we are not going to allow it. That over 80% of all the IEBC officials are coming from one community. That is too suspicious. Okay, and we are saying no to that. Hopefully, it doesn't become a national issue because the Kisii people have started. But you saw what they did. And Simba was far away, and he has been an scapegoat. That is the one who did that. Simba Arati did not mute any violence. He was not near there. He didn't even know what was happening. Nobody should lie to you. Those are propaganda. These are people like you and me who are bitter about what is happening in our county financial accounts. So to those who are asking, we are bitter with the Ongwae, and Ongwae actually is endorsing a Kenya Kwanza candidate, and yet he's in Azimio. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alex, for that clarification. I want to, yes, Laban, you have a question?
Sio swali, lakini nilikuwa nataka kuchangia kidogo kwa hiyo mjadala yenye Alex ameleta, kwa sababu hata mimi nataka Kisii County.
Okay, yes, please.
One, siongei sana. One, mtu ambaye anaitwa Ongwae, vile Alex amesema, ndio anataka kudirect vile votes zitapigwa in Kisii County. Simba Arati asipokuwa governor wa Kisii County through the ballot, hiyo the Nyanza region yote itakuwa na shida kubwa sana, kwa sababu wananchi wamedecide kwamba mtu mwenye wanataka awe wa governor wao sio mwingine, ni Simba Arati. Hilo tu.
Okay, asante kwa hilo na mengine mengi ambayo tunaendelea kuchangia katika mjadala wa leo. Tunashukuru wote ambao wanaendelea kutufuata. Ningependa kabla nicheze ile video inafuata nimjibu huyu Daniel Kimani, anasema Uhuru has noticed that Azimio is being defeated by Kenya Kwanza. Kuna kitu moja ambayo sijawahi kukielewa na watu wa UDA. Mara Uhuru hana kura, mara Uhuru hana support, mara Uhuru is this, Uhuru that. Kwani huyu Uhuru aliwafanyia nini? Ni haki ya Uhuru kusupport mtu yeyote katika uchaguzi huu. Ni haki ya Uhuru kupigia kura yeyote anayehitajika kupigia. Ni haki yake ya kikatiba, sio haki ambayo anapewa na wa UDA ama William Ruto. Kwa hivyo tulizeni boli. Nishawaambia kwamba Kenya Kwanza katika uchaguzi huu iko tuna uwezo wa kupata 30%. Kama wamejaribu sana, yani wamesaidiwa mpaka wakasaidika, they only have a capacity to gain 30%. The remaining is going to go between Wajakoya and of course the number one, Raila Odinga. That is not magic, that is not prophetic, that is all political reality. It is wrong to compare William Ruto to Raila Odinga by all standards. In all fairness, it is wrong to do that. And so if you think that William Ruto can win against Raila Odinga, wait for the 9th of August, 2022. The shock that will shock this country will come from different quarters. I heard some of you say that the women constituency does not exist. You wait and see. Rift Valley specifically. In fact, the place where I'm very happy that the women constituency is going to be loud and clear is in the Rift Valley. Sally Kosgei. She's silent, a silent river can drown you without you screaming loud enough to be rescued. You wait and see what is going to happen in the place. If you think the noise you're making on top of vehicles is going to give you votes, you wait. By 11th, you will know that your noise has not yielded much. So the
That's
Rift
a
Valley,
good proverb, Bernard. Silent river.
yes, the silent river. We were warned. You know, I'm angled across the river, and so when we went to visit our uncle, we were told that when you come back and River Lusumu is not talking, just go back to your uncle's place and sleep. Don't try to cross, since it didn't have a bridge. But if you come and say it's making noise, it says put your leg and just move. But when it's all quiet, it has rained up there, although it didn't rain here, and the river is flooded. And so when everything is silent, be suspicious. Why are the elders in Rift Valley silent? Where is Henry Kosgei? Where is former status controller? Where are the elders in Rift Valley? Why are they quiet? In that silence, there is a proverb. There is a mystery that when it gets unraveled, the whole world will know that somebody ran alone and thought is being followed by the rest of the community. Well, let's move forward. We are playing this video, and I think I'll be handing over to Jiru any moment from now. But so the people in the comment section and all the supporters of UDA, take your time, take it easy.
Elsewhere, 13 people were on Monday arrested in Kisii after they were engaged in a demonstration to protest alleged bias in the ongoing recruitment of IEBC officials in Bobasi constituency. Irate youth barricaded the busy Kilgoris-Kisii highway, disrupting transport for the better part of Monday morning. The youth accused the area IEBC officials for striking off some names from the short list of candidates who had applied for presiding officer and clerical positions for the upcoming general elections. IEBC has, however, refuted the claims, citing that the recruitment was done in a fair and open manner.
We applied for the DPOs and the clerks, but after that, shortlisted was not done in Bobasi. All constituencies in Kenya, they did shortlisted of those who applied through online. But in Bobasi, there is no shortlisted which was done. Is that okay? Yeah!
I've worked with a database of names and not individuals. And I strongly affirmed to them that there is no politician who has given me a list or requested me to employ POs and DPOs of whom he or she prefers. So those are false allegations, and I've strongly refuted that claim.
Let's
Okay, sorry about that. I noted at the beginning, I'm having a problem with the feedback from the studio. I have to listen to the feed to get it. My videos are playing loudly and clearly out there, but I'm hearing nothing from this end. The enemies of progress are still on me, but I'm happy that today it has been stable and I've been here all through. And I'll be looking for another onion to add on my layers so that they won't catch me again. So I will take the whole of tomorrow to work on the opening up of my video feedback. But as at now, we are happy so far. Yes, Alex, make the clarification, then we move forward.
Yeah, I want to make a quick clarification. Black is asking down there on the comment section, why is violence only in Azimio area? Black, congratulations for acknowledging that Kisii is Azimio, because every time you have come in the panel, you have said you are winning Kisii. Now, when you see violence, you start saying, that double speak bad. You know, lies have gestation period. And today you have just confessed that Kisii is Azimio. And you need to know, Simbarati will win. Come rain, come sunshine. Ambia rafiki yako Penny that umesema Kisii is Azimio zone. And therefore, the person winning there is Simba Arati. Thank you for that clarification, Black.
Okay, asante Alex. And ni muhimu pia kila mmoja kuelewa kwamba uchaguzi huu lazima uwe wa haki na uwe huru na haki. Kama hakuna hiyo, uongo ukubaliki kizazi hiki katika uchaguzi huu. We may have looked the other side 2013. We chose to look the other side 2017. But this time, we only want legitimate people in parliament and in county assemblies. Watu wa kudandia, wa kurukia kwa madirisha, wa kupitia kwa kompyuta, hao watu wote hawaruhusiwi katika bunge. Kama itabidi kwenda kwa koti ama kutumia njia yoyote ile, that has to happen, because without legitimate way of getting leaders, we cannot demand services from those people. Kama mtu aliiba akafanyika kiongozi, hauwezi kwenda kwake kudai kwamba anakuho this and that. He stole, and that is one of the reasons why these people are acting with the impunity they are acting with, because they know they can make it without voters. They can make it without being voted in. Hiyo uongo yote haitakubalika this time round. And like I've said, let's do what is required. And one way is ensuring that civic education is taking place. We have a big announcement to make on Friday. We urge everybody to look out for the show on Friday. Please, let's ensure that we are here in good time. And for that note, I want to let Njiru continue with the rest of the broadcast. And we'll link up again some other time. The people behind the curtains, you're not Shiko. Sisi najua wewe kwa jina yako, lakini sura yako lazima inakubalika hapa. Hii stesheni kujificha nyuma ya curtain na ikubalikangi. Hiyo sheria tulitoa. Kwa hivyo tafadhali put your camera on and then we can talk. Thank you very much. On the other hand, what were you dear? What we wish you the best. Wishful thinking is allowed. Dreaming is free, and you know, but it's always good to tell each other the truth. Tell William Ruto the truth. He lost the elections on the day for the handshake in 2018. He's not going to lose it on 9th August 2022. No, you see that he lost this thing long time ago. 9th August is only going to confirm that he has not grown politically all this time. He has been using tricks, and now he has run short of tricks because Kenyans have discovered everything he has been capitalizing on to make himself, portray himself as their leader when he actually is not leading anybody. Who is he leading? Tell me one person is leading and then we can talk. I don't think he's even leading his, let me not say that. Okay, mabibi na mabwana, naomba tusonge mbele. Bwana Njiru, karibu, fanya your submission. Alafu mimi nitang'atuka ceremoniously. But Alex, tutakuwa na hiyo conference leo later on in the day so that we organize Friday. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you Bwana Bernard. Show inaendelea vizuri. I think na wasalimu nyinyi wote, Mr. Alex, Mr. Mike, Laban. I first of all, I want to bring very positive news here. Today, we have gotten a lot of post-debate analysis, even in our vernacular station. And I want to confirm to you people here, deep in the villages, in the inner towns, deep in the villages, kule ndani, the tiniest of the tiniest, ile ujumbe ilifika ni ya Martha Karua. Watu hawakusikia Rigathi. I'm telling you why. Because Rigathi chose to fight Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta, and Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is retiring, and Kenyans have a lot of problems. And Rigathi Gachagua, by default, refused to communicate to the bigger problems which Kenyans have. So today I have gotten a brink of an hour, very positive news about Martha Karua. Nimesikiliza Kameme, moderators huko ama the news anchors huko, unasikia masimu zinapigwa, pia opinion polls zimefanywa. Actually, yes, I know there are those stations which wamefanya opinion poll and they praised Rigathi Gachagua ahead, but majority of them, Martha Karua fared well. Why? Because first of all, ile kitu inasumbua watu huko mashambani, people know the government has been dysfunctional. People are aware of that, and people know the reason why the government has been dysfunctional is because of Mr. Ruto and Mr. Uhuru working in a crossroad. Hawasikizani. So people want a relationship. Watu wanajua ya kwamba hii mashida tuko nayo inawezaisha. But if the president and the deputy president are not conjoined properly and reasoning in the same day, so wale watu wako mashinani, especially in Mount Kenya, because I've even talked with the people are concerned about the relationship between the president and the deputy. That hiyo ndile kitu inasumbua watu. Hii vitu ingine, they know it is a matter of policy and the people working. But people know once you start pulling in opposite direction, life start becoming difficult by default. Na hiyo ni kitu. So ile kitu watu wanataka saa hii ni, are we going to have another deputy president like this one? A deputy president who, when your boss calls you for work, unaenda hii pande ingine. You start mobilizing on your direction. You start even doing silent mobilizing, even to do some impeachment. And you know, there are so many things which happen in this government. Because of the severity and the sensitivity of the issues, people would not like to talk. But because people like Rigathi Gachagua and the rest, they are loose mouthed and they only want to talk on what favors them. You people, I want to tell you, watu wangeongea. Hii nchi ni kupigana, watu wangepigana. But hatutaki hiyo. So what we want is, we are comfortable, we have agreed, the deputy president and the president, they have no relationship. We want them to end this term, and we call it a slate. And it has been a very serious learning point for Azimio. And that is why Martha Karua and Raila Odinga have done all the efforts to make sure that we are going to have a team which can work together. Because I do not believe, some of these propagandas ambayo tunatupiwa ati the handshake clogged everything. It's a lie. Because naturally, we usually have, you can invite somebody to work with if you want. But the fact that the deputy president was not prepared to accept the verdict or the communication between his boss and the opposition partner has taken us to where we are. Mr. Ruto needed to analyze what happened in the handshake. Naone atachukua nini. But he took handshake as a threat. He took handshake as something which is coming to threaten the promise which maybe Uhuru gave him. And that is why he started planning to orchestrate and kill whatever was happening henceforth. Because he knew 4 years down the line, he will be vying. And one way of vying is to make sure that the government does not work. So he crippled the government deliberately so that he can be able to create a platform to vie. Those are things which happen. You can do sabotage from within so that you can be able to use now that platform to gain momentum. But anyway, we thank God, Mr. Ruto accepted to work as an opposition candidate. Happy for him. Mr. Raila Odinga is vying as somebody who is trying to bring everybody on board. And let me tell you, there is one thing which I want Kenyans here to understand. This relationship between Uhuru and Ruto should not be taken lightly. It is not ethically correct. Up to now, Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta is working alone. The deputy president is still not trying to find ways of, I'm not talking of communication and other things. The fact that, remember, Mr. Ruto will be the deputy president until August 9. So there is all the merit that Mr. Ruto should find something to do within the government. We should start seeing work in progress on what he is doing on the policies. Kama hizi mashida tuko nazo ndogo ndogo, he should be doing something because he is still the deputy president of Kenya. He can try to tell us the negotiation he is even doing with Uhuru, because I don't think there is anyone who is preventing Ruto from talking with Uhuru and trying to look for solutions. But I still do not understand how Kenyans take somebody serious who is not willing to help the people who they vied with, and he is still being paid. He is still masquerading around. So I'm still not understanding that issue. I'm not understanding because it is dangerous. Anyway, I don't want to concentrate with that. So what I wanted to say is that Madam Mother Karua has received some positivity. Yeah, there might, you cannot be 100% perfect. There could have been challenges here and there in the submission of everything, but at least whatever has happened in the grassroots is very positive. And Mother Karua was able to convince people, especially the undecided. From where I'm seated, I know a couple of people who have made their decision because of what happened yesterday. So I don't know about Mr. Rigathi Gachagua. Rigathi Gachagua was a bit artificial. He was just a packaged man. And if you tried to look at how Rigathi Gachagua was performing, it was not natural. Ilikuwa tu kama tu kitu tu imekanishwa, yani vitu concoction, vitu zimeshikanishwa. He was not Rigathi on his natural form. He was a Rigathi and 10 people in him. I think he was having small information from Ruto, small information from D, small information from Yule Jamaya or Itumbe, small information from... So, I think Mr. Rigathi Gachagua was like a mixed grill. Ile mchanganyiko ya kila kitu, ile mutura iko na matumbo, iko na maini, iko na ndamu. So that is how Rigathi was. That was not Rigathi, and that's why you saw he was in a hurry to deliver. Alikuwa anaongea kwa haraka sana amalize aende. So that's what happened yesterday. So I don't know the effectiveness of what he did. So what happened today between Uhuru and the mirrors? I want to confirm to people here, the government doesn't have monopoly. You know, when somebody I think that is somebody like Black, when somebody want to come here and try to tell us that whatever was happening, maybe it was like a conspiracy by the government. So there's one thing which I want to tell people here. The government can also be held hostage by outside forces, mirror suppliers, what? Government can be held hostage, and they are unable to do something unless they negotiate or unless they try to look for a way forward. So, and what I want to say here is that this issue of maize meal is one of the most contentious issues which has been happening in Kenya for ages. And Mr. Uhuru Kenyatta was able to explain it today. But I don't want to discuss everything which happened. Has the goal been achieved? Yes, it has been achieved. Unga itauzwa 100, and we have a formula to make sure that that issue of having unga rising up is not recurring again. So what should we take as Kenyans, either Kenya Kwanza or Azimio? We should be happy sababu unga imepungua. That is the bottom line. hii unga inakulwa na kila mtu. Sasa unajua, hata ndio nashangaa saa zingine watu wa KKA wanaleta siasa kwa hii kitu. This unga is a cutting across thing. Si watu wa Azimio wamepunguziwa unga, hata watu wa KKA wanaenda kununua unga na 100. So sijui kwa nini watu wa KKA they still wanted us to buy unga for 200 for the next remaining 3 weeks or so. I don't know why they still wanted us, or they think they are the people who have the audacity and monopoly, wakiingia waende watupunguzie unga. But we cannot play politics with the life of Kenyans. Wakati kitu mzuri imefanywa, we don't care who has done. Hata saa hii, right now as we speak, bei ya sukari ikipunguzwa ipelekwe Finje, I don't care. What I care about is the price. Who did it is nothing to me, because that thing is having direct impact on my pocket. So vitu zingine, na ndio mimi nikimalizia bana, unaona hii siasa ndogo ndogo ati we can only accept issues when you do them is the wrong mentality. We have to reach a level whereby what we want is productivity and achieving issues. Imanishi, whoever has done that is none of your business. And I can see Mr. Ruto is trying to use his 2017 script. These things recurred, but he was highly defending the government. But simply because he fell away with the government, he has decided to criticize people. So as I finished, yesterday I had the same thing we were discussing here. Nani huyu Junet Mohamed leo mumesikia akisema Azimio wanaenda kupata close to 226. That is something we have been talking here. To the minimum ni sombili. So our watu wa KKA, they are only going to get 90. So sio mimi nasema, it is the way the issues are. These guys have been annexed, they are nowhere, and they have been beat by their own game, na wamepoteza kura sababu ya kutusi watu. Sasa nimesikia Ruto ametusi Igathe, nimesikia alitusi Ngiru jana, the other day alitusi Wamarwa. There is no way in which you can assemble votes by abusing people. During voting, you need to bring people together, you need to be inclusive, and you need to be presidential. And you cannot be presidential by abusing people. So the deputy president needed to know the language of addressing people. And some of the people he is abusing, they are pivot people. Watu wako na kura 1,100 na. Somebody like Ngiru, I can tell you, kutusi Ngiru, hiyo ni kura kama 1,100 unaambia ipotee. And in an election, you want votes of everybody. So the deputy president has lost this election. And just as we said yesterday and the other day, let's prepare for Baba swearing in. There is no concept in which Ruto can win this election. The dice is cast. It is known. You cannot win an election as an opposition if you don't create an euphoria. Ruto has decided to become an opposition. There is no euphoria. There is no momentum. How do you win? You cannot win an election from the government, as he says, without creating a surge. There is no any surge from Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is just a tiny party encouraging, as we used to know it. Even in Mount Kenya, they have been mimioned. In Western, they have nothing. So an opposition, as they claim, cannot win an election without a surge, without a momentum, without a revolution. So whatever they are doing is a fake. They are trying to. It's a fake imagery. It's a fake imagery that they have support, but it's a bubble. Let's call it a bubble. Kitu tu unagonga tu na mwiba tu hivi inapasuka. So they just have a bubble. They are not in reality. They are in illusion. Wanaota wako kwa ndoto. So if Ruto wants to win this election, he has to create a political surge, and he hoped that surge was there, and it is not there. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Njiru. Yes, Mike.
Bernard, as Njiru was speaking, I remembered something Gachagua said, and he was castigating Martha as a quitter, and he said that had mother remained in government, he would have helped Kibaki. He also went further and castigated Igathe for resigning from government, and said had Igathe remained in government, things would have been okay. Now, Ruto has not resigned from government. How come he has not helped things to be okay in Kenya? Because Ruto is not a quitter. Ruto is a very, very tough guy. And yet we have a problem, a very big problem. So this thing of I didn't resign because resigning would have abandoned the millions of Kenya who voted you. So Ruto has not abandoned Kenyans. How come bei ya unga imepanda and he's in government? That's a question we should ask him when he comes to the panel.
Thank you for that. Is an interesting one. Mwalimu Nyerere alisema huwezi sukuma gari ukiwa ndani. So William Ruto amekuwa akisukuma serikali akiwa ndani, ndio yezi move. Amekanyagia break huku ndani anakanyaga accelerator, ndio ngoma inapanda. Bwana Owen, just hold on, I play these videos and then nikikuja kwako tunaanza kung'atuka na I have a deficit of videos to play. Tukianza na hii
Send the Kenya Kwanza plan on how we intend to turn around the economy of this country.
A few moments later,
had President Uhuru Kenyatta, and that allowed President Uhuru Kenyatta, 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 Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President Uhuru Kenyatta, President Uhuru Kenyatta. Here comes President Uhuru Kenyatta.
6 hours later,
of Uhuru Kenyatta, the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta.
Usitukani jirani yako, jirani unayeishi naye pamoja, unamuonea wivu au kitu gani? Amekufanya nini? Wewe usimuone, hapana, pigana na huyu mtu. Wewe sema vizuri tu, si muko hapo. Na uchaguzi nimesema mara nyingi utafanywa siku moja.
Okay, thank you everyone. I appreciate that. Christine Adika, yes, I am here. Nisijatoroka. Nani amesema nimetoroka studio? This is my hours now. Yeah, it's good that there are so many things that I work on. So if I have somebody to relieve me mapema, it's good for me, and it makes me appear the following day better. So I don't think there is anything I'm running away from. Na wale watu wa UDA ni wanavitisho baridi, hawana chochote. Kwa hivyo mimi I don't mind them continuing with propaganda. It's part of their main course of meal every day. Bwana Owen, sema. Ulikuwa semaje? Owen, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Okay. Can you get me?
Yes, you're now clear. Go ahead.
I think I'm new on your channel, but I'm your fan. I watch you from Saudi Arabia. Hello?
Yes, yes, we can get you. Go ahead, go ahead. Thank you
To
for
build.
following.
Yes, I just want to say, with whatever is going on it's a global crisis about maisha kupanda, gharama ya maisha. This is not something new only in Kenya. Even here in Saudi, we can feel it. The heat is everywhere. But the problem with Kenya, we have politicized everything, whether it's good or bad. And also, we are tired of politics in Kenya. We can't vote in 2017 and people start to campaign for 2017 up to 2022. So with the new government that is going in place, this Azimio, I think Baba should put an end to that. We only work for 4 years until the last year when we are going to vote. That's when people should start campaigning. People are tired, like the Kenya Kwanza. This guy started campaigning in 2017. Every time I switch on TV, every time I go on YouTube, it's just 2022, 2022, 2022. 2022 is here. I think it will be a relief to Kenyans once we put an end to this 2022 politics. So I think in future we should change that one. Here in Saudi, people don't talk about politics. Things are just running. Watu ni kuchapa tu kazi. And the country is good, very quiet. Everyone is working. People are earning. So politics is really ruining our country. We have a great country, but because of politics, that's why we keep on dragging behind in everything, not education, not in jobs creation, we are not progressing at all because we spend so much time doing politics. Even those people we elect, they are not going there to create jobs for us Kenyans.
Sorry, Bana. Owen.
Yes. Yes.
Your network is a bit inconsistent. You can summarize.
I was saying, if Kenya was working, even us will not be here in Saudi looking for jobs. But because it has failed us Kenyans, that's why we come all the way to this desert. Here we are in desert, but you can't realize you are in desert because everything is well laid, everything is good. But because you elect somebody into an office, you're thinking he's going to solve your problems, but you elect him only to go and secure another term, which he starts campaigning very early, even before he finishes the first term. So if this one can be changed in Kenya, we can have a great country. I think you guys, like your Mtembei TV, you are reaching so many people. You may not realize that, but we really appreciate such platforms like this platform you've laid down here for us. Now we can know what is going in Kenya. We can differentiate good from bad. So we really salute you and we appreciate you so much. Big up. Thank you for the chance you've given me.
Okay, thank you, Owen. A question from the comment section. Are you a voter? Are you going to vote, or are you recruiting voters to vote on your behalf?
I think I will not be able to vote here in Saudi. People don't talk about politics. It's a kingdom, so it's prohibited. But with my power of talking to people back at home, I think I will garner more votes than those people who are there to vote only one vote. I have more than 20 votes from my family members, and it's Azimio. That's it.
Thank you, Owen. Thank you so much. That's a good one, and that is a fine way of going about it. Just to solidify it from the scriptural point of view, you know that I'm a preacher. He said, "Those who go for war and those who stay at home to take care of the home, both of them have equal results from the spoils. Nobody gets the soldiers who guard the home while those are on the war fronts. When we get the spoil, it will be shared equally." And so whether you're voting directly or making people to vote, let us all invest in ensuring that we participate in propelling this country to go in the right direction. Stop the ills by all means. If it means ferrying people to the polling station so that they go and vote, let's do that. I keep emphasizing on Friday, we'll be making a big announcement here. Please, we encourage everybody to be part and parcel of the Open Forum show on Friday. Don't miss out for any reason. We pray that everything will work according to plan. And for that matter, we'll be conferencing with Kip and Alex and the rest of the other team. So
I have
that
I have a big announcement also. My pay is coming soon. Everybody knows my pay. A Kalenjin social media. What do you call it? A trending person. He's coming soon, and he's coming to chair it. And he was a bit jealous of Shiko's show, and he's like, "How come Mount Kenya has a show and the Kalenjins don't have it?" So Mapei is coming soon. I think everybody knows Mapei. So we are still working on it, me and Bernard. So coming soon, Mapei is coming. Na
Keep,
tawambia.
na imebaki siku 19.
He's
So
coming. He's coming on Saturday.
you should not work as if we have 6 months, eh?
No, he's coming on Saturday. No,
take it easy. Take it easy.
Mapei is coming. Mapei is coming on Saturday. Mapei is very excited about it. So I think I'll share a clip of it. Bernard will share a clip of Mapei. He's a Kalenjin man that is super ODM. And he explained how Rift Valley is not fully Kalenjin. So I think we're gonna come in. But before I continue, I want to thank Bernard, Jeru, and Shiku. These have been people who've been day and night taking care of us. Bernard, I really thank you in Kenya. Shiko, we'll talk later on. I've got something to discuss with you. That no matter what happens, we will make sure that the message in Kenya about UDA being a party that we do not want to lead us is quite evil, because we saw from Rigathi Gachagwa's what do you call it? Rigathi Gachagwa's interview with Mother Karua. It was go on. Sorry. Somebody was supposed to say.
It was debate.
Debate. Sorry. Rigathi Gachagwa's debate was. It was more about a show. So everybody was waiting for policy, and we also personalities. That's why we thought that Rigathi Gachagua was performing well. He was not performing well. He was coached, because we are all waiting for policy. And when we waited for policy, all he was doing was trying to engage Martha Karua into a fight, into the dirt. And that's why Martha Karua picked up from Obama's wife, whereby when they go low, we go high. So Martha Karua did not try and engage him into his dirty politics, whereby he brought his family and says that my wife is a pastor. And then he was like, she's not married. So I think Azimio had some kind of what do you call it? Heads up about it. So she brought her grandchildren. So they were trying to hit her on her not being married, which was a bit of dirty politics. I really didn't like that. So we didn't hear much about policies. So I really like that Martha Karua, who is a lioness, did not go for the jugular and go for the usual Martha Karua we know, who is a fighting lioness. We all know Martha Karua. She fights really hard. She would bite the head of Rigathi Gachagua. So when you saw her tamed there, it's because she did not want to engage in dirty politics, because the talk of the day after the debate would be about Martha Karua talking like a disrespectful woman. So it's not like she lost the debate. She won. She got 85% of it. But we expected a bit more, but it's it's because she had to restrain herself. Martha Karua had to restrain herself from fighting Rigathi Gachagwa's dirty politics, talking about BAT, talking about corruption, talking about all those things. She was not going to engage with that because at the end of the day, tunajua hiyo story ya Abunwasi. Hiyo story ya Abunwasi, ukienda kwa mtoni ambapo utapata unaenda kuoga kwa mtoni umejipaka sabuni, alafu mwendawazimu anakuja kuchukua hiyo nguo yako, akimbia na hiyo nguo yako, na wewe bado uko uchi na hiyo sabuni umejipaka, na ukimbizane na wewe mwendawazimu, wewe na huyo mwendawazimu, nani ndio atakuwa wendawazimu? Nyote wawili mtakuwa wendawazimu ukikimbizana. So what we think is Martha Karua did not chase that madman across the street. Wachana na yeye akimbia na hiyo story zake. He did well in terms of trying to defend himself, but in some areas we could see he was coached. He was coached about sticking to certain lines, whereby he had some surprise questions. So surprise questions about supermarkets. Kama mtu anafikiria kerosene inauzwa kwa supermarket. And Martha Karua's question about the same question was quite interesting. She said, I buy my loaf at 80 shillings. My loaf. I know that loaves are sold now differently. Because back in the day, because I'm not that young, back in the day, I know loaf ilikuwa 10 bob, half loaf ilikuwa 10 bob, na full loaf ilikuwa 20 shillings. I think even Mike knows that when we were in high school. Unanunua, unaweka avocado ya 5 bob, and you're right. So she knew it was 80 bob because there are some fancy breads nowadays, and she knew that the one she buys is for 80 shillings. There are some that come for 200. There are some that come for even 50 bob. But I don't think there's any for 20 shillings anymore. So I think she did very well under the circumstances, because sometimes in a debate, no matter how much a moderator, and I think Bernard appreciates that, and Shiko appreciates that, and Jeru appreciates that, you can ask a question about 1,000,000 times, and the person you're asking the question will not answer it, and you will answer it. But for me, I think you've seen me deal with some media people. Until they answer the specific question I've asked, they're not going to leave it. But then the problem with doing it that way, and that's why Bernard is quite of a, what do you call it, an operator, a mechanic in this thing, is the fact that I will not let go of it, but Bernard will find a way to sustain it, is the fact that some of these people evade the question. Because the specific question you've asked, they've not answered it, they'll evade it, they'll run around it, and the most greatest operator here is someone called Black. Black will, Jesus Christ, that guy is a good operator. He will dance around the question, and before you know it, he's brought a new topic, and you're confused. You're like, I thought we're talking about milk here. He's talking about milk there. But we are learning, and mimi nataka kusema, yesterday I would like to congratulate Tembei TV. We almost hit 2,000 views in just Facebook. Not in just YouTube. We got at a point 1,500 in views. So people were really interested in watching the DP debate. So mimi nataka kuona ile siku Ruto and Raila speak, and that is when I think things will be heated up. And I want to invite my Somali brother called Mohammed to come in one day, explain a bit. But asante sana. I'm going to wait for a few seconds na mimi nitaendelea kukata miti. Rigathi ndio hiyo mama na kupointia. Tutakata miti, alafu Mike ataficha dawa ya panya na ile, na Bernard ataficha ile posters ya DAP Kenya, kwa sababu hiyo ni dawa ya fertilizer. Hatutaki mtu ajinyonge. So Mike, bado kazi iko
Hapo nimechunga, nimepata license kutoka agriculture. I'm the sole distributor, so hiyo siku sitauza.
Sasa nakuuliza ulipatiwa kazi na Munya kwa sababu unajua unga imeshuka kutoka 250 kumekuja 100 shilling. Wewe umeongea na Munya wewe?
Keep, now that you have provoked me, unajua vile umeongea, you've talked of Martha. Bernard, Martha had a very, very rough time trying to juggle between protecting the image of Uhuru, who she had no control over. You see, the war between Rigathi and Martha was not there. It was about Uhuru, and the provocation was for Martha to try and defend Uhuru, so that now they confirm that she is a project of Uhuru, and by extension, Uhuru is extending his term through the back door. But as Kip says, Martha, being a genius she is, she avoided any response that would have given a way to give an impression that she's defending the Jubilee government. And as in Azimio, we have no business defending Jubilee government because we never voted for it in the first place. We were against it, but against all wisdom, people woke up at 3 a.m. to vote for it 3 times. And yet they're the same people who are coming to us on this channel to tell us how Uhuru should depart and go. We told you Uhuru should go, but you told us no, let him stay. So as we accepted that, let him stay until 9 August, and we shall let him go honorably. We shall not chase him the way you are chasing him. Thank you.
No, but no, Bernard, before you come in, but I believe, okay, I really like Martha Karua. She's still in my background. But I believe that last night, although Martha Karua defended herself a lot, I feel like we did not focus a lot on policy issues. We had a few questions from our panelists, not a panelist, our moderators, but we did not have any policy issues from Rigathi Gachagua. And I think because a lot of the questions that were going to Martha Karua were more defensive questions. She was trying to defend herself. I think Rigathi Gachagua got what he wanted because most of the questions were being directed from Rigathi Gachagua's attack questions rather than Martha Karua having the chance to sell the policy questions from Azimio. So that's what my belief is. It's if she had the chance to get equal opportunity to sell Azimio rather than defending the Jubilee or Uhuru, because that's at the end of the day they were defending Uhuru. Because now it's moving towards the direction I don't want, and the direction is Uhuru versus Ruto. I don't want that. For me, I think yesterday Rigathi got what he wanted, which was trying to defend Uhuru, and I didn't want that at all. I wanted it to be a sole ticket for the Azimio, which is Raila and Martha Karua, which is fight against corruption. And if she had a better opportunity, in my opinion, whereby the questions were fair, they were fair, but if the questions were insistent on Rigathi not running around in circles and not answering his own questions and not diverting some of the questions that were posed to him to the Azimio side, I think would be in a better chance. That's how I feel. I feel it was a bit unfair for Azimio. So for me, naona if it comes to the Raila side, please, can we avoid Uhuru Kenyatta, please? I'm not saying it in a bad way, because last night we put Martha Karua in a corner because she's got nothing to do with Jubilee government. She's NAK Kenya. She's first NAK Kenya, then Azimio, by the way. She's that's her party. So tafadhali, I think we're celebrating too much.
Rigathi alifanya hiyo, sio sisi. Rigathi ndiye alileta uhuru hapo.
Yeah, but she was you see, she was caught between a hard place and a rock. When I say a hard place and a rock, is the fact that she didn't she had to not portray the usual Martha Karua Iron Lady position, because we, sorry, most of Kenya is a misogynistic society.
Keep.
Yeah.
Sorry to cut you.
Hey, you guys, you're now becoming too much. Relax, everybody. I was signing out. You have arrested me.
I have to
Allow
arrest
me
you
to
then.
sign out. But I will say this. It wasn't Mother Karua's fault. Neither was it Gashagua's fault. The fault was for the moderators. You have heard me here say over and over that we should do justice to the topic of the day. When we begin to roam around and begin to fish everywhere and ensure that everything is talked about when the topic reads this way. And so the moderators had a choice to make, either to divert the debate or make the debate be focused on issues. On the other hand, Rigathi and UDA have a strategy. Remember, they came as underdogs. 1, 2, their advisor, who is Hussein Mohammed, told them that the media is unfair towards them. He's not for them. So the only way for them to defeat the debate is make sure that the debate does not debate the issues that are pressed forth. Come with an alternative, divert it from what is to be discussed, and then you win the debate for making it not to be the right topic to be handled. And so when the moderators are soft on letting the debate degenerate into those blame games of Uhuru, blame games of state capture, blame games of crybaby, is how they defeat the debate, because they know when they go head to head and articulate issues, they don't have content, they don't have a reputation. Even Kenyans don't trust them. They don't look trustworthy. And so when you catch them where the rubber meets the road, they are all cornered. So the best thing to do is divert the discussion. And so putting Mother Karua on the defense was part of the strategy. But the goodness is that Mother Karua did not play into their trap. Unlike Igathe played into Sakaja's trap, and he got trapped in there. It was very difficult for him to get out. Why? Igathe was to sell himself as a technocrat, as a professional, as a solution to Nairobi, not a politician. But Sakaja sucked him into politics and turned him into a politician when he needed not to be. And so he was drawn into the politics and beaten on the same. So
Bernard, sorry.
I'm concluding, please.
I know, but why is UDA important to why is Uhuru important to UDA? Why is Uhuru important to UDA?
Uhuru is important to UDA because it gives them credibility that they are running against a sitting president. They want to use it to disregard the seniority of one Raila Odinga and use it that Uhuru is helping Raila Odinga. They don't want to portray Raila Odinga as their opponent that they can't handle, who has defeated them. And so they want to use Uhuru Kenyatta as a scapegoat. And then if they paint Uhuru Kenyatta's bad, they are hoping that they will psych up a protest vote from the mountain against Uhuru Kenyatta, which will translate into UDA support. Unfortunately, it seems not to be working, because the more they attack Uhuru Kenyatta, the more the mountain is gathering and saying, why are they attacking an innocent person who is not on the ballot? And so their strategy is working against them. In my opinion, they should have forgotten Uhuru Kenyatta and just build a muscle to handle the senior most experienced politician in Africa and the world. One, Raila Odinga. This running around Uhuru Kenyatta's name is even making things more difficult for them. Raila has already taken Rift Valley, he's going with it. He has taken the mountain, he's going with it. And you're here crying Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru Kenyatta. It will not help you. Go back to Rift Valley and beg them for forgiveness. They may give you a few votes. Try and accept that the mountain belongs to the owners. You insulted the elders before you collected the girl. Now it is your turn to go and appear before the elders and say you want to be brother-in-law. You want to be son-in-law. How are the elders going to handle you when you insulted them, when you came to ask for a hand in marriage from their daughter? You took their brothers and sisters, fed them, make them get drunk, and they went singing your song. But the time to collect the girl, you will have to go through the elders. William Ruto is finished. Uhuru is not going to save him. Blaming Uhuru is not going to save him. Whether they make Uhuru the subject in the debate or not is not going to help them. They don't have the momentum. They don't have the narrative. They don't have the euphoria. William Ruto lost this election in 2018 when he failed to support the handshake. I rest my case. So Uhuru Kenyatta is an excuse. That is the best I can say. It's just an excuse they are trying to use to raise up animosity, and they hope it will work for them, but it has failed.
Yeah, Bernard, to add what you have said, the reason why they are using Uhuru also is because they don't have an agenda. So they want to build an agenda on incumbency, so that now they try to build a momentum as an opposition wanting to remove the government. So they are trying to build something because they don't have an agenda. They cannot run on issues. Remember, Ruto cannot run on issues. So the only way in which he can be able to run, this is an exiting government, and he knows his performance is very low. So the only way he is going to escape is by painting the exiting government very badly, and now try to build a momentum from that. But I hope Kenyans are clever than that. He cannot be able to escape with it, Bonaki. It is a calculated move. They know what they are doing, but they will not succeed. Intellectually, it's a very good move intellectually, but I don't think Kenyans can buy it.
Sawa sawa, na shukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali naomba tuendelee na mjadala. Tunashukuru Mama Selina naye amefika. Mr. Wangira, karibuni sana. Kip umeongea, Shiko hajaongea, na kwa nyuma ya curtain. Shiko, unavunja sheria na mimi ndio niliyeandika hiyo sheria, so naomba tu kama ufuati sheria tunapeleka wewe quarantine mpaka time ile utadi sheria. Tunataka camera on for quality video for our viewers who come to view this show after we are done. Just to remind us, a big announcement on Friday. Please let everybody turn up for the show on Friday, the open forum show, and we look forward to have a great time even as we continue with the discussion. So Mr. Njiru, you are in charge. Mr. Wangira hajaongea, Mama Selina hawajaongea, kwa hivyo wapewe top priority. Video deficit from my end is finished. Let me work on my audio. Keep Bernard later in the day, but keep my problem in the studio, and I play the video, I'm not hearing anything, so I'm using faith to play the video and hope it is being heard. So I want to attend on that even before I go to sleep, because for today I've been able to keep the enemies away. They have not interrupted with the show at all. So I want to build on the same. Thank you very much.
Call me Kesho Bernard. Yeah.
So I will definitely. Thank you, Mr. Njiru. Take it as you invite Wangira.
Sawa.
Mbele mama.
Asante
sana, karibu made later.
Jioni njema. Thank you. Have a good sleep.
Good day.
Yani Bernard, unaenda saa ile mama anaingia wa.
Sio kutoroka na lazima nikuwe na muda mzuri wa kutengeneza studio. Studio leo imenichanganya, siwezi kusikia video na video kucheza, na hiyo ndio inaleta enmity yangu na watu wa UDA, kwa sababu zile video nacheza zinawauma sana. Kwa hivyo lazima niangalie wamefinya wapi kunizima. Lakini nashukuru sana, thank you, tuendelee hivyo hivyo.
Aya, asante, enda tengeneza.
Asante.
Okay, sawa. So we will have Wangira, then after Wangira tukue na Mama Serena. So Wangira, take your time, then tupate Mama Serena. Then Kipu utakuja baadaye.
Mimi ongezea tu.
Okay, I can allow Mama Selina ladies first and then I'll come in.
Wow, Mama Serena, unaona venye watu hapo wamekuwa gentle, wachana na wale wanatusi Ngiru.
Unajua sisi watu ya Azimio tuko na discipline, na kwa sababu baba ako, hata nashukuru mzee Wangira kwa hiyo nafasi umenipatia. Keep Njeru, najua na Pena atameondoka. Leo ni 20 days ama ni 19. Yaani kabisa siku zimefika. Naona baba amekuwa na mkutano mzuri sana pale Turkana, anaendelea. Martha Karua alikuwa na mkutano ya kina mama Kirinyaga yenye imefana sana. Na Azimio iko kila mahali. Si hiyo tu nimesema ya baba na mama. Kila kona ya Kenya unakuta Azimio candidates, MPs, MCAs, governors. So inaendelea vizuri. Maneno ingine ya Kenya Kwisha ama Kenya Kwanza, ukiona mwanaume ameita mwanamke ingine baba, mama, alafu tena anaenda anauliza ati mama ameseeka, hawezi olewa, nani alikuwa amesema anataka kuolewa? Ameoa ile wa mama yote ya room 320, achue Kenya kuna wamama patu wako na discipline. Na kama akona bwana ama ako ready kuoa Ngilu, yes, aende engagement. Mama Ngilu ni mchane. Nashangaa kama watu wanaweza chekea watu wachane. You know, even you can be that. Kwa sababu mtu kukosa bwana kuna kitu imefanyika. Kama Mama Ngilu, kafana ya Kitui, akona China, anaitwa Charity Ngilu Kaluki. Lakini president ya Kenya Kwisha amekwisha. You panic. Yes, mama huyo ana bwana, ndio wanafanya kubadilisha kura yake. Na anatusi wa mama yote, si ati Ngilu peke yake, ni vile tu anaokopa kutusi machina mingi. Lakini nataka nimwambie baba asante, kwa sababu amejua Kenya kuna wamama wachane, wako na watoto. Nataka kushukuru baba, amejua kuna wale wamama pia waliolewa na wakawachana na mabwana sao. Nataka kushukuru baba pia kwa sababu kuna wamama wako na watoto na wako kwa wameolewa. Na amesema kwa serikali yake tumepatiwa nafasi kama wamama kwa hizo kategori yote tatu. Mchane, ule alitiforce na ule kuolewa. Kwa serikali ya baba tuko na nafasi. Nataka kuomba single mothers yote, hata wale wa mama wameolewa kwa sababu wako na watoto, ya kwamba tuingie serikali yenye itatambua kina mama. Isi maingine mtu ana hata ana heshima na mdosi yake. Na mtu kama hiyo hana heshima hata na pipi yenye iko kwa nyumba yake ama na mama yake. So hatuwezi hata kuongea. Wangira, najua siku simeisha, yetu ni kuambia watu yetu wajitahidi, watafute mahali kura iko. Saa 9 ya usiku vijana wamefika kwa polling station, wachunge masanduku ikiingia kwa polling station. Msiwache masanduku iingie, ama kama simelala ndani ifunguliwe mkiona. Msikubali iwekwe ingine na kumbe watu wamefanya ukarapati. Nilishangaa jana vile watu walikuwa nasema kuna kabila moja, na kweli wakati waliweka jana na kuna sahihi ya Chebukati, niliona watu 21. But I want to tell them for the 10 years wamekuwa returning officer, wafanye haki. Sababu wewe ukikubali kwenda kuwekwa huko ndani mahali umewekwa na ujaribu kuleta uchinga, kwanza angalia kando, uite mwenye iko kando yako, uite cheni ya mune. Ruti angalia kibande hii, kibrotiji ya mune. Kama hakuna mtu anasikia hiyo lugha, kuwa Mkenya halisi, sema habari yako, na hivi ndiye tunataka kufanya. Kwa sababu huwezi enda ongea hiyo lugha ya Kifaransa mahali watu wengine wasikii. Keep one vijana yetu na wasichana yetu. Naona ni wasichana wengi sana walipatiwa hiyo makasi. Waangalie kando, kukross barabara, unaangalia right, unaangalia left, and then you go forward. I'm telling them to look back, right, left, look back, do the right thing, give Kenyans the right results. Hayo tu ndiye nataka kumwambia wale watu nimeona wako wengi na waliandikwa, wamekula mshahara for 10 years. Na hakuna kuretire. Kama mnacheza, mnatukumbusha ile mlitufanyia 2012 na yenye mlifanya 2013 na 2017. So do the right thing, count the results properly, onyeshana kartasi sawa sawa, ambia kila mtu kama ameritika utangaze. Otherwise it is very difficult, very very difficult. I want these people to know that in 19 days, because najua Kenya saa hii ni karibu asubuhi. Kama wewe ni returning officer ama deputy returning officer, do the right thing. Onyesha watu wasiwasi, hili tupate heshima kidogo kama jamii ya Kalenjin. We are almost losing it. Keep. Tumekosa heshima yenye mababu zetu walituwekea. Tumeitwa machina. We are not like that. Nataka kuomba wale watu wamepatiwa kazi na serikali, wajaribu kuweka integrity ya Mkalenjin mali ilitoka mara ya kwanza.
Mama Selina, I have a question for you. Don't you think, I'm beginning to see this, just the way the Kikuyus had some doubt about Uhuru, but still voted for him in the previous 2 elections. The same thing is happening to our son, Ruto, whereby we're just voting for him because he's our son. So being naona kwamba there are some younglings, and I say younglings, some youth that are in euphoria for him, but the older generation are voting for him because he's our son, just the same way the Kikuyus did for Uhuru. I'm saying this because I don't fear a contradiction, because Uhuru is not perfect, by the way. 5 years ago, we are against him. That is why Martha Karua is having a difficulty defending him. As a panelist, for me, I always say the truth. So don't you think our people have the same difficulty, whereby we are defending this man who is ruthless, Ruto, because he's our son?
Yes, well, nimesema hivi, Najua Wakalenjin wanafikiria hivyo, but the same again, wakati serikali inaundwa, najua watu wetu wanasema sukari ikikuwa chini inakuwa kwa kila mtu. It is true. Asikia wanasema unga ikiwa chini itakuwa chini kwa kila mtu. It is true. But after these 5 years, where will the community of Kalenjin be with all these names? Na hii mambo mingi imetendwa, ndiye sababu nikasema nataka kuomba wale watu wanafanya kazi IEBC yenye majina yao imewekwa kwa makaseti, kila hata mtoto mdogo ya nasari ameona. Tenda mema, do the right thing. Mahali umewekwa Meru, Kisumu, Bondo, wapi, do the right thing. And the right thing is wacha safari wa Kenya na Kurasao ifanye kazi yake. Na keep, nasikia mumeongea sana kuhusu Martha Karua. The debate was between Martha Karua and the deputy president Kashakwa. There were no...
Ma'am, correction. You can never call Rigathi deputy president. Running mate. Please use the word running mate.
Yeah, so the debate was between our deputy president Martha Karua and the running mate Kashakwa. Nataka kusema hivi. Alikuja akifamia Uhuru. Martha Karua alifanya the right thing. Watu wengi wanaona kama ilikuwa ni mbaya. Lakini Martha amekuwa nje ya serikali for 10 years. 2013-2017. Raila Amolo Odinga amekuwa nje ya serikali 2013-2017. Martha Karua alisema hivi, nitamuongelea, I will stand for my principle. Chochote unauliza kuhusu Raila, kwa sababu tuko na yeye tikiti moja, I will defend Raila Amolo Odinga. And he gave us enough reasons. Na akarudi pia akatupatia another reasons kwa nini walikubaliana. They have differ in politics. Na Martha Karua alisema, wakati aliulizwa ulikuwa umesema uwezi amini Raila, akasema I was a presidential candidate. I was not supposed to endorse another presidential candidate. So mtu mwenye ako genuine na anataka kusikia vile Martha Karua alisema. She said the right thing. Ya pili, Kashakwa, William Ruto, our president Uhuru Kenyatta, they serve in the same government. Deputy president anachapa president yake. Running mate ya deputy president anakuja anachapa rais yake na anatetea deputy president yake. So it was a real different wall between Martha Karua and Raila and Uhuru Kenyatta, TP Ruto, Kashakwa. Kwa debate walikuwa nauliza maswali. Si kuona mahali debate ilikuwa inauliza story ya Uhuru. Nilisikia hiyo story ikiletwa na Kashakwa. Si kusikia kwa debate mahali walituambia maneno ya Ruto. Nilisikia hiyo maneno kutoka kwa Kirate Kashakwa. So, mama akikutuma kulete maji, unaenda unachota mchanga. Mama anakuuliza, si kukutuma mchanga, nilisema ulete maji. Mama anakuambia nipatie ile sahani ya white. Unaenda unachukua bakuli. Mama anakuambia la, chakula yenye nataka kupakua inataka sahani. So those are the two different things tuliona jana. We cannot even debate. And again, wanakuja wanasema Raila na Martha Karua ni puppet ya Uhuru. Anaruti wanasema ati Uhuru alisema Martha Karua atafunga watu. Now, kama mama angefanya makosa, we have Apple state what do we call hiyo promotion ya, unajua sisi wengine ni wasee keep kwa sababu wewe ni mtoto yangu.
Step capture.
No. Kalonzo anasema yeye ni state council. Martha Karua
senior council.
Yes, senior council.
This is when a lawyer has been elevated towards his career to the most towards the most level of his career before they become a magistrate or a justice. So senior counsel is the highest level of a lawyer.
So Martha Karua is a senior counsel. Martha Karua is a magistrate. She was a judge.
She's also still retains the title of senior counsel.
Yes, I say she is senior counsel and a judge. Put Martha Karua in that shoes. She was sitting yesterday, and Kashakwa was arguing with Martha Karua with the judge. Can the judge argue with the client? No. Anawacha client aseme uchinga yake, dakika mwisho anapiga ile rungu, amemaliza. So hakuna vile Martha Karua anajua ile mambo kulikuwa ndani pale Jubilee. Kenye tu alimutibu ni kwamba wewe hiyo kesi umestakiwa si ya 207, 208, hiyo kesi ni ya 2013 na alihusisha macounties. Kwa sababu hii nafasi ilikuwa ya Wangira na alinipatia nafasi kwa heshima kama mama niongee. Nikiendelea zaidi pia nitafanya makosa because nitarudi baadaye. So ningetaka kusubmit nikisema ya kwamba baba anaitwa baba. Kenya wamedecide. Asante Turkana, East, West, North walitoka yote. Nataka kurudishia asante wa mama ya Kirinyaga kwa kazi bora mumefanya. Mumefunika mama leso na hiyo ni kazi yetu. Saa ile mama anaenda kujifungua na kwa sababu Martha Karua anaenda kujifungua ndio sababu niliona hiyo maleso maridadi ya kufunika mtoto yetu tarehe 9 pale Kasarani. Sidhani ni wapi watatangaza, sidhani kama watapeleka Bomas of Kenya kwa sababu Bomas of Kenya imekuwa kisirani. I hope this time round they have to change mahali wanaisapia kura kwa sababu hiyo Bomas of Kenya sunlight nyingi sa kuipa kura simewekwa hiyo area. So tafadhali tunaomba mutoe muende mahali ingine. Kama mama akisaa mtoto na huyo mtoto akufe, ajaribu akakuwa na mimba ingine na hiyo mtoto akakufa, hawezi enda the same hospital na hata hawezi salia kwa hiyo nyumba alikuwa. Chua mama ingine wanaambia hiyo nyumba imekuwa na kisirani. So naomba pia IEBC wasitupeleke hiyo nyumba ya hasira, hiyo inaitwa Bomas of Kenya. We need something else better than that. Thank you so much. And asante sana baba Wangira kwa kunipatia nafasi.
Njeru, just 1 second. Njeru, 1 second, yeah.
Imeisha sekunde moja.
No, it's 1 second. Ngoja. For the guys who are on Facebook, tafadhali download the YouTube app. I know you prefer the Facebook app, but Facebook app is not very stable. So if you could download the Facebook app and then subscribe to the Mtembei, we're trying to get to 400,000 before the elections. But I had one question to Angira before Njeru interrupts me. He's my friend. Is the fact that I think Citizen TV moderators need to behave themselves. Citizen TV moderators, in my opinion, were not fair. So, what do you think before Baba comes, before Ruto comes in? What do you think the questions should be driven towards? Because I still believe the questions towards Martha and Rigathi were a bit unfair, because there was more defending on Martha Karua's side than there were for Rigathi's side. Rigathi stumbled into very simple questions about kerosene, about state capture, about all this stuff, but Martha Karua had to cool down because we did not want to see her as a wild woman. So, Wangira, the next debate, which is going to be the presidential one, what do you think KTN should do? Because I think that was Citizen TV, and the presidential one will be with another media. Tafadhali, because I think it was very unfair.
Wacha watupatie watu kama Chep Koinange. We need a senior people. Wangira, let these people don't bring these young children there. Watupatie wale watu wamejua. Walete Chep Koinange. Kuna watu wa maana wanaweza kuuliza maswali, and they can see these presidential candidates macho kwa macho. For me, if Chep Koinange is not there, I don't think there is nothing. And there is this guy, I don't know, they call him Hussein, ila anaulisanga Ruta maswali mpaka anachukuna kichwa. We need people like that. I'm sorry taking your time.
No, it's all right. No, I'm actually, I need to be corrected. I don't know if it was Citizen TV. I want to correct myself. Whichever channel that was moderating, it did a very poor job. So I think for the presidential one, as Mama Selina said, we need some senior reporters to ask some serious questions and not allow either Raila, even Raila himself, or Ruto to get away with the questions. Because I think that was a very unfair debate, in my opinion. So, Wangira, tafadhali. And then Jeru Pole.
You know, I'll just say one thing. You know, in this country, I think the quality of debates, especially on TV, have deteriorated, and that's why I'm no longer a fan of most of these TV debate shows. You know, even the panelists themselves, you know, you find ignorant people who, because they can speak some good English or good Swahili, being made moderator. Like, you know, that lady called Kapondi, Moshirima, you know, I was shocked that she doesn't know that the death penalty still exists in our penal code. Simple things that she's supposed to be knowing. So I agree with you that, you know, we need to look for better moderators. You know, I remember the days of people like Wakina John Thibi Okumu, you know, these were serious moderators. You know, if you, the goodness of having a serious moderator, serious moderator will behave like a good referee. A good referee always insists that you live up to the rules of engagement, because if you don't live up to the rules of engagement, then you get a red card. But what we saw on Tuesday, you know, that was a free for all. That was, if it was a football game, then I don't know what we could have described it to be. So I think that as Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto prepare to come for the debate, you know, there should be this need for them to stick to the rules of engagement. You know, if questions are about health, you stick to health. If questions about welfare, stick to welfare. If questions about corruption, stick to corruption. This issue of personality attacks, you know, come in when you have moderators who don't know what they're supposed to do. Like when you have a referee in a match who doesn't know how to officiate. So if you have a referee in a match who doesn't know how to officiate, you end up with a very bad match. You know, that's all that I want to say about what happened during the deputy presidential debate, my brother Kip. And unless you want me to elaborate more, that's all that I have to say about it.
I would like more, but that I'm going to leave for Njeru, because I really feel, for me, the fact that we felt that it was more of a personality contest rather than more of a policy contest. For me, I really wanted to hear about Azimio manifesto versus the UDA manifesto, because Kenya Kwanza does not exist. But more of what I had was Martha Karua trying to defend herself, which she had nothing to defend because all her court cases are in public demand, and most of what she asked for was in public demand. So all of this stuff would have been previously researched by the lawyer, not by the lawyer, by the moderators, and could have been for them to say that case A and B and C it has been cleared. But then for you, Rigathi Gachagua, we have case A, B, and C, whereby it's still in contest. So what I'm saying is there was no journalistic, what do you call it, journalistic efficacy there, whereby this journalist did not research these two and these two cases. So that is what is pissing me off, because Martha Karua's cases, which she has none now, it's all cleared out. She's not corrupt, should not have been questioned. And then when Gashagua's cases, which are still open, is the questions you should have been asked. And that's what making me angry, because you're pushing things about this woman that are not true, and then the stuff about this man that is true, open cases, because I'm not going to be ashamed about it, are not being asked by the reporters. There is research that detectives in these companies that should have been doing this work and asked the proper questions and insisted on the person on that podium to answer them. Yet we allow them to pretend they cannot hear it, giving them double equipment to hear what they're hearing. Why didn't Martha Karua have extra earpiece? Yet Rigathi Gachagua pretended he could not hear the question, then answered a different question, answered a question that he was not asked. So that is what is making me angry, is the fact that the moderators are playing puppet to the politicians. So tupatie moderators ambao watauliza questions, tuwapatie moderators ambao watafanya research. They're reading papers or tablets that do not have, they're pretending they have the technology, but they've not done the research. That is what's getting me angry, Wangira.
Okay, thank you. Let me just proceed on. Let me just proceed on, and just before
Can you give me like 30 seconds? I just respond to keep just 30 seconds around, then you chip in.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, so bwana Keep, hiyo story ya moderation mimi naona next week Baba has to be very sharp to make sure, because we don't know what these moderators, they might still miss some issues. So I still believe Baba should have a way of trying to bring, if Mr. Ruto will hit, he can also respond with a hit. That's what I think. So he should not let off Ruto lose. So moderators might not do it, but somehow Baba can do it.
Jeru. No, Jeru, sorry, Jeru, 30 seconds. Jeru, the problem is not that, because you could see there was a clock there. The problem is the moderators were very unfair. They were very unfair. They did not ask the questions that were supposed to be asked, and they did not insist on answering of the questions. So even if Baba decides to do that, I'll call him Raila. Even if Raila did not do that next week, it's the fact that Raila would look like a bully, and that's what I'm avoiding. And by the way, Martha did very well. Martha did very well, because I did not want her to look like a bullish leader. She looked very well. So Mimi nataka next week we have better moderators. I'm not blaming either of the candidates. I'm actually blaming Rigathi Gachagua for lying, but I'm more blaming the journalistic efficacy. They need to be neutral and they need to make sure that the interviewee follow through with the questions they're asked. That's all I'm saying. I'm not blaming Martha for it. Martha did very well because she calmed down, she was relaxed, she answered all the questions correctly. But they put her on a spot where she was more defensive. That's what I feel was unfair for Azimio. For me, I didn't want her to be put in that spot. And I don't want Raila to be put on that spot whereby he acts like a bully. I don't want that. I want him to have a fair what do you call it, podium. I want it to be fair.
Aya Wangira, go ahead.
Thank you, my brother Njiru. Uh, let me just finalize on the issue of the post debate. The post debate. Let me just finish on the post debate issue, and then I'll deal on the other subject. You know, my analysis on the post debate is that there is a particular script that has been presented by the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. And if you look at this script is a very consistent script even in their public rallies. And that script is on what we call personality attacks. And you'll discover that all along they have been attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, they have been attacking Raila Odinga, they have gone to the extent of even attacking people like Wakina Ngilu, even on matters of their marital. You know, they have gone on to attack Eugene Wamalwa. You see, those particular personality attack seems to be part of their script in this debate and in this campaign. And you know, this comes up because of, it's coming up because of the way Ruto has been campaigning, because you know he has been in the field for a very long time, like 2 years in the field, and you know if you're in the field for 2 years, you know, and your message has been that same message, it becomes monotonous, and because now their message has become monotonous, now they have to create another script, and this script is what I now call the personality attack script. And that's what the same script that they now applied on the day of the debate. Because what I saw, and just like what many commentators have analyzed and concluded, Rigathi Gachagua seemed more as if he was it seemed more as if he was debating against Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta than he was debating against Martha Karua, because the most issues that he was talking about on that issue day were personality matters that pertained Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. For example, he came up with the issue of state capture. Then he said that they are going to form a commission of inquiry. And you know, that's where I now say that, you know, if you have a referee who doesn't know how to officiate, you know, things go wrong. For example, when Rigathi Gachagua say that they are going to form a commission of inquiry to investigate state capture, I expected that these panelists were alive to what we call Chapter 102 of the laws of Kenya that creates what we call the Commission of Inquiries Act. And it's very clear that looking at the architecture of the 2010 constitution, you know, you can now note, you know, that particular act looks as if it's obsolete. You know, it cannot operate within the environment of the 2010 constitution. And I've explained it here severally on this platform that looking at the way it was structured, it's a very old statute of, I think, 1962 that has become obsolete, and you want to apply it in the scenario of 2010 constitution. How will it work? How will it work? Who will you be investigating under a Commission of Inquiries Act? What will you want to attain under the Commission of Inquiry Act when you already have institutions that include the DPP, institutions that include the ESCC and the DCI, when we have the judiciary that is robust, that is supposed to handle matters that pertains to corruption, and here you are telling us that you are going to form a commission of inquiry. and the moderator allow him to go away with that instead of interrogating him further on what he means by commission inquiry. I see a big failure, just like my brother Kip has said, that I see as a big failure on the panelists. They allowed this script of William Ruto and Kenya Kwanza Alliance to play in that particular debate, that script of personality attack. They could have insisted on the rules of engagement. The rules of engagement are that you have 3 minutes, and the question is on corruption, the question is on education, the question is on health. The question is not on Uhuru Kenyatta. And they would have insisted that we are not debating Uhuru Kenyatta here, and Uhuru Kenyatta is not here to defend himself. The way they just say that, the way they told Gachagua that, Gideon Moi was not in that particular platform to defend himself. They failed Kenyans. And if these are the type of, I think, Azimio could have taken things for granted when Martha Karua was getting into this debate. They didn't go for what you call housekeeping. Because I saw Gachagua a day before the debate. Even visiting the Catholic University, which I didn't see Martha Karua doing. So for Raila Odinga, there must be proper housekeeping, and they must agree on the rules of engagement. Nothing outside the rules of engagement. If you go out of the rule, if you go outside the rule of engagement, then your mic should be put off. That's how debates are operate. We have seen it all over. But if you allow it to become a free for all, whereby everybody can kick the ball wherever he wants it to go, then that does not become a deputy presidential debate. That becomes something else. And again, there's something I also noticed on that day. How come that the Kenya Kwanza Alliance also managed to sneak in a cheering crowd in that in that venue? If you discovered any time Gachagua was speaking, you could hear people cheering him, and the rules were very clear that you don't cheer, you only listen, you don't make any noise, you only listen. And we saw them more than 3 or 4 times cheering Gachagua. How did it come to that point that we had a cheering crowd in favor of Gachagua, and we know that Martha Karua adhered to the rules of engagement. She didn't carry crowds with her to cheer her. These are some of the things that must be observed and noted as Raila Odinga prepares to attend the debate next week. We don't want a scenario where, William Ruto has cheering crowd in the auditorium, and Raila Odinga is just there alone. Every time he speaks, nobody cheers him. And, every time William Ruto speaks, people are cheering him. We want those things to be managed. Let us have a balanced audience. If it's an audience, let us have a balanced audience. If you are telling Kenya Kwanza to invite 10 people, ask Azimio also to invite 10 people, so that we have a balanced audience. And like what I saw on that day, that was a big mess. It was a big mess indeed. It was not a mistake for Martha Karua. Because if somebody goes on personality attack, what do you want Martha Karua to do? I'm surprised that, the only thing that I'm surprised is that perhaps Rigathi Gachagua did not attack Martha Karua on her marital status, because the way things are going in Kenya Kwanza Alliance, it could just have escaped them, because these are people who can do anything for purposes of getting the platform attraction. They could even attack her on what we call her marital status. So next time, let us have moderators who can live up to the rules the way good referees do. If we want this debate to be helpful to the people of Kenya. Let me move to my second point. My second point is on the Azimio campaigns in Turkana. We saw Raila Odinga in Turkana yesterday. The rallies were well attended, but what caught my eyes and perhaps my attention was this sibling rivalry between Muñez, the former CS Muñez, and this guy who is called Lumarakai. The Turkana's name are hard for me to pronounce. One is running on ODM and the other one is running on Jubilee. Things were so serious, that people were fighting amongst themselves during Raila Odinga's rally in Turkana, that, it even became difficult for it to be controlled. And that even made Nani Munyes not to attend rallies in Turkana South, in Turkana West, and in Turkana Central. So this issue of sibling rivalry, it's still becoming, it's still a big issue within the Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya Alliance, 19 days to the general election, and it's even disrupting our own campaigns, because when Raila Odinga is in Turkana, he's supposed to be campaigning for his presidency. But now if you see the two governors, fighting amongst themselves on Raila Odinga's podium, then it does not give a very, very good picture. It should just be agreed that, if Raila is in an area, let him campaign on the presidential platform, so that the rest can organize for their own meetings wherever they want, so that they can campaign for what they want to become. The other thing is on the Kenya Kwanza Alliance. Uhuru Kenyatta seems to have denied them the fodder that they have been using to criticize the government around. They have been saying that the cost of living is high, the cost of unga is high, and now because now Uhuru Kenyatta has managed to convince the millers and that the cost of unga is going down, they seem to be offended. They look very, very offended, and that's why they're that bitter. And yesterday I heard Rigathi Gachagua say, telling Uhuru Kenyatta in a public rally in Murang'a that usituletee, sio sisi tulikuambia upandishe unga, sasa hata ukishukisha usituambie. Such talk, we have heard what William Samoei Ruto has said. These are very, very disparate people, and it's all coming up because of the desperation. There was a time William Samoei Ruto had a good a good hold on the Kenyans, and he was very sure that he was going to win this election, first round and clearly. But the way things are, it's not guaranteed, and that's why it's putting out that desperation, the way we see, and attacking the government in anything that the government is trying to do. And I agree with Uhuru Kenyatta that their behavior at times, tends to be like a mockery to the vulnerable Kenyan families who are struggling outside there. Because if unga is 200 shillings and the government is lowering it to, let us say, 100 shillings, and you are saying you are now criticizing the government, then what did you want the government to do? The government to let the price of unga remain at 230 shillings until you become president? Is that how things are supposed to work? I just really don't understand. And I now agree with Uhuru Kenyatta that they are now trying also to politicize, and by trying to politicize issues of high cost of living and issues of unga, I don't think it will help them much. And it's not the first time that we have had high cost of unga in this country. You remember in 2013 we had the same problem, and 2017 we had the same problem. This year we are having the same problem. So it's a problem that needs a long-term solution. It's not a populist issue, because we must agree that even the size of farms that used to grow maize in this country are shrinking every day. My father used to be a maize farmer in Washingishu, where we still have a farm, but which we don't use anymore. And I used to know the size of farms that were there in the 1980s and 90s, and how they have shrunk. So there are many dynamics to this thing. It's not a populist issue. There are many. It is a highly matter that needs to be looked at very critically than on a populist platform. Finally, Kisii. I think in Kisii, Simba Arati, as much as is in ODM, seems to have borrowed William Samoei Ruto's bad political manners, and I call it bad political manners because he seems to be poisoning the people of Kisii for his own advantage, and it's not coming out very well. Yesterday we saw what happened in Kisii. How properties were destroyed, how people were injured. That's not the type of politics that we want in this country. We want clean politics. You don't poison the people so that now people look at politics from a hatred point. What is happening in Kisii, that we are seeing hatred, and we don't want hatred. We want clean politics. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Okay, sawa. Wangira, that one is okay. So Bwana Mise, naona unapewa uji na ile kikombe kubwa kabisa.
Naona kama nakaribishwa hapa na kijana.
Na sasa Julia amepiga makelele sana. Julia anasema uende ukuje.
Nani anasema?
Julia anasema umekuja mapema.
Hapana, nimekuja kwa sababu nasikia kuna vitu zingine hapa watu wanasema na wamekimbia.
Okay, sawa. Anyway, you can take your time now. You can do your presentation. Go ahead, Bwana Lisa.
I just wanted to respond to a few things that actually have listened to. And first, Mama Selina amelala na nilikuwa nataka nimuaddress. I've listened to Mama Selina very many occasions, na every time namsikiza ni kama she's always castigating young people, vijana, and yet tunamuita Mama Selina. So I don't know if Mama Selina, she wants us to kufika a certain age so that we can be trusted, but I don't find that
hiyo utapita sababu ni kama
I don't find that very healthy.
Bwana Mise, nasema hii ya Mama Selina unaweza acha kidogo sababu kama akisikii, there is no need, just address others.
Yeah, so maybe next time you guys as moderators need to also, as you're criticizing the moderators, you need to align her and tell her there are many young men who are listening and looking to it. She shouldn't speak in a way that is condescending the young people. That being said, Wangira, you came here and made a lot of allegations, and I think none of you was willing to also guide him. The moderators were not drawn from Citizen alone, Citizen TV alone, and that is not usually how moderators are drawn. The moderators are taken from different.
Kwa literature, kwa notes kuna mtu aliandika.
Yeah, the moderators are drawn from different media houses. You know, Sofia Wanuna, she's from Citizen. I think Sofia Wanuna is from NTV. James Smart is from KTN. Trevor Umbicher, KTN. So this idea of branding Citizen as a biased media house or moderators, I think it is good that we put it to understanding that we do not come here and castigate people from point of not knowing. Now, Umbiche, I wanted to respond to very many things that Kip was alleging, but also Wangira, the moderators, the issues that were raised, the podium, the rules of engagement. Sometimes I think it is up to, I think when I listened to the questions were fairly put across to every candidate. How the presidential candidate will choose to answer does not necessarily mean that they are looking down or breaking the rules. If a mother chose to be calm and collective and not to be herself, I think it's okay. We accept that is not the mother. The mother we saw on the debate is not the mother that we know. Mother is always a very aggressive person. She's abrasive, and we know that. But she chose not to be. So should we penalize him for that? No. If Gachagua chose to be himself, I think we should allow him that. Now, there are questions here, there are things that have been said here also in relation to allegations. And these allegations were made. And people were trying to vindicate Mother that she has been cleared from court. I think the point of Gachagua was that these are allegations. So until they have been proven, until they have been ruled upon, then you can now hold someone accountable. So that's why, and I remember his words are very clear. They say there has been allegations about the Giriama land. There has been allegations by the newspaper in the England or British newspaper saying that you were bribed, and all those are allegations, and I cannot hold you accountable, which is actually true. And so he also argued and defended himself that everything that is leveled against himself, they are allegations until proven. So which the law gives him that kind of privilege. So until proven guilty, he is not guilty until then. So also in terms of fairness, and debating or the ground for debating, I agree with you that we need someone who has understood, and we are always learning every day. Even as we debate here, we make a lot of mistakes. We misrepresent ourselves sometimes, but we learn every day. You come here, you become better and better. Should you not be given a chance to come here and become better and better? And so the idea of arguing that the moderators were biased, I think that is not appreciating our moderators and the work they have done. We are castigating them because we are castigating them from a point of biasness. We are biased, but if these moderators were leaning towards us, we could be praising us today. And this is a bad culture in Kenya. If you cut it and it doesn't suit you, then you castigate it. But if it's suiting you, then you praise it. And that is the tragedy that we are seeing even with our panelists here. And lastly, I want to say, yes, there are people who have had the privilege to interrogate or interview these politicians. Hussein is one of them, the one that Mama Selina recommended. Of course, Jeff is one of them as well, who has a great experience in interrogating them, interviewing the politicians, but also they should bring them with them along themselves with those others to learn from them, so that next time, if Jeff is not there, we don't have a vacuum. There is no place that you can learn better than learning on your job. I think that's my contribution that I wanted to give here, and I want to agree with whoever said that this kind of fighting, and I think it's Wangira, this kind of fighting that we are seeing before Baba is actually not very good for the Azimio side, because it kind of shows the challenges, the in-house problems that we have that we need to clean. And instead of cleaning our dirty linen in the public, we should try to do it in the back, especially in meetings where Baba is. And Baba struggles. You can see in the case of Alai, Baba was struggling to call Robert Alai very many times. But even despite the fact that the chief of commander, I don't know if it's the chief in commander or the chief of commander, calling Alai very many times, still it did not yield. And Sifuna, the same thing. And many other areas that we see that Baba is struggling and is taking more time to calm and control his people who are supposed to do that, instead of him taking more time and selling the manifesto of Azimio and what he is intending to do for the people. Thank you very much.
Bwana Mise, to ask you a question. Kama hizo vita zimetokezea Kisii leo, has it been confirmed ni watu ya ODM ama ni watu ya Azimio? Is it Azimio people?
Actually, and you actually reminded me what I wanted to tell the allegations Mr. Wangira was saying. Mr. Wangira said that Gashawa carried himself with him hecklers, people were spectating him, wanamshangilia akiongea. I think those are unfounded allegations. You do not know if, actually I heard many times when mother questioned or put Gashawa on spot, people were laughing, for example, and Gashawa the same thing. And there are some things when you are in the audience you cannot hold. So making an allegation that these were imported eclairs to frustrate Mother Karua. Mother Karua, nobody can really frustrate Mother Karua. I think I have complete trust in Mother Karua. And she has been in this business better and composed and in situations that are way above at the national level than even Gashawa. And I think he has that experience. The people in Kisii have not had the chance to check. But again, it's Sonko who told us that during the Jubilee time, they used to take vehicles of and brand them as ODM and take them to Kibera and take them to Madare North and burn them and act as though it is ODM that were supporters that were burning the vehicles. We don't know. We cannot confirm unless we have credible evidence that can tell us, or credible investigation that has found people guilty, that they are indeed people of the other side. Thank you.
Okay, sawa Mise. So, Bwana Wangira, maybe before I bring you on board, there is a question I wanted to ask. I think the situation in Kisii was about IBC. And the situation of IBC and those people who are rioting there, it can be somebody from Kenya Kwanza, it can be somebody from Azimio, it can be somebody from Wanjakoya. So I don't think we can try to blend violence on one direction. The other day we saw people in Meru wakirusha mawe. So I think this is not the time to say that violence is in one direction. And I think some people in Kenya Kwanza want to insinuate that Azimio is having violence. And I don't think that is the case. Wangira.
Let me first respond to my brother Mise. I watched that debate entirely, and you know the rules were very clear that you don't cheer, you don't jeer, you don't do anything, you just listen. And if you watch it very, very keenly, you know, nobody ever cheered Martha Karua. But anytime regarding Gachagua, and you know, this could have been a very calculated script. And I've talked about a particular script. You know, it could have been an agreement that, you know, if I say a particular thing, then cheer me. Because it was in a very organized manner that there was a particular point that whenever Gachagua would mention something, you know, they could always hear him. And, you know, the moderator could come back to tell them, you know, we have agreed on the rules of engagement, don't cheer, don't cheer. And, you know, they could continue doing the same thing, you know. And that tells you that, you know, this is not something that just happens, you know. This must have been a very choreographed thing, that something that was agreed on, that we move in, that whenever I mention a particular thing, cheer me. And you know, it's on clip, you know, that's something that we cannot run away from, my brother Mise. And that's why I'm saying that there is a need that we stick to the rules of engagement, especially as Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto go to debate next week, because we don't want a similar scenario where you import in people for a particular purpose. You know, why were people who are pro Azimio not cheering? And we saw people on the Kenya Kwanza side cheering. It is on clip, you know. I'm not trying to be malicious on that matter. It is very, very open. Uh, on the issue of Kisii, my brother Njiru, you know, I even saw the women, the women rep, the Kisii women rep complaining, and she said it's not the first time that this thing is happening. So you know, the problem in Kisii is largely within the Azimio sibling rivalry. and we cannot run away from it.
What about the IBC issue? Kule walikuwa wameenda kwa ofisi za IBC. Is that still Azimio issue? Wangira?
Perhaps you could educate me more. What was the issue with the IBC? Perhaps you could educate me more.
Si kuna vijana walikuwa na riot huko wakisema ni kama kuna bias ya zile kazi za IBC watu wanaajiriwa nako. So I don't know the type of chaos tunaongea. Are we talking about the type of hiyo chaos ya IBC ama the general chaos? Because I don't know, because I think kuna mambo mingi watu wanapigania. So I think Langel, what was when Kisii was that issue of IBC, of bias in employment, na watu wameonekana wakisema kuna bias.
Anyway, let me just leave it at that, and we allow somebody else also to perhaps add on it.
Okay, let's have Collins. Joshua will come later. Collins?
Mic is working, right? Good evening, guys. It's been long. I've been out of these discussions for a long time. I'm glad I'm back, but I always follow what you discuss, maybe later, not on the same time. Mine is just to maybe talk of whatever is happening. I'll not talk much on the rivalry in this Kenya Kwanza and Azimio. The problem lies with the main parties. You see, whatever is going on, when the Kenya Kwanza goes to campaign everywhere, they want to force the all group to say UDA. It's like they want to shadow all other parties in their coalition. They want UDA, kazi ni kazi, because that's their motto. So every time they go everywhere, they want to associate with UDA, kazi ni kazi. Including in Western Province, former Western Province, they are like UDA, kazi ni kazi. And now the parties like ANC, Ford Kenya, they don't see themselves anywhere. That's what Kimani Wamatangi is trying to do. And that's why you'll have a problem with people like Kabogo. You have a problem with people like Moses Kuria, because the main people want to be seen as if they are pushing UDA kazi ni kazi instead of Kenya Kwanza. You go to most of the areas, you'll find no one wants to talk of other parties. It's about ODM, ODM, ODM. The other people feel like they should also be given an opportunity, like the MDG. You go to Nyanza, the MDG is a party there. There is UDM is also a party there. There is PDK is also a party there. And there are people who are independent, but they are supporting the presidency of Raila, but they are not supporting the governorship and any other party. So you will find them like they are independent as per their level, but the other presidency, they are supporting Raila's presidency. All these people are forced to say something to go with ODM. So that means coalition politics is not still mature within our political system. We still don't know how to run the coalition politics. Where I can be independent, I support Raila as a president, yes, but I'm independent on my level. We should be allowed to support our independent candidates, our other parties. So when Raila goes to Turkana, there is a politician who is in ODM. There is a politician who is in Jubilee. The campaign strategy of Raila is for presidency. These other things should be sideshows and they should not be allowed to be there. The members of the parliament and any other person should come out and tell people like, today we are here for Baba, or today we are here for Ruto. Leave your parties and we campaign for him. After he is gone, then we can campaign for our parties. That is what should happen. But because our coalitions, everybody wants to hang on the coat of the big leader, everybody wants to seek attention from the big leader, they lose that focus. That means they are selfish. Next thing on the discussion of yesterday, somebody said that Rigathi Gachagua is running on a script. This is a script that was already created. And if you see why people were cheering on Rigathi Gachagua, it's because he talks something that is familiar to the people that attended. Whatever he's been speaking in the rallies is whatever he was speaking there. Rigathi Gachagua was not discussing, was never debating. He was only projecting whatever they've been saying in the rallies. And in fact, if somebody is a bit intelligent, will tell you, Rigathi Gachagua went to just expound, to use the same podium to campaign. He was not giving anything on their manifesto. Remember, when he was asked about something, he talked of state capture. This is the same script they've been running in the rallies. What did he say about state capture? He used a lot of words to defend it, because he can't specifically say this is what state capture is. He is not defining it. He is saying what it is. So when you're asked something to say, to define, because you're talking about it, can you define the word that you're talking about? And then you use examples instead of defining it. If I was a teacher, I would give you a wrong, because it seems you are discussing what you have not defined. Rigathi Gachagua, every time he was speaking of things that they've been speaking outside in the rallies, you will find people were jeering and cheering. They are none other than Ndindi Nyoro and the group, because we saw them entering the same podium. So they had discussed what to be said. That's why he was not following the questions. When you are asked, where is Makongeni? And you know that Makongeni is a slum, and you don't want us, whether it's in East Nairobi, Eastlands, or in Westlands, but you want to tell us it's a slum inhabited by rowdy youths. That is what you have been saying in the rallies, and that is what he's going to. So he was not discussing or debating anything. He was coming up with a script that they've already been speaking, running something, I would call it, I can't stop. It's an ideology that they've been running around with in the microphones, in the podiums. So there was nothing new. You see people like Miguna praising Rigathi Gachagua for mopping up the floor. He said it in his tweet, and I told him to be silent. I wrote on his tweet, he's confused. Why? Because here is somebody who is being asked how he obtained his wealth. He went ahead and told the people that he's 800 million, and it's not billions as it's being said. How did he explain how he got his 800 million? All the deals were done with the government. All the deals. So these are people who have been working with the government for tenders. And then he comes to tell you that they are going to form a commission of inquiry on how to take the cartels home. Which cartels, if they are not people doing the government businesses? A person who has been a civil servant earning 200,000 Kenya shillings is telling you where he made his 20 million, here he made 30 million, here he made 50 million. How? And they were not loans. He never said any loan. He talked of mtu wa biashara. Those are the hustlers you're talking about in Kenya. Somebody said he never attacked Martha Karua. He attacked Uhuru Kenyatta vehemently. Uhuru Kenyatta was not part of the debate. Why did he attack Uhuru Kenyatta? Because that's the script. Attack Uhuru Kenyatta and discredit him from the Kikuyu votes. And that's what they are doing. So he's running a script that already been written long ago. Anything to do with the Unga politics. Somebody, I think one person should define and remember to remind William Ruto that currently he is the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, attending the meetings, including the last cabinet meeting he attended. On what capacity is Ruto attending these meetings? As a Deputy President. If he's attending the meetings as a Deputy President, who is responsible for giving sub orders, because orders are given the president. He can give some orders. If Matiang'i can give order and he's just a minister, the Eugene can give orders, he's a minister. Balala can give orders in his ministry and he's a minister. What is making the deputy president not to give some orders? If UNGA goes down and you find William Ruto is the first person to go to tell people that it's being done for politics, and then in his communication team, they're saying it's William Ruto's input that the Kenyan UNGA is now going down. Why is it that now when UNGA goes down, it's William Ruto? And when it goes up, it is Uhuru Kenyatta. How many governments do we have? People should not forget the failure of Jubilee is the failure of William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. The gains of Jubilee is the gains of Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. If he is telling us that he is not part of the government, why is he earning? Why is he still using the government resources? People should be categorical in these things. We know if we are removing Jubilee government, we remove Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto. All of them. It's only that Uhuru is not contesting. Any other shenanigans that we are hearing, Uhuru Kenyatta fighting with William Ruto, that is the same Jubilee, that we should uproot all of them. And I'm not afraid to say this. The presidency of Raila Odinga and Martha Karua will not spare anybody, including Uhuru Kenyatta, if he did any wrong. But telling us that they want to form a commission of inquiry, people like Rigathi Gachagua, who worked with Uhuru Kenyatta in a whole setup. So if there is a commission of inquiry, then we will also investigate him as the advisor of the president, because he did it. Jubilee government did not mess in the second term. They messed for 2014, 2013, and 2015. So if all that mess is what is causing the government, yes, we will have to investigate all of them. Discussion of tomorrow, somebody said Hussein Mohammed. Hussein Mohammed is no longer in media. He is the communication director in the office of UDA and Kenya Kwanza. So he cannot preside over any discussion because he's also a player. The journalists that we may have, we don't need anybody like Jeff Koinange. Jeff Koinange, he is empty when it comes to asking questions. He is not in touch with the politics. That's why he pretends to be biased sometimes. He is not in politics. He doesn't understand. We need somebody like Ken Mijungu. He understands what politics is. We need somebody like Dibal Ainea. These people understand what politics is. And any other person that can give us what we want, like Sophia Wanuna, can ask questions. But if you call on somebody like Jeff Koinange, somebody will, the Jubilee people will take it like, not the Jubilee, but the other guys will take it like, oh, you know, he's the cousin to Uhuru Kenyatta. We don't want cousin anywhere. Another thing I would say about this discussion, the debate between Raila Odinga will be won squarely by William Ruto. Why? Not on points, but on lies. William Ruto, I would say 80 times, he has PhD in lies. He can lie and lie and unlie the lie. So if we give them time to discuss, or in terms of how many words, William Ruto will be throwing words like a person suffering from diarrhea. He will be throwing points because he runs a lot. And he can lie to the extent of mentioning things that are not even existing. We know him. He mentioned the stadiums like Nantes, and which are not even there. So he will lie. We know that he will lie, and Raila talks slow. The best Raila can do to win that debate is not to uppercut him. Just give the facts and keep quiet. Let him rant. Because if you start competing with him, you'll like be competing with the radio. Ruto talks. He's a good orator. He can lie and he can say anything. So if our people want to be well, just keep cool. Wait for him to talk. And Raila can only question him on the lies that he has told since 2013. Raila, do not try to question him on what he's planning to do to Kenyans. He will lie a lot. You'll give him a lot of time to lie. Just question him on the lies and then keep quiet. I think I'll leave it at that point unless somebody has a question for me.
Okay, Wangira.
It's not a question as such, but I want just to agree with you entirely. You know, when Gachagua was asked about how he made his money, you know, he said he was worth 800 million Kenya shillings, and he said that he made this money by doing business with government, and I remember him mentioning the Ministry of Lands and I think Ministry of Agriculture. And I think that's where perhaps the moderators could have come in, strongly, especially in the issue of cartels, because in this country, you cannot just do business with government. Doing business with government is a very complex issue, and that's why it is a cartel issue. Especially now, look at even at the Nairobi city government. You see the way cartels operate. So anybody who does business, especially that big business with government, that's a cartel already. So I think that is an area where the moderators could have exploited further by asking and demanding to know how he actually got to doing business with government. And I think they failed us because they never interrogated him to tell us how he got how he ended up doing business with government. Because doing business with government is not easy. Otherwise, everybody will be doing business with government. And there I agree with you entirely that perhaps the reason why Gachagua is talking about state capture is because perhaps he was among those who are in the inner core of capturing the state. And now because they have been thrown on the streets, it is the reason why they are perhaps crying. That's all that I just wanted to add on your point, my brother.
So, Joshua?
Yes, just on the issue of where my brother Collins have left, I think the moderators failed us in that debate that happened yesterday. Actually, they really failed us. And I remember there was an interview with the Iebc, the one that was done, the last one. I really like those people who interviewed the Iebc because the questions that they were giving, they did a research. If you are a moderator, you need to go and do a research. You should know the background of this person you're going to moderate, so that when you're coming on the table, you should ask questions with the facts. It can either be rumors, but there are things that you've heard and there are things that are being known. But now when you realize that the moderator, they didn't have even facts, Gachagua just ran away because there was no one who could ask him valid questions. Like issue of corruption, I expected to hear so many questions about corruption because Gachagua has implicated with so many corruption here in Kenya. So I was expecting them to interrogate Gachagua. But now you realize that Gachagua was saying that, no, I'm just being followed, I don't know what, they're just lies. And then they let it go like that. So Gachagua was more of a defensive. He was defending himself and he managed to escape with that. So the people who felt us terribly was Gachagua. Not Gachagua, the moderators. And then just to add on that debate, Gachagua came with the mentality of state capture. And unfortunately, he didn't know what the meaning of state capture. Correct. Because you realize that, but the time he started the issue of state capture, that's the time that he went ahead and took whatever the paper that he had in his coat, and he was now reading. And to me, I've never seen any debate that someone is on a podium and then is allowed just to read. And Gachagua was reading everything, even the issue of fertilizer he was reading. When you're coming for something like that, a debate like that, you must do a good research. But now they allow Gachagua because Martha Karua didn't have any paper or anything to read. But now Gachagua was allowed to read
which was not, well, that was not fair. You know, the level playground should be, everybody should be equal. The way mother was just normal. He didn't even carry his bag. Kama kina mama wanabeba bag zao. It just came like that. But Gachagua had so many things, and he was being controlled. He had something. I think maybe there's people were coordinating with him. He had something nyuma kichwa yake hapa hivi. I think they were little bit telling him. That's why when he was asked, sometime he was asked a question, he pretending that he was not hearing. So to me, I blame the moderators. They allowed Gachagua to run away that show, and Gachagua pretending that he knew so many things, and he was more of offensive. And I like Martha because however much Gachagua was trying to bring her to discuss the issue of Uhuru Kenyatta, Martha tend to run away because the issue, you realize that Gachagua mentioned the name of Uhuru more than 10 times. And the debate yesterday was between Martha
75
Karua.
times it has been analyzed. Joshua, it was 75 times. 75.
Yes. So the yesterday debate was just between Martha Karua and Gachagua. If you could have mentioned the name of Martha Karua so many times, it would be fair. But also there, I also blame the moderators. How were they allowing Gachagua to mention the name of Uhuru, yet Uhuru is not there? You know, you cannot mention the name of somebody who cannot defend himself. So I really blame the moderators for allowing Gachagua to mention the name of Uhuru more than 60 times, the way my brother Jura said. So to me, I'm expecting the next debate. We have a good moderators. We don't want this young journalist who just joined journalists just a few years ago. We need journalists who have good background of people like Gashuri. We have Kaikai, Linus Kaikai. They're people who know politics. Even when the way they discuss issue of politics in Citizen. But yesterday I really wonder the kind of moderators that we were given yesterday. That was very much premature moderators, and we need the time. We need next week. We need mature moderators who can bring the ideas to the table so that they can be discussed. The way my brother Collins has said that I'm sure Ruto is a good orator, and this given time, it is going to outshine Raila as an orator. But I wish Raila next week can he just go and articulate the issue of his manifesto. Let him just speak on the issue of manifesto, elaborate more of his manifesto so that people can hear very well what is this in his manifesto. But he should not allow to engage himself with Ruto because Ruto is a good orator. He can talk like a parrot. Mm-hmm. So I wish that Raila next week, he should just go and speak because I know Raila is a solo, so it doesn't speak like the way Ruto is speaking. So he should just humble himself, go slow, articulate on issue of in the manifesto. It should come out clear and give us well the way the manifesto is saying. And then I want to talk on the issue of IBC. To me, and I'm still saying, and I've always been saying here, IBC is not ready. And if they're not careful, they're going to bungle this election. I don't see anything new that IBC is bringing. I only see something worse than what happened in 2017. And if they're not careful, we'll still go, we still have the same problem that even happened in 2017. Because there are issues that were raised, and this issue, they haven't even addressed them. There are so many issues, and even Kenyans want to hear how are they handle these issues. Like now, the issue that is happening in Kisii. Kisii, purely what's happening in Kisii, the residents are protesting that presiding officers are from one community, which to me, I think that's right, because in their community, you have people who are learned, who are learned in their community. Why should somebody come and bring a Other people from other community, people even you don't know, they come to preside in your constituency. You know, sometimes we need to have facts, because there are even this issue they were asked that out of 290 constituency returning officers, 100 are from one community. Out of 47 county returning officers, 10 are from one community. We have 42, more than 42 community in Kenya. We need to have something balanced, because here in Kenya, I don't think that only one community are people who have learned. Are the people who can do this work of IBC, being returning officers. So however much IBC is trying to hide around, if they're not careful, they must come out and give us a credible election, because we cannot each and every year we are doing the same mistake that we have been doing each and every time. So to me, I don't trust that IBC will give us a credible election, and I'm going to talk of this issue of IBC after election. But right now, I'll never trust IBC. I don't have any confidence in IBC. I have a match. Somebody may try to convince me, but bottom, I don't have anything to do with IBC. They're not ready, because if they could be ready, by right now they could be updating us. We could see some more of discussion. They should be coming to television and tell us today this is what has happened, because we are now left with less than 3 weeks. And then on the issue of KKA angry at the price of funga dropping down. I think either Ruto is trying to joke with the mind of Kenyans, because Ruto has been complaining that the cost, and specifically they'll be mentioning unga, and unfortunately, by good luck, the price has been lowered. So what is the problem with Ruto? Because it tried to defend Asla. Now, President has lowered the price to favor Asla. Whether this is because of majorly because of election, appreciate it first, and then say, however much you've done this, but it's too late. Why are you now question? But you have to appreciate. I remember 2017, the price of funga was lowered. The government gave subsidiary, and the price of funga went up to 90 shillings. And it was about we are approaching election. But I didn't hear where Raila came out and started condemning the price, that the price has been lowered. The government is now giving the subsidies because that we are now approaching election. But now I'm wondering with such kind of utterance from Ruto, because even yesterday, while he was in Coast, he mentioned these issues. You know, you cannot just pick an agenda. You want to run away this agenda. Each and every time you want to lie to Kenyans. And I said this, that this is the right time that Ruto should be countered. That we should not leave, we should not just be left like that. He mentioned some issues. It must be countered, whether with clips, whether with videos. They should be going to rallies, put a screen. They should be giving us the way Ruto has been behaving each and every time, so that Kenyan can know the real color of this man, because this man is a liar. That's why even the running mate yesterday during the debate, he don't even know the issue of state capture. You know, you cannot mention something, and I'm sure the person who told them this state capture is this economist, I don't know, David D. David is the one who even came with this bottom up. They don't know bottom up. They tried to sell bottom up. It was not moving well. Now they're coming with the issue of state capture, and I'm sure these 3 weeks they want to bring the name of Uhuru so that Mount Kenya can see that Uhuru is a devil. Yet they have been running with Uhuru all this time, 9 years. Now after 9 years, now we are coming to the issue of state capture. You didn't know this is state capture the first year. You are with the Uhuru government. Why could you say this thing? Because if Uhuru has been having Brookside all along this time, so how can you come and say that Brookside? I don't know what those nonsense. So I'm so mad with the kind of characters we have, especially Ruto and this running mate, because Brookside has been there. And if you are sincere, You could have told this. You could have told Kenya this thing the first year with the Uhuru. Why are you talking about the issue of state capture in your last year? So to me, I think that we should stop Ruto, and the only thing that can make us to stop Ruto is only let us come up in a large number and get Ruto out of this. And then I want also to talk on the issue of governors. We have also some governors who have allegation of corruption, even in Azimio. And I'm just requesting that however much is from Azimio, let cut these people down. Someone like Kidero has a case in court. Why should we vote for Kidero? What will Kidero do that he didn't do while he was a governor in Nairobi? So now Kidero is going to obey. He want to cheat the resident of Nairobi. That's going to bring change. Which kind of change? So I'm requesting that however much somebody like Waluke had a case and the case is still in court. Why should we elect somebody like Waluke? Now pretending that he's in Azimio. So let's come out, even if we're in Azimio. If any candidate has been implicated with any corruption, kindly let's stop all this, because we cannot criticize Ruto and then we have our people who have the same characters, we want to elect them. So someone like Kidero should be stopped, and Kidero should not be a governor here in Kenya. I'm just requesting that people in diaspora, kindly, this message should come out that Kidero has always he has affected people in Nairobi. Now he was running away, he want to go to Mabei. So any governor, any MP, any MCA who has any case in court, whether in Azimio or Kenya Kwanza, should be stopped. Thank you very much.
Joshua, I have a question for you. So we are 20 days to an election, right? My question to you is, who do you want to stop these corrupt people from running?
I'm just appealing to voters.
You know, these people are already on the ballot, eh?
Oh, I have a mind they're in the ballot, but now they can still be stopped.
I don't know. That is a debate that we'll have for another day. But right now, you should understand that we are down to the wire. Whether we like it or not, we have candidates who have tainted history, corruption history. Corruption cases are in court. Some of them have been in jail and out. And the IEBC saw it fit to allow them to be on the ballot. So sometimes you can place the blame where it belongs, and I think the blame belongs even to the bodies that are supposed to enforce these chapter 6 of the Constitution, and most of them seem like they have actually been captured, and that is why you see the DPP coming out and saying, I cannot enforce arrest before the election because that would be tantamount to favoring one side, or so I mean, wananchi wako na kibarua ya kwenda kupiga kura. Kama watachagua ule mtu ako na corruption case, then it is up to them, because when you are presented with choices, especially the choices that Kenyans are presented, it is up to them to decide which candidate they want to vote for. If they feel that a candidate has what it takes na kona corruption case, I don't think you can stop them now. Sahii mahali imefika ni mbaya mbaya. Wangira nimesikia ni wewe ulikuwa next. Oh, Collins.
Yeah.
Dakika moja.
Yeah, I would just what Joshua said is right. The voters can still stop them, not by stopping them from running, but by showing them a big rejection. Yes, we are presented with the two devils, but one devil is only a devil to one person, but there is a community devil. This is somebody who has been working. We have governors. The governor who has killed one person and a governor who has destroyed the life of almost half of the constituents. Who do you prefer? Somebody killed one person, somebody who killed one chicken, and somebody who made a poison for the whole chicken feed. So at least you can know who to deal with. the thing about, I'm just still sticking to this debate. You look well how Rigathi Gachagua was answering questions. Is there a question that Rigathi Gachagua answered correctly? Richie, I'm just asking you, because you are the one in the steering wheel. Is there one question that Rigathi Gachagua answered correctly?
No, I think it is very difficult to answer such a question because once you see moderators allowing people to deviate from the topic, then it fails to become a debate. It
Yes.
becomes a shouting match or something else. And what we had
So,
yesterday, hold on, Collins. What we had yesterday, and I've said this before, I don't want to go back to what was not done properly because I feel that Kenyans did not get value for their time yesterday.
correct.
That's my point.
Correct. So, in the same thing that I'm saying, why I brought that in is because I expect that from Ruto next week. I'm just laying the foundation for us to know why what we should expect from the discussion of next week, from what happened yesterday. And again, from the lady supporting Wajakoya, she did much more of expounding on their manifesto more than explaining herself. So if Raila wants to debate Ruto next week, whether Ruto brings a side show, he should focus on the manifesto. Because the UDA guys are not coming to this discussion to debate. They are coming as a wounded lion who is always on a defensive motion. They are defending more than they are scoring because they have a lot of baggage on their back. Here is a former DC in the government of Moi, a regime that nobody wants to associate with. A regime that has a full definition of state capture. A regime that has a full definition of what dictatorship means. A regime that has full definition of what political injustices mean. A regime that is fully associated with what is called the political murdering and killings, elimination of people, where the highest number of exilees exist, including some ranting on social media here in the name of Miguna Miguna. Political detainees, including the presidential candidate Raila Odinga. All that. Here is the same person who is telling you how he made money with the county government in 2010. We all know that the county governments never existed in 2010. A pathological liar using the same televisions, national TVs, to tell us how he obtained his money from the county government, which never existed. A person who made money from a county where his brother was the governor is telling you he doesn't have conflict of interest. And Kenyans are seeing him. All questions that he was answering were his own questions. If you are a teacher, I happen to be a teacher sometimes back, and you see a student raising his hand to ask a question, tell the student to tell you the answer because they have part of that answer. But when a teacher asks a question, only a student who carries the hand has the answer. But here is a question where people are asking you questions, the moderators are asking questions. And instead of answering the questions, he's including reading the notes. How do you expect to get an answer from the notes where you ask a question and this person is giving you notes? That's why in America, you are told, answer the questions as it comes. Trump tried to do it, but it was never working for him until he ended up. Remember, UDA has nothing against Raila Odinga. That's why they remain with attacking other personalities like Uhuru Kenyatta, which they get a soft spot on. The only thing they can insult on Raila Odinga is kitendawili. Apart from the kitendawili and Muganga, is there any other thing that they can say Raila is corrupt? Raila is a thief? Raila has killed? Raila has squandered? Nothing. They don't have even a case on Martha Karua. I can have a case against Martha Karua of BAT, which they are not even saying. They are too much preoccupied with Uhuru Kenyatta, demonizing Uhuru Kenyatta against the Kikuyus. They think if they do that, they are going to miss the Kikuyu. I said it on this podium in May last year. Any vote below 85% for UDA will fail Ruto terribly. He must get 85% of the central Mount Kenya region. Anything, even if he gets an 80%, that's a failure for him. If he gets anything less than 85%, he will fail. And that's why he's busy. They're busy demonizing Uhuru Kenyatta because they know Raila needs only 30%. The 70% they're expecting from Mudavadi is not there. And that's why there are a lot of cries. It's not functional. It's not working anywhere. So if they complain all the time, they think it's going to work. IEBC is not ready for any election. And I would say it. Somebody called bad madness in the comment section, black madness. We should tell you, if IEBC is wrong, it's not only wrong for the Azimio, it's wrong also for the UDA team. Because if elections are not won squarely and rightfully, then any person can complain. If Ruto complained that 1 million voters were removed from the register, then Chebukati comes and tells us that Ruto should tell Kenyans how he knew. What is this that is too opaque that should not be known? And how did Ruto access the registers and to know that 1 million people were removed? And how did he know that the 1 million people removed were supporters of him if Kenya is doing something called the secret ballot?
Right, Collins summarize so that we also go to Wangira.
So all that I would leave it at that. And somebody say my claims are null. Okay, we accept that. But we must also be known if IEBC is ready. They are not doing their work and they should do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insight. Let's go to Wangira.
Okay, thank you very much, my brother Makiad. You know, at times when you are working with somebody who has already discovered that he has nothing to lose, it becomes, so difficult to tackle him. Somebody who is on a suicidal mission, that becomes so difficult to tackle him. And I find Kenya Kwanza Alliance to be in a similar situation, They have discovered that, that they have nothing to lose in this election because anyway, they seem to have lost this election and all that they now want is to go down with anybody that they can go down with. And you see, that's why I've said that I said it earlier here that they seem to have a designed script. And this design script is a script that is a script targeted at particular individuals. You see, they are now targeting the Uhuru, the Kenyatta family. You see, that particular document that Gachagua fished from his pocket. He purported that it was a Gazette notice, and, rules of engagement are that, if you have to table a document, then that document should be given in advance. You don't need to ambush. You don't need to ambush people. And what we saw him do on that day was to ambush because he went into his pocket and fished a piece of paper that he purported was a Gazette notice, claiming that the banks that are owned by Uhuru Kenyatta, the Kenyatta family, had been exempted from paying tax to a tune of, I think, 350, was it 320 or 350 million shillings? That was his claim. So you see, this is a particular script, designed. They have discovered that, in this election we have lost, so we have nothing to lose. So let us just go and attack Vision and attack as much as we can. And, that's why it is still my take that, this particular debate was a lesson for what will be the presidential debate. Because the question we should be asking ourselves is that how comes that Justina and the other lady who is the running mate for Mwaure, had an issue-based debate. The first debate was so issue-based. Like I like Justina, the way she was trying to agitate on this issue of hemp the marijuana, on how it can become an economic product in this country. And she tackled the hemp issue so nicely, and it ended up becoming an issue-based debate. Unlike the second part of the debate that that went wrong. So we want to understand that what did the people, the moderators in the first debate do right, that the people in the second debate, the moderators in the second debate did not get it. The moderators in the first debate seem to have gotten it right, and and that's why they handled it based on issues, unlike the second debate that went on personality. So there should be lessons from the first debate and the second debate, because the first debate was issue based, the second debate was personality based. So there should be some lessons there, and I hope that the moderators who will be in charge of the Raila Odinga William Samoei Ruto debate next week should be now should be now going through these clips, the clip from the first debate and the clip from the second debate, and getting lessons out of it, and knowing how best to conduct the Raila Odinga William Samoei Ruto debate next week. Because if things end up being what if things end up being what they were in the second debate this week, then there will be nothing much to say about it. Perhaps let me just leave it at that and allow somebody also to contribute.
Let me play a video here before we proceed to the next person. Is a I think it's on the debate. Okay. There's one video that I saw here that I thought we could play. I'm just trying to find it here. It was about Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua trying to explain. Yeah, found it.
To the people of Kenya.
All right. The question on the deputy president, it's public domain, that the current president and his deputy are reading from two different scripts. In the last 5 years, we've seen that effect in public domain, or Rigathi Gachagua. If that happens, what is your view? How should that be solved? How should that be sorted?
In my case and Dr. William Ruto, that will not happen. Both of us are strong-willed leaders who respect each other. None of us suffers from inferiority complex. At no time will William Ruto ever punish me or mistreat me because he has no reason to. I'll support him to be president, and he'll reciprocate that support. Between me and him, we are in agreement that we have no time to quarrel or disagree. We are inheriting a dilapidated country, a country that is on knees economically, a country that is facing an economic shutdown. We have no time for sideshows. We have no time for personal differences. We have no time for inferiority complex and competition that is unnecessary. We have a job to do. We are inheriting a 9 trillion debt. We are inheriting 6 million young people who have no jobs. 14 million Kenyans are in CRB. We have such a huge task ahead of us that it is unimaginable that Dr. William Ruto, Rigathi Gachagua, would digress on personal issues and petty matters to disagree at all. Each of us has a job well cut out. I have already been assigned to work on the economy. I have gone around the country listening to the people of Kenya. I have been to each and every county, and I brought those views that informed our manifesto. Going forward on election, our job is well cut out from day one. We have to implement our plan that is ready, and we have no time to disagree, to quarrel, to have different opinions. We are too busy to even imagine that we can disagree on any issue. We are brought together by a convergence that we need to serve the people of Kenya. And both of us love the people of Kenya and the ordinary people.
And Honorable Karua, as I come to you, I mean, at the beginning of the presidency now, as we have it in 2013, it would have been unimaginable that would be today witnessing the kind of fallout we are between the president and his deputy. So for you, how do you execute differently and ensure we do not see this kind of bad blood drawn out?
I think even when people have differences, because it is not possible for human beings to always think alike. That's why even our Constitution acknowledges diversity of opinion. It is imperative or disagreements or arguments on issues happen in-house, and what is brought to the public must be the result, the agreement on the positions. And I think I'm very continue to pray and address my mind that one, the overall leader is the president. I am the principal assistant. With that in mind, that I'm a delegate of the president and can be required to do any work to support the presidency and the administration, I'll be ready, and I am ready. I have served as a cabinet minister for 6.5 years. A cabinet minister is a delegate of the president. A deputy president is a first equals within cabinet in being a delegate of the president. It's not a different position. We will be able to moderate any differences of opinion on any issues and to focus on serving Kenyans and to be respectful to Kenyans. Arguing in public, calling each other names in public is not only a disgrace, it's also not respecting Kenyans who elected and put us in office.
Yeah.
So
I want to hear your remarks on that. Sorry, I'm trying to... Wangira, let me start with you.
You know, listening to Gachagua answer that question, you just feel, you could just see the dishonesty in him. Human beings human beings, uh, are not robots. We are not robots, or we are not a particular software that must work in a particular way. And that's why disagreements are bound to occur. And if you listen to him and he's telling us that, between him and William Samoei Ruto, there won't be any disagreement, then you wonder in which planet do they live? And I tend to agree with Martha Karua that, she agreed that once in a while they could be disagreement, but what matters is how you moderate your disagreements. And the problem that has existed between Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto was on their lack of knowing how to moderate their differences, because of the way perhaps they structured their government in 2013. You remember in 2013, William Samoei Ruto came in as a co-president. He did not come in as a principal assistant to President Uhuru Kenyatta. So in the first term, he worked as if he was a co-president. So when President Uhuru Kenyatta in the second term wanted to affirm himself as president, and to make William Ruto now appear as the principal assistant to the president, that's where the problem now came in. We had a deputy president who did not want to work as deputy president, a deputy president who wanted to be a co-president. And that's why Martha Karua is very, very clear on the issue of delegated. He talks of deputy president being a delegate of the president. So if you're a delegate of a president, you work in accordance with what the president wants, you see, because the top man there is the president, not you. You're only a delegate. For example, if you are delegated to attend a meeting on behalf of the government of Kenya, you do what you represent the government of Kenya. You don't go there and you end up representing yourself. But what we have seen in the second term of President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Samoei Ruto is a deputy president who doesn't want to become principal assistant, who wants to continue operating as if he's co-president. And that's where now the issue is. And that's why Martha Karua is very, very firm and clear that a deputy president must remain a delegate of the president. So long as you don't want to become delegate of the president, there will be issues. And like what my brother Rigathi is trying to brush away by saying, that such a thing will never happen. These agreements are there. We are married here, even with my own son who is doing class 8 here. There are times we disagree. And they must be a way that we moderate our disagreements, you see. But you cannot I cannot tell you that me and my son here we never disagree, unless we are another creature which is not a human being. So listening to Rigathi Gachagua talk, he must be living in his own world. He's not he's not on this earth where every one of us lives. My brother Makiade, let me just leave it at that. Asante.
All right, Collins, take a few minutes. I want to hear your remarks also.
You listen to Rigathi Gachagua speaking. I don't know if I should call him a narcissistic character. Is somebody who wants to be a perfectionist. And at the same time, he thrives well in blame games. Because he's been asked a question, how do you want to prevent such kind of thing happening in the future? Because it's an existing thing. Instead of telling you a preventive mechanism is going to the root cause. So that one tells you something. Whenever you want to know the problem, root cause analysis comes when you have already accepted there is a problem. But once you want to define the problem by giving it a blame as the cause, then you're not going to prevent the same thing from happening. When people get married, they always talk of babe, darling, sweetheart. Who knows where the blows and the jabs and slaps will come from? Even at that podium, can you say that yetu haitaharibika kama ya kina nani? Hiyo ndio itaharibika in 3 months. So when somebody tells you like yetu si kama ya kina nani, it's like it's already comparing with what is going on. At the same time, blaming the other person for the fallout. Remember, he says yetu haitakuwa na side shows, inferiority complex. He used the same podium to insult one of the partners about inferiority complex. Martha Karua said there will be a disagreement because two different people can never think the same. You have been brought up in different environments and you met as an adult, or you met as adults. You must have differences, but there must be ways. It's only that Karua has not told us that they should enact laws. Another thing that should be done, because the Constitution of Kenya is not clear on the specific capacity and functions of the deputy president and the deputy governors. That's why somebody can just think one day, wake up and think he's a president, a co-president. The Republic of Kenya has only one president. The other person is a subsidiary, must work on directives given by the boss. And once somebody does not want directive from the boss, he has no obligation but to resign. If he has not resigned, then that means he is still able to take the responsibilities and directives from the president. If Karua and Raila don't do that in their presidency, they will still have problems. If Ruto and Rigathi Gachagua don't do that, they will still have problems. They should enact laws. And also to assign the deputy president a ministry. And that one can only happen in the law, which Raila tried to do as a constitution and the justice ministry to Karua. It's not practically in the law. And she cannot be a minister. So if all that's supposed to be done, they must work in the law to make sure there is something. Otherwise, if it is not done in the law, then the respect should remain that you are my boss. That is what Rigathi is not telling us. His boss came up as a co-boss. He should tell people that he's not going to come up as a co-boss. Otherwise, if he becomes as a co-boss, Ruto will kick his ass as early as 9 o'clock in the morning. I leave it at that.
Okay, thank you, Collins. Let me move on to Joshua. Martin Deto, it looks like your device has an issue. I don't know why. I'm trying to add you here, but you still have an issue. You might want to restart your device. Joshua, karibu.
Yes, I think Lashag was not sincere on the issue of disagreement. The way Wangera said, even in our family setup, I said yesterday that even your wife you sleep with her your entire life with her daily. It reaches a point that you must disagree. I've never seen anybody who doesn't disagree with anybody. Even anywhere, even in churches, even in church, pastor disagree with the congregant. So when Gachagua is telling us that they're not going to disagree with Ruto, is he going to be a flower girl? Unless he's going to be a flower girl, we're just going to be romanced and pampered. But if he's going to be a deputy president who has his principle, they must disagree. But even I wish even in Azimio, if Raila and Mother Karua assumed power, I mean, they should disagree in a constructive way. If there's anything that Karua thinks that maybe this thing will interfere Kenyans, he must disagree with Raila. If Raila thinks that this thing will interfere with Kenya, he must disagree with Mother Karua, because you don't want that also executive that they agree in everything. That's also a dangerous executive. And you see the way Martha answered this question, he accepted it, and he said that we are going to this thing, we are going to be there, but we are going to sort it out, and then he come out and give the public the resolution. You know, Gachagua was answering this question as if it was in an interview, not a debate. Interview, you want a job. You know, when you're good for an interview, you can't accept. You ever much know that you can be asked, can you disagree with your boss? No, I can't disagree with my boss, because you think that maybe I'm going to lose this job. So Gachagua was behaving as if he was in an interview. He wanted a job, but not a debate. That's why he was talking as if he thinks that maybe if he said that he's going to disagree, then Ruto is going to kick him away. No, this was a debate, and when you are discussing a debate, there are facts that you must accept. You must accept, but if you want to deny everything, that no, me and Ruto, are they God? That they cannot disagree. They're just human beings. So I think that Gachagua was just pretending that they're good people, they want to work well. But Gachagua and Ruto, if even today, by bad luck, not good luck, they assume this power. They disagree in their first month, not even the first year. First month, they won't disagree. Thank you very much.
I want to ask you here, and Wangira, I think I heard you before talking here today. Let me ask you, my fellow Kenyans, do we still have journalism in Kenya? Because from what I understand, the debate that was conducted yesterday should have had standards. And I was speaking to a friend of mine, and I told that friend of mine that, these people that were debating yesterday, we're supposed to talk about issues of economy. We're supposed to talk about issues of job employment. We're supposed to talk about issues of security, food security, and all that. But unfortunately, I was listening to these type of questions that were being asked, and I asked myself, should we have had an economist, for example, as one of the moderators? Should we think about bringing in a lawyer perhaps as a moderator in the next debate? Because even if you are given a piece of paper to ask questions, that does not bar you from going an extra mile in trying to add a follow-up question. Some of the things that were said yesterday, and one of them was, I guess, on domestic borrowing. Rigathi Gachagua was asked about issues to do with how they're going to provide the 50 billion hustler. They call it hustler fund. And if you can remember very well, he proposed an idea of floating a bond. I can remember, was it a local? I can't remember what he called it. And then he's again telling us that Kenyans are being overburdened by local borrowing, so that they cannot even afford to go into the market because of the competition that they're getting from the government. So my feeling is this: that despite having professionals, of which I don't believe journalists nowadays are professionals anymore, because we can look at the people who are working in the media stations, and I'm sorry to say that some of them are just taken out of other professions, and they're brought wanapakwa makeup na wanaekwa kwa TV, and they're called journalists. They do not even have a background. I'm not saying that you must have a background to be a journalist or something, but then you should have at least some knowledge about things, because even when you misquote the constitution, then somebody can go back and say, no, this is not correct. Maybe you misspoke, maybe you misquoted. And so Wangira tried to help me here. Is it even necessary for Raila Odinga and William Ruto to go to a debate, the next debate, with this kind of journalists that we have right now?
This would be my take. I've been a consumer of information in this country for a long time, and I think we have lowered the bar in many, many areas. I remember for some of us who are avid readers of the Daily Nation, especially the Sunday Nation, in those early times, especially let's be say in the mid 1990s up to perhaps early 2000, there was substance. We were buying the newspaper because of the type of articles that were being written there. They were well researched articles. I remember there were articles by people like Wakina Nyang Nyong'o. You could read them and enjoy reading them because they were very well researched articles. Today, when you buy the newspaper, you spent your 60 bob buying the Sunday Nation and it's hollow, empty. And it happens to be the same thing even in the media houses. And for example, I remember there were those times of people like Wakina John C.B. Okumu, people like Wakina Julie Gishuru, people like Wakina Louis Otieno. These were, people who are vast, people who are deep into whatever they were doing, people who used to do serious research before they got into that panel. And like what we are seeing, the mediocre type of moderators we are seeing today, a person with a panel, a person who is a moderator and still believes that we don't have perhaps the issue of the death sentence in our penal code, something that is very, very basic for any person to understand. So there is a problem here. I don't know how it will be handled, but I think the media houses, especially when they became private and they wanted to source for cheap labor, they went for the mediocre type of anybody, so long as you can put on makeup the way you are saying and you can speak some good English. So they ended up employing anybody. I remember there were times that these media outlets used to employ economists, serious economists, serious lawyers, people who are vast in different fields, and they could help one another. And I wonder whether, media houses have research departments, even if you are an ordinary person, but you have a serious research department in your media house, they should be able to help you, especially like when you are preparing for this particular debate. Whatever team that was appointed to become moderator was supposed to have been helped by a series of researchers who will have told them that you were expecting a question from this particular area, and these are likely to be the answers from the respondents, and these are supposed to be the gray areas in that particular question. So deal with this particular question in this particular manner, and we didn't seem to see such a type of environment in this particular debate that happened. And you're asking whether it is important. You're asking whether Raila Odinga and Raila Odinga should be attending the debate next week. I'll say yes, let him attend, because not attending you could also have its own consequences. So let him attend. But it is my take that perhaps the media houses have learned their lesson, and perhaps next week we could end up having a better debate than what we had this week. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come in.
Wangira, I want to add on what you said. I think everybody knows, it is in public domain, it is in public knowledge that a person like William Ruto, when interviewed, does not answer questions the way he's been asked to answer. So what he does, he goes around the corner, tries to formulate the question in the way that he feels he should have been asked, and then answers it the way he wants. And that is what Rigathi Gachagua did yesterday. But you want to tell me, for all those interviews that these media personnel have been conducting, they have never learned how to handle these two people? Is it difficult for these people to have a question that will follow up just to try and extract an answer from somebody? What is so difficult about that?
That's why I talked. I don't know whether they were taken through a series of training. They say learning it continuous, and even when you're planning to become a moderator for such a huge public debate, you need to be taken through a series of what are called training on how to handle that particular debate. And you're also supposed to understand the personalities of the people who are appearing on your debate, because they could have understood the personality of the guy called Gachagua and the personality of the guy called the lady called Martha Karua, and in understanding their personality, then you end up knowing how to handle them. For example, it is it is my proposal that they should, given the personality of William Samoei Ruto, the guy that we know, who doesn't like answering the question the way he has been asked. We need to have a firm moderator who should be a stickler to the rules of engagement. If we have asked you, William Ruto, for example, if they ask William Ruto, did you grab Muteshi's land? Let me use that one as an example of a question. The issue would be yes or no. But don't take us around in circus, the way I heard him today saying I think it was in Kilifi, in Kwale, I think. Today I heard him saying in Kwale, because the other time Raila Odinga said that, they are going to follow up the issue of the Mata farm in Taita Taveta that is owned by William Samoei Ruto. And yesterday he was saying that if it's the issue of land, then we know where to start it. We don't want a person who is passing over the back. We want a person who is responding to the questions as answered, and that's why there is a need to stick to the rules of engagement. Because if the moderators don't stick to the rules of engagement here, they'll lose it. So I am at a loss. I don't know who could be the best moderator for the Raila Odinga and William Samoei Ruto debate, but if we end up having the mindset of the moderators that we saw this week, then there would be a problem, because they will miss out on the rule of engagement. And if you miss out on the rule of engagement, that doesn't become a debate; it becomes what you have just called a shouting match. And you don't want to have a shouting match between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. What we want is a debate, and also timing. Timing of debate, timing in a debate is very, very important. For example, if we say you have been given 3 minutes, let it be 3 minutes. If you miss out on your 3 minutes by speaking irrelevant things, then you have lost up on your 3 minutes. We allow the next panelist to proceed. Timing is also very, very important. And in the Gachagua Martha Karua debate, they also lost out on the timing. They allowed Gachagua to go overlap. Those are some of the things that the moderators need to learn and understand before perhaps we take in Raila Odinga next week. Perhaps let me just leave it at that, and perhaps somebody else should come in.
Okay, Andrew, I'm coming to you right now, but before I give you time to speak, let me try and play a video here. We are trying to analyze what happened yesterday. I know you had an opportunity to see, and so
Say this today, you must be able to live to it tomorrow.
All right, I want to allow Martha to respond to that, but first I want to come back to you to give you another minute. A moment ago, you said that Gideon Moy was supposed to be appointed. I want you to clear that up because, with all fairness, Gideon Moy is not on this debate.
Well, President Uhuru Kenyatta, the chairman of Azimio, in a meeting in State House a week ago, said that he nominated Martha Karua as his running mate to take care of his interests and that of his family. The president was on record, which means that Martha Karua is a project of the chairman of Azimio, President Uhuru Kenyatta, and they are both proxies with Raila Odinga. It is not me who said, it's President Uhuru Kenyatta who said. And previously, I thought that Honorable Martha had been nominated as running mate by Raila Odinga. But here comes President Uhuru Kenyatta, outgoing president, chairman of Azimio, a man who has said he's going nowhere, he's going to be around. He'll be ruling from home. He'll be consorting his project from home. He'll be continuing to govern the people of Kenya. I simply do not understand. Is Martha Karua, the honorable member, is she the deputy? Is she the running mate of Raila Odinga, the project, or is she the running mate of Uhuru Kenyatta, the project master? Okay. She's who's running mate?
Okay, Martha Karua is in the building.
It is true that both I and my captains are projects, but projects of the people of Kenya, whom my captain consulted, and by public demand, he was called upon to take leadership. At a time our country desperately needs leadership. He has offered leadership, and I was competitively selected. And like my friend who was handpicked, I faced an interviewing panel, and also through demands of Kenyans and many endorsements, I was selected. Kenyans know I'm competent, and I believe I'm competent for this job. I'm ready, able, and willing. I have consistently shown independence of mind, irrespective of whom I'm dealing with. I will handle this job independently and with commitment to Kenyans. And I know my principal also, who has been a teacher of politics to Mr. Gashagua's principal.
All right, Martha Karua, just a direct question to respond to Honorable Gachagua. What is the role of President Uhuru Kenyatta in Azimio?
The role of President...
Okay.
Yeah, Andrew, and I want you also to comment on that issue. How can you allow somebody to call the other person a project without substantiating what you mean by a project? And then number two, I want you to tell me why the moderators here could not go further to interrogate or to allow Gachagua to withdraw the statement of the allegation that William Ruto was supposed to be fired, and then Gideon Moy appointed as deputy president.
Thank you, Maked and Wangira and the rest who are watching us. Number one, remember the moderator could have not asked that question, first case. That is not the Uhuru Kenyatta is the president and is not in the topic for today. So the first thing was to shut him out. He could have talked about William Ruto, who is the competitor in this election. So he allowed them to bring a topic which is not relevant to that. Number two, Remember the previous day, the chief, as was happening, the interviews with the media, and he has been complaining that the media is biased. So that is the narrative they started earlier. And remember when Gachagua reached the venue, he started scaring the moderators that you must be fair, you must be this. That is the language. You remember the police post, when he knocks the door, before he enters, he has scared you. So they were started scared before the interview. And remember, he has been complaining about this. And the same panel are the ones who are interviewing their boss. So already it was sorted out. So they were not the right people to do that interview, the moderating the occasion. And now, and you know the way they do things, they needed somebody else to remind them that the same guys, they don't respect women. Remember what he did in Machakos when he was talking about Ngiru. This is where he wanted to give him the rebate that you are known on record abusing women. Don't regard them, don't value them, and that's why when you don't have a running mate as a woman in your case, that is all. That's the answer I wanted for Gachagua, so that he can shut him down. So that was the essence. But the moderators, they failed because they allowed unnecessary things which were not on the panel to be in that within that time. So I think for next time they need to choose experienced moderators like Irenas and this Ageyo. I hope they can try that. And this is why young moderators in the media and the gentlemen, you know how they scare them. So in terms of the confrontation, they have that kind of language of the police force, not the police service. That is what they want to bring in, and that's what they are. So for me, I say that was not the best way we could have done it, but the rest was perfect. She answered exactly, yes, we are a project of people, because that is what he wanted to hear about. And she gave the answer, and that is it. And any government is not that who will come and take over. No, every government is going with the government, the one in charge. So this is because for him, he thinks that who will come and commanding the president. No, he will not have a place. He's from another party. It will be a Azimio ruling party. So that's the much I can say. Thank you, Makia and Mr. Wagira.
And again, Makiade, if you watch that clip very keenly, you know, he drops in Gideon Moy's name, and when he's told to elaborate on that issue around Gideon Moy, then now, you know, he runs away from it and now brings in Masakarua and, you know, purports to say that, you know, there was a meeting in State House Nairobi where Uhuru Kenyatta said that Martha Karua was going to be his, in fact, this is the word that he uses, that Uhuru Kenyatta said that Martha Karua was going to be his running mate. Then you wonder, is Uhuru running in any election for Martha Karua to become his running mate? You know, then he now drops in the big word, you know, their projects, you know. You see, you know, and you know, the moderators are not picking up those issues that, you know, there is a man who is shifting goalposts every time he drops in an issue. You know, that is the area that they were supposed to have been keen, and they were supposed to have told him that now, Mr. Gachagua, you were supposed to have told us how Gideon Moy was to become deputy president, and you have now run away from Gideon Moy, and you are now talking about Martha Karua. This is now shifting goalposts, and you are now not answering our questions in the manner that you are supposed to be answering. And you know, they went mute. You know, some of us thought that perhaps they could have been in conspiracy. There are people who believe that, you know, that Sophia Wanuna is pro Kenya Kwanza Alliance. You know, there is that perception, and you know, something did not go rightly with that debate, and we must agree that something did not go rightly with it.
All right. Thank you so much Wangira for your analysis. Martin, nimejaribu kuwa na kuongeza, una drop, sijui leo shida gani imekuwa na gadget yako, but it's good you're here now.
No,
At least umeongezeka, huh?
Tutaongea baadaye. Something happened to me, so I lost all my gadgets and something else. It was a bad thing that happened to me. So this is a new gadget, and so I've been fighting with it since the day before. Yes, well, 3 days now. And finally now I can get in, because I couldn't even get into my Google, even get to my emails and everything. Can you guys hear me well? Vizuri?
Yeah, tunakusikia vizuri.
Bas, I'm back. Mi hata sina maneno zingine. Hebu endeleeni bwana. Nimekuwa nikifight na hii kitu. Niendeleeni.
Wacha nicheze video moja hapa kwanza, and then we can proceed. I think wengine wetu hatukujua leo Azimio ilikuwa wapi. So I have a video here. Hopefully itacheza, sijui kama iko na tena. Martin is gone. There's Martin amedrop tena.
Nimedrop aje na anajiona kwa screen?
Oh, ni nani amedrop? Oh, Andrew ndio amedrop. Nilikuwa nafikiria amedrop pia wewe.
Mimi niko.
Hold on just a minute. I'm trying to find a video here. It was Raila in where? Turkana. Okay. So Martin, kama umepoteza hizo nini, itabidi sasa ufunge hizo accounts zako zote, otherwise you'll have it rough.
No, nimefight now until I finish. I think the last one was this one, my MacBook. As soon as, because nilikuwa nakuja zote nimejaribu like 22 times, but sasa finally venye nimepata hiyo password ya hii na hiyo lock, sasa ndio ikanikubali kuingia. I mean, it's been a battle. Hey. Tumepigana mpaka niliingia kama yule Deaths. I made a new account.
Oh, okay. Oh, I saw somebody posting Yulen Deaths. It was you?
Yeah, it was me, because I had to open another account just to be able to comment and whatever. But now I think I'm fully in. I think we're good to go, because I think all my, the system, this was a hard one. Wow, ili ni chapa, getting new devices of everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kuse, nafurahia kukuona sana leo. Sijui kama uko na information yoyote mpya kwa IBC. Ninajua wewe ndio unakuaga spokesman wa IBC.
Why are the names dancing like this?
Which names?
I thought you had been nicknamed. What has happened?
No, I've gone back to my roots now. Sitaki mambo mingi. Watu wameniambia ninaongea vitu mingi, ninaweka majina mingi hapa, waelewi ni nini inaendelea. But I've decided now to go back to my roots, and probably you'll not see those other funny names again moving forward. I'm looking for a video here that I think would have been important, but I can't find it. So I'll do this. I'll let Mato give his remarks, then we come to Kuse as I look for that video. Martin.
Richie, bro, I really don't think I have any kind of remarks. I mean, I think I've followed everything the whole day, at least at work. Nikiwa hiyo jina ingine, but I was trying to get here, and it's been the whole day, at least at work. Nikiwa hiyo jina ingine. Nasikia hata ingine imeanza kufanya kazi. So now I think I'm back in the game, but I think the only thing I can say, because I don't want to say anything, because I was in a fix, and Mungu amenionekania, finally I figured it out. I think the only thing I can say is the only thing I think I can add today is the moderator part of it, where people are talking about moderator. I think they were talking about Jeff Koinange. I think Jeff Koinange is more of yes, he's more mature, but I think Jeff Koinange is more right now on what you call the entertainment kind of thing. He doesn't do these moderators when they come over there, they do a lot of research. I know Kina Linus Kaikai, they do a lot of research. On Thursdays you see them, they do a lot of research before they come to moderate. I don't know if Jeff Koinange can be a good moderator for presidential. I think it's we just need to give them feedback on the questions that they need. That was a question that I wanted to, but I think there was somebody, Mr. came here and answered that question of what I could have said. So he took what I wanted to say And you know, Richie, especially the people like us that come in the almost at the end of the show, we run the risk of repeating everything that has been said for the last 6-7 hours. So I don't think there's anything that I want to add. I just want to say you guys are doing a good job. For the time that I've been away, it hasn't been my choice, but I'm glad to be back, and now I can always join. You know, I try to support you guys in the back there and whatever, but for the last 3-4 days, I wasn't able, and it was hard for me because I'm still watching you guys, because you can still watch through YouTube, even though you're not as, I mean, you can't even comment, you can't do anything. And I'm glad to be back, and I think that's all I have, Richie, for now, unless there's any question or as we move on. I mean, I guess I could have left, but we're only 6 of us, no, 5 of us. So, and the others are loading. I don't know if that's just me or you guys are seeing that. The two? Is it just me? Is it still my phone that has a problem?
No, I think you're fine now. You're fine.
But is the other two still loading, or is it?
No. I can't see on my side. I can only see the account that you're logged in right now. The one that you're on the screen with. Only.
No, I'm saying, like, how many people can you see on this? I mean, how many people are we on the panel?
Yeah, we are 6, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, we are 6. No, we are 5. We are 5.
So I see the other two guys loading. Then I see you and Nani, our constitutionalist here.
No, I think that might be an issue with Ebu Jaribu Kunini, but we can see you and we can hear you clearly. Maybe ni net yako ndio iko na shida.
Okay, let me try and get out. Since now I've known I can come back. Let me try and see if I can get out and come back. If you guys can see me, because I can see the other two guys.
No problem.
All right, thank you, brother.
Safi. Ose wacha kwanza nicheze hii video, then we can give you an opportunity also.
And the Kenya Kwanza Alliance has poked holes at the reduction of the price of flour for a month, saying it was a political ploy to hoodwink Kenyans to vote for Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance. Chastising the state, the alliance accused the government of exposing Kenyans to unbearable food prices on account of the Ukraine war, but weeks to the elections effect a month-long reduction of prices. And as Sam Ogina reports, Deputy President William Ruto has rallied Kenyans to embrace the reduction but reject Azimio at the ballot for allowing them to suffer inflation for years.
Stepping up the push for the presidency with exactly 3 weeks to the polls, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance, in a no-holds-barred attack on government, blasted the state for playing politics with the prices of basic commodities. That, in fact, President Uhuru Kenyatta's administration lied to Kenyans on the skyrocketing inflation and food prices.
Wacha kudanganya watu na kushukisha bei ya unga peke yake. Shukisha hata bei ya mafuta, sababu tunajua mpango wenyu ulikuwa ni kupandisha bei ya unga, muhonge watu na unga ya relief ya serikali. Sasa imekwama, mumeshukisha ya unga.
Firing from the hip, the alliance claimed the 1-month reduction of maize flour prices only pointed at one thing: influencing of Kenyans to vote for the Azimio presidential candidate Raila Odinga.
Sisi tunasema hatutakuwa tunafanya yale hawa majamaa wanafanya, kuwaweka wananchi kwenye njaa, alafu mnajifanya ati mnarudisha bei ya unga chini.
Si wanajua kuna watu wanalala njaa? Si anaelewa kuna watu wanachemsha mboga? Si anaelewa bei ya maisha iko juu? Si yako na mpango ambayo itashukisha gharama ya maisha? Wale wanafikiria watatuhandaa na stories na mambo ya kutupea peremende.
Describing the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya party as an offshoot of the handshake between President Kenyatta and Odinga, the deputy president claimed the partnership was responsible for the skyrocketing food prices and the price reduction 4 years since the handshake, and 3 weeks the election was to hoodwink the nation into the Azimio column.
Sisi tutachukua unga, lakini kura tutapiga kwa mpango ambayo ni mpango ya kuhakikisha kila Mkenya ako na chakula kwa bei nafuu siku zote, sio kwa sababu ya kura peke yake.
Going on the offensive, the Kenya Kwanza Alliance dismissed their main competitor on their resilience to fight graft.
Wale walioteka nyara serikali yetu through state capture ndio sponsors wa watu wa Azimio. Nyinyi kutuambia ati mtafunga watu ati wezi na wafisadi, hiyo ni kutuhadaa mchana. Hamuwezi na wafisadi ndio wanaendesha na kulipia gharama yenu.
Opinion poll itakuwa tarehe 9 in the next 20 days. Ni Wakenya wataamua. Don't waste your time kutumia magazeti kuharibu jina ya IEBC. IEBC haipigi kura. IEBC huhesabu kura. Wale wanapiga kura ni mamilioni ya Wakenya, na watapiga kura tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8.
We are sure of one thing. We are sure of victory. What we want now is a decisive victory. Victory is there, but we want a decisive one. Hebu nione kama wachana na IEBC, wachana na Chebukati, wachana na register. Mnashindana na mimi na Hustler Nation. Na sisi tuko tayari.
Campaigning in Nairobi, the alliance toured Gikomba, Pumwani, Uhuru Market and Bahati in Starehe and Kamkunji constituencies as they rooted for their candidates. Kenya Kwanza Alliance keen to wrestle control of the Azimio-dominated county into a yellow zone.
Ni mtachaguliwa gavana ama mtachagulia gavana? Mtachaguliwa project ama mtachagua gavana wenu? Na mtasimama na nini? Na nitawafanyia kazi kama gavana wa Nairobi bila ubaguzi, ili tuweze kuinua vijana wetu na kina mama wetu Nairobi hii.
A day after the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition Party concluded its 2-day tour of Nairobi County to ring-fence its support base, DP Ruto was here to rattle the ground and muddy the waters. The Kenya Kwanza Alliance discrediting the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Coalition record on the fight against corruption. Samugina, Citizen TV.
Sir, give me a minute. I have another video for you here. I think it's also relevant that we play this video, so that sometimes I try to draw parallels between what the deputy president says this year and what he said a few years ago, so that at least our viewers can understand.
The deputy president chose a church service in Webuye to defend the government's decision to import maize from Mexico as part of efforts to address the maize shortage and the resultant high prices.
Hii shida ya mahindi na sukari is a temporary problem. Within weeks, this will be sorted out. Let us focus on the transformation of our country.
DP says the government's importation of the maize was a necessary, albeit temporary, solution to the food situation and faulted the opposition for playing politics with a matter that was close to the livelihood of millions of Kenyans.
Wameanza kusema mbona chakula hii imefika haraka haraka. Hii chakula ilikuwa mbona imeagizwa siku chache imefika. Sasa unashangaa kwani walikuwa wanataka chakula ichelewe, Wakenya ndio waumie, ndio wapate ya kusema katika mikutano yao ya siasa.
Opposition leader Raila Odinga has criticized the government over the importation.
Kila mwezi wa Kenya wanatumia gunia milioni 3. 300 itafanya nini? Itafanya nini? Hakuna, ni kama toni ya maji kwa bahari. Haisaidii. Kila chochote ambayo wameshika imeoza.
However, the Deputy President says the government, in taking the importation route, was travelling down a well-beaten path, one that previous governments had taken in 2008, 2009 and 2011 when the country faced similar drought.
Hakuna kitu kipya ambayo tuko nayo sasa ambayo hatujawahi kuwa nayo. Wale ambao wanatuambia saa hii wanatusomea mambo marefu walikuwa uongozini wakati huo, and they did what we are doing now.
In further defense of the government, the DP stated that the Jubilee government has remained committed to ensuring that farmers have the necessary support that has resulted in some of the highest yields in recent times.
Katika historia ya kupanda mahindi Kenya, the highest yield in the history of maize growing in Kenya was in 2015, when we harvested 42.5 million bags of maize in Kenya. That is history.
Prior to the church service and address, the DP head toured Bungoma town, drumming up support for the Jubilee Party and the president's re-election bid. But before he started his meet the tour people, a group of youth opposed to the Jubilee Party had set up roadblocks and lit bonfires at Misihu in a bid to stop the DP from accessing the town through that route.
Aya, Luceo, karibu.
Hello, how are you? Oh, Bob has reappeared, and Joshua, Mama Selina, and Richie. Good evening, all of us. I'll just touch a little on the issue of the moderators. You see, as somebody has said there, these moderators are very young in the profession, the people who are actually there. Now, somebody had also indicated that in the past we have had polished, I think you regard them as polished moderate journalists who could have done this job better. But nevertheless, well, you can consider it as a learning point for them. But if you bother to go and do something like this, surely for heaven's sake, there are very many such debates across the world. You only need to watch one or two and you realize exactly how these things are done. Remember, these are politicians, and each of them can go there with their own different agendas. Now, it is up to the moderator to ensure that all these things remain on track. Remember, in most of these debates, there have been a lot of attempts all over the world of people trying to taint the characters of their opponent. And this was bound to happen. Now, an obvious move towards this was presented here. But the moderators appeared not even to notice of it. Now, as somebody has indicated here, you remember the target was the Jubilee government, or to President Uhuru, so to say. Is it coincidence or unfortunately, you remember that our Martha Karua is not even in Jubilee, is not even in ODM. You remember Baba also was receiving his share of the attacks as a project, and she's on NAC Kenya. So issues regarding NAC Kenya, the only one that came under, Gachagua decided to pretend that he is being non-travel, so he would not talk about it. It was to do with the BAT donation, which actually Martha answered and said, well, there was a donation to the party. It was not to her. Initially, Gachagua had indicated that that was a bribe to her, I think for some favors. She explained clearly it was to the party, it was for the campaign kitty, and that I think that's where the donation ended up. But anyway, just to close on that matter, the moderators need to do their homework. If you are going to interview the candidates on corruption, you yourself need to know which are the most threatening corruption cases, especially the one that you want to bring forward. And you want to know where they came from and how they have ended or where the status is as to speak. You cannot rely on the candidates to say what it is about the corruption, because they will only be talking about things which favor them. So it is up to the moderators to do sufficient research to ensure they have facts at their fingertips so that the candidates do not mislead the public even in answering the questions. So for that, either by commission or omission, I do not understand. I've had a number of our panelists asking, where is so-and-so, where is so-and-so? You have to remember, when these debates are being planned, sometimes there is consultation between the candidates and the moderators. Especially this was the Kenya media, I think, something. They have to agree on a few things which must be done and not to be done. You realize the politicians will say they will not, but when it goes to the floor, they start intimidating even the moderators and doing even what was not there. Now, to that extent, you then need to understand that maybe behind the scenes, there are allegations that some fellows, some media bodies in the country, were, some of the participants objected to their participation. Hence, the reason why they were missing in action, so to say. There are certain sections of the media which the KK, for example, considers not to be friendly to them, or to be biased to them. Hence, you can then see why certain Polish journalists were actually missing from this. But that is no excuse for them not be able to be up to the game. They need to have the facts at their fingertips and be up to the game to guide the debate. Now, I'll just touch a little on the Iebc. This Iebc Readiness. Thanks God, Tempa is not there. But I would like to say that the way things are, they are better than before. Things are better than before, and they continue to be better. So if they continue like this, chances are that you may have nothing to worry about. The biggest concern is that in the previous elections, Iebc, as independent as it is, entertained a lot of infiltration from outsiders and from bad people who did not mean well, into their own system. And that is why I've said here over and over again that the Iebc, the election electronic system, never failed. It was just garbage in, garbage out. They entertained the infiltrations, and if they stop them, things should be better than before. I remember they said that they are done the second, we call it the second what? Simulation. In that simulation, they are saying that they had covered 580 polling stations. Out of the 580, they said that 560 were completely issues free. So given the percentage, the number that was tested and the record success, 560, that is a very, very good success rate, by all means. Now, I'll conclude with the issue on the standard of living. Now, I'm just wondering, sometimes, you know, different people comment differently on this issue of standard of living. Now, today, the DP tells you that that earlier on, I think the government had said that the problem in the standard of living was due to the war in Ukraine and Russia. But then the thing is that the truth of the matter is that this is propaganda. The issue of standard of living did not start with the war. The war only worsened the situation. We were already there, struggling with the standard of living when the war came about. But now he propagates propaganda in his rallies that the war is still on. Now, how come the prices are coming down? Now, even if the prices have gone down, they have not gone down good enough. It's just that we appreciate the reductions, but it is not that it is the best. Now, consider that before even the war, we were already on a bad situation. The issue is, I've had a number of, like, for example, UNET has always been asking in the rallies that, well, they're saying that the living standard is so low, is so bad for the people at the bottom. Then maybe lest we forget, the first question should be, how did we get to that low? How did the standard of living get that bad? Unfortunately, for the DP, he has been in the agricultural sector. pulling all manner of strings this way, that way, this way, this way. Now, the truth of the matter is that we already have the fertilizer scandals. There was no war. So we were already having the suffering in standard of living. We already have the maize problem. We already have the issues with the National Cereals Board. We all are aware of the imports, the illegal maize imports. I think it was quite picked up in the clip that you have just played. Now, all these things, if we were to ask ourselves, they are what has brought us so low down in terms of standard of living, especially in terms of maize production. Now, when the maize production had gone so low, what did the DP do? He went to our so-called what basket? Food basket in Rift Valley. What did he do? He started this avocado campaign, trying to discourage all farmers. You remember that they had brought in imported maize, which was selling so cheaply in the cereals board. Ideally, if you import maize, you have no business taking it to our Kenyan cereals board, National Cereals Board. It is not right. It's not right to take the imported maize to the National Cereals Board. That was an illegality in itself, because it then blocked the farmers from surrendering their excess maize or good harvest to the cereals board. What happened? The farmers got stranded with their maize because the cereal boards were full with imported maize. Then what happens? He started, when the farmers were crying for losses, he started the campaign that they should be growing avocado, which quite peaked in some areas. Now, in the meantime, what had he done? He had gone outside the Kenya and started plantations and plantations, one of them being in Congo, planting his maize. He had targeted that by the time the cereals boards are down again and the farmers have not done well on growing maize production, it was now time for him to import, not from Mexico this time around, but from his plantations outside Kenya. How unfair can anybody be? Somebody who wants to be president. It is not right. It's not right. Now, he turns around this time around to start saying that the prices have been reduced so that these people will vote Azimio, and then in 4 weeks' time, the prices will be up again. You remember that was his first initial statement. And for some of us who interpreted that, it's like he had given up. Okay, the prices have gone down. You'll be convinced to vote Azimio. But who would then take the prices up? It's the Azimio that, according to him, once they are voted in, they are going to raise the prices again. So for me, I think he had gone ahead, and that to me was an acknowledgement that they are losing this election, either because of reduced product prices or otherwise. But according to me, they are on a losing trend, and they are just looking to hold on to anything that they can clutch on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I didn't hear you at least speak elaborately today on IEBC. I don't know, Kama. You parted ways.
I did.
I wanted to hear your opinion on the issue that was
the simulation.
Yeah.
Well, I can take a minute to tell you what they are saying.
Yeah, just a minute. Alafu tuende kwa Bob. Bob, ngoja tu dakika moja.
I'll tell you about Mandela. Thank you.
Kuseo was always talking about how the electronic side of transmission was tamper-proof. So I want you to tell us what you felt, what you thought about yesterday's transmission, and then we can move on to Bob. Kuseo, 1 minute, unmute.
Yeah, what is happening is that they did the simulation. The simulation, as I said, indicated maybe, I don't know where you are, was involving 580, the test runs, 580 polling stations. Now, when the tests were done, the 560 went without a hitch. Everything was okay. They only had a few challenges in about 20 of the tests. So in terms of trying to rate the success rate, you can see that if you give me a minute, I can tell you the success rates.
Yeah, just to add something here, you had Dr. Karugu say that looking at the numbers and the way the system responded, we are looking at probably 4 days before we receive election results from the whole country. Did you hear that? Did you hear that comment?
Well, that is not accurate. You see, this time round, as I indicated earlier, in the past they have been using text. They send a text message. And this some of the problem with this text message that when they are running through the transmission system, some of your computer technocrats know how to hack the system and interfere. Where there is 200, they put 20. Where there's 150, they put 15,000. Now, that will not be possible this time around. Instead, they are going to be transmitting images, pictures. Now, these pictures, when they get to the Bomas of Kenya, they'll then be running through another different system to convert them into text, which can then be projected on your screens. So even for example, this time around, assuming the media, they are participating in the tallying, they are allowed to do so. What they will be receiving are going to be fake pictures. So they have to engage people who will be doing data entry to be able to translate this onto figures, to be totaling the figures at their end, unless they decide to invest money in programs which will be able to convert this.
Excuse me, Jose.
Yes.
And exactly that's what you're proving what she said, that the converting of those pictures into text is what is going to be the burden for them. Of course, there will be no changing of those figures.
Yeah.
And now then, when you are uploading a text and are uploading a picture, remember the accuracy issue. So they will receive it. So now that is where the 4 days comes, if I'm not wrong.
You see, Alex, what they were doing is to give you. Sometimes you don't want to promise heaven and deliver hell. That is in the worst case scenario. You remember, they are not going to be importing. Let's say the way I look at your sent a photographic table, then I import the figures into the computer. They are not going to be doing that. They are going to be used programs, and it will be between maybe at worst 2. By the second, between 2 to 4 days, they will be done with everything. They don't want to tell you 2 days. When they go to 3 days, then it becomes hell break loose. They'll be using programs to do the conversion, which they will then project. So at Bomas, you'll be seeing on the projection tables growing figures as they do the conversions. The advantage is that's why I'm saying that for the media, they'll be having challenges to come up with anything to tell their viewers.
Makiadi, do you have that clip so that I think Jose may understand? I think Makiadi was driving a point.
No need. I know there is 4. I'm just saying that was taking an extreme case on the upper end.
Yeah, what I'll do is, Jose, I have your number.
No, just listen to that clip. I mean, because I think what you're saying is totally different, Jose, because I think accuracy is important. It is not the worst case scenario.
Well, other than 4 days, did they say anything else?
I will do this. I have a picture of the whole system of the transmission. I'll send
the simulation.
No. There's a picture. There's like a figurative display of how this.
Then we revisit it once you.
Yeah, I'll do that, and then I want to hear your opinion tomorrow, because I know
no problem.
Once you see that, probably you'll have a different opinion. Bob Papa Azimio. Karibu.
Thank you very much. Nashukuru nyote na wasalimia nyote. Now, Jose has never stopped Iebc circus and holding brief. Anyway, just to digress on the Iebc issue. You see, regardless of whatever transmission they are going to use or method, at the end of the day, we have our presidential, what do you call him, the agent, and who will be at Bomas with his team. And before the results are announced, whatever figures you are going to put electronically, the 46, there is going to be the forms from the 46,000 polling stations, which, remember, according to Marjan, will have a QR code, must get to Bomas for verification. So I want to believe that I would rather personally, I would rather believe the physical forms that will get to Bomas, which can be used to verify the electronic, because that electronic, we know, and we have had a scenario in 2017 where somebody by the name Chirchir was logging in using Chebukati's profile. And you know, Chebukati, being the head of that organization, his profile is definitely as strong as the chief administrator of that organization. And when you're a chief administrator, you can delete, you can create, you can do all manner of circuses to that system. So the most important thing is that we get those forms to Bomas. So unless you want to tell me that when they are, you talked about 4 days, unless you want to tell me that it will be coming, the forms will be coming from Mars or Venus, not even where you are, say, it can take 4 days to get to Bomas. So let us believe that those forms will be the Msemakweli.
That is correct. 4 days is to declare the results. There will be continuous addition as time goes.
Okay, fine. Now, I want to just touch on the debate of Martha. That debate for me was a very big charade, because the moderators messed it all, and they were the genesis of all that drama that was there. Because I want to believe before they went for that debate, there must have been ground rules, and the ground rules were not. It appears to me that they were not clear. There were more important things to talk about than the issues that came up from the two aspirants. For instance, the governance issue, Rigathi became imaginative that he is so paired up with the Ruto that they cannot even differ. You know, there is nowhere in this world that two people can agree 100%. So that was just hypothetical, and was trying to appeal and excite their base. So that was out of something out of context. And Martha, I believe she did well. She stuck to issues. She was actually trying to lean towards our manifesto, and you will realize that the majority of those people who believe that Rigathi did well, that depends on your IQ and your understanding, because when somebody mentions the name of Uhuru Kenyatta, who is not a participant in this election or a contestant, more than 70 times, you know, it tells you that this gentleman was talking about something else. He was not actually sitting for the exam that was there, because the exam that was there, personally, I believe that it was like a job interview. And what are you going to do for the Kenyans in respect of matters health, matters corruption, matters infrastructure, and the role of the deputy president in government. towards service delivery. But all he told us was how Uhuru Kenyatta does not like him, how Uhuru Kenyatta wants to punish him. You know, those are sideshows that are not there. And also to come and try and poke or bring in doubts on our investigative or the same independent institutions that he was talking about, that they intend to empower in order for them to fight corruption. And then you come and tell us that policemen don't understand mathematics. You know, he was trying to indict the whole criminal justice system. You know, there is no way the DPP would have allowed the charges that are were filed against him to go to court, knowingly that he's going to lose. And those are professionals. He is not a lawyer. He has not studied law, and he tries to imagine and gives us some hypothetical, calculation of 200 times, I don't know, in and out, money in and out, times 7 years. That was all hogwash. It was very simplistic, and and he has no, he doesn't have any recollection.
You were saying policemen can't do the mathematics.
Yes. He does not have the recollection of the charges facing him. He does not have a recollection that the charges facing him were business done between several counties. So you could see, and the base, the Kenya Kwanza or UDA base were excited because they felt like he was a hero, but he was a hero out of context. So you cannot begin to grade somebody who was not answering the questions that were meant to be answered. And then on the issue of moderators, they should have had a set of questions. That is one. And then secondly, when in a debate, you don't go with notes. You don't go start reading a certain script and try to rope in people who cannot defend themselves. So it was just a charade. And the next time, like you said, there should be ground rules. There should be no notes. There should be structured questions on issues that are affecting Kenyans, not some ambiguous show which looks like a supremacy battle of some sorts. Yeah. Just finally, I managed to watch the campaigns, the Azimio campaigns. Baba is really trying to dig in, and to my surprise, Turkana, the show, the turn up, the show, the energy was all up there. So I think it was a good thing. And finally, the issue of a price drop in unga. If you listen to the speech by the president, the president appears to be. I want to kind of blame the president's handlers. There are people who are not supporting the president very well, because he talked about a trend during the elections, and it looks like there is a very serious cartel that is hell-bent on rocking the boat, either to make profits or to engineer some kind of political mileage, because he talks about it having happened in 2017, in 2013, and now. So it looks like even this price hike was not as such something that was natural, that came because of either inflation or whatever it is. There's somebody or a group of people who know how to engineer this thing. And it is so much of a crucial issue of the country. Food security is something that is so crucial that can actually even bring down a government. You can see Malawi yesterday, there were protests. They want the president to get out because of the price of food. So these, unfortunately, Kenyans are very resilient. Kenyans can withstand some harsh conditions and survive. That's why Uhuru Kenyatta is still in office. Otherwise, he would be out. So let me leave it at that and give it back to Makiadi, another panelist. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. The next person was Alex. Are you there?
Yeah, I came to deconstruct this narrative that the moderators. I want to say that the moderators did a superb job. You see, the issue saying that we needed better journalists, and I think Jose brings up like more polished. You see, Jose, you don't become polished by by interviewing Jalango and Bahati. You become more polished by getting better on how you get to the top, and how smart and the lady got there. It's because of their hard work. I don't think they opened the pants or they gave somebody money. Somehow, I was looking at the process of getting to have to host a presidential candidate. In itself is a very competitive process. It is not a reward. So for you to come here and tell us that they are more polished, I think that's a tag you're trying to create that I will not allow. Now, I've watched the debate 3 times.
But you can't get away with that.
I've watched the debate. You know, you have told me before that when Themba is there, you behave better. You don't speak carelessly. So I don't know why you're breaking the rules. You've said it before. You have told me, I wish Themba was here. So Themba is here and you're still breaking those rules. So, I don't know. So now, I've watched the debate 3 times, and I'm still with those moderators. Their work was one, to provoke these 2 candidates so that we can see who is capable to become a deputy principal amongst the 2. And at some point, they left them so as they could have a little bit of, especially Gachagua. There's a point where Gachagua spoke more than the stipulated time, and the purpose to understand and gauge the 2 characters who is capable of becoming a deputy. And I think at the end of the debate, you could see Gachagua speaking that inferiority. He doesn't have an inferiority complex and inferiority or superiority complex, and he said the worst things that if you are smarter, you are better, and you are more focused, your principal doesn't need to fear you. He needs to give you the opportunity and space to be better than them and manage things if you are capable of managing better than him. So from there, I think what the moderators brought out is Gachagua can never be second to anybody. Gachagua wants to be number 1. And we were looking at a deputy presidential debate, which meant that we were gauging the 2. We have had a rogue deputy president who has captured us, who has captured the state, who has captured the security, who has captured the judiciary. So I think we were interrogating Ruto himself, that do we want a deputy president that is like Ruto? And we realized that Gachagua will be worse than Ruto from what we saw. on the debate, how he behaved from the introduction to the end. For me, I give the moderators 9 out of 10. Whereas, you know, there are rules of engagement. You saw even the audience were given the rules. They did not follow. At some point, Smart had to tell them 3 or 4 times that they must abide to the rules of the engagements, because I think either they were clapping or there were some noises, but still they went on to moderate. And that is why I'm saying that given the fact that presidential debates are still something new in our country, it's not something we have practiced over the last 20, 30 years. This is something very new in our culture. So I still say that there are some of the few journalists who have had an opportunity to do it. So if you want to compare them maybe with somebody in CNN or somebody in BBC or somewhere else, then I think that comparison is null and void. I think to the best of their ability, they did what they could. And in the future, I think the journalists or the moderators, whether they're journalists or not, are going to do a better job from where these ones have left. And I think they remained civil. Had they allowed yell matching, Gachagua could have gone cuckoos, and the 90 minutes, which seemed for me like 20 minutes, because when they say time is over, I couldn't realize it was 90 minutes gone. So I think the way they conducted the debate in itself, it went so quick to a point that I thought they were cheating on time. So I still insist that they did a good job to their best ability. There were mistakes, but I think there is room for improvement for next time. Now, I'm kind of disappointed of something that has surpassed us in Nairobi. And I think people are going to kill me like Makiadi, but you know, this is politics because it's my opinion. And as Einstein said, that opinion is the lowest form of intelligence. So it's just opinion. When Baba tells Imran to step down from Kibra and to let a stronger candidate to run, I felt that was beyond. Baba should stay away from that. I felt, I don't know how badly Imran is performing in Kibera, and I don't care about Kibera so much. But now we are seeing from Bahati, we are seeing from Kibra again. There is issues of telling somebody to step down. If that trend continues, let people, if they are lagging behind, let them run. You know, people are going to make an informed decision. In the end, if we want Azimio to win, they are going to win. If we don't want Azimio to win and let Kenya Kwanza take that seat, I think that will be a tragic mistake. But Imran, I think, went through a very competitive process last time. And you saw it was like a mini national election. The bedroom was very hot in the by-election. And I think Imran came very strong in the nomination. He ended up winning the seat from a candidate too that was born and raised in Kibra that also is very strong. I think they should leave Imran alone. Imran should run. I think, and I believe he's going to win. And I will say, you should tell me, is Imran in ODM or is not in ODM? Because now I got confused. Did Imran got the ticket for ODM? Because when I heard him being told
one
to
of them
step
is
aside,
independent. I think I'll check
when he was told to step aside, I was shocked that he lost, or who is more strong there. So I think that is one thing I did not. I thought Imran needed that ticket, and I think it was a safe seat for him. Maybe he underperformed, but I never heard anything on the national news that Imran has underperformed. So that's my short submission. Thank you very much.
Just to clarify, I think Imran is running on an independent ticket. I don't know who the ODM candidate is.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, and that creates a lot of questions from my side, and we need to know the ODM candidate.
The ODM candidate for Kibra is called Mwalimu Oreru, former Upper Hill High School principal.
But even last time he was very strong, to be honest.
Yeah, during
he was very strong last time.
During ODM nominations, Imran lost. He was number 3. Now he's independent. He underperformed badly, and should relax and go home.
Does that not put that seat in jeopardy then? If anyway, we will interrogate that later on, because now that creates a lot of questions, and I don't want us to go there. Now that, thank you for that clarity. Appreciate it.
Right. Thank you so much, Alex. I got confused a little bit here with the people coming in and dropping, but what I want to do right now is I'll give Bob Papa just 1 minute to make your remark, and then I think Ndemba, you'll come in and take over after you do your submission. Bob Papa.
Thank you, Makiadi. In fact, it'll be half a minute. Now, Alex has come in to defend the moderators. You know, Alex, there is a technology in this world, and the issue of comparison between different media houses across the world should not arise. Somebody should be able to apprise himself, because I don't think putting yourself in at a lower pedestal is something good. Somebody should be able to compare himself with the very best. And again, on the moderators, in my opinion, they failed. You know, they failed to keep the two deputy prospective deputy running mates in check, as in they should have ensured that they stick to issues. Because if you look at the amount of time that Gachagua spent talking about Uhuru Kenyatta, clearly the moderators failed to keep him in check and keep him within the purview of the matters that were to be discussed. So, Alex, you are defending mediocrity, and we want to run away from that. Thank you.
I'm sorry, 30 seconds. I'm very sorry, Makiadi. You see, you came with a very strong language that anybody who thinks the moderation was okay must have a low IQ. Honestly, that's uncalled for. That was uncalled for. I can say it also depends on the state of your mind. I can question your state of your mind too. Because let me finish. Let me finish.
No, let me finish. You never understood me. I said anybody who thinks that Rigathi Gachagua did well in the debate must have a low IQ, not the moderators.
Whichever way. Now you make it even more worse. That that I have a low IQ. Now you're making it even more worse. And that is why I say it depends on the state of your mind too. So let us leave it there. We'll have another day to talk about it.
Haya, sawa sawa, hiyo tutawekea debate yenu wawili mpatane. Make sure Bob Papa kesho unakuja na gloves, eh? You've started about that, you'll finish yourself. Haya, Ndemba, I think nimekuwa confused hapa. John Mark tumekuwa naye hapa. I will take a few minutes after you're done. I mean,
Daudi was next.
Daudi will drop, right?
Yeah, Daudi was next, please. Yeah.
Yeah, so Daudi, I think you dropped. You came in and you dropped. Let me do this. Let me give it back to Ndemba, and then after he makes his.
I didn't drop.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because there's something happened. Kuna kitu imetendeka hapa basement. Hii watu wa basement hapa. First floor najua mko sawa, vile mmekuja mmefuatana, lakini basement iko confusion imekuja hapa. Sijui kama Lord Adams ulikuja mbele ya Daudi ama Daudi alikuja mbele yako. One of the two. But let me just give it to them kwanza make remarks zake, and then he can follow the cue namna hiyo.
I think he found me here.
Oh, Daudi found you here?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I saw him coming in.
Okay, you go ahead. Go ahead, Adams. Adams, go ahead.
Okay,
Alafu,
haya. Adams.
Adams, go ahead. Alafu Daudi.
Safi.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, all. Now, I'm going to go very fast. Mine, okay, about the post-debate. This is my thinking. Oh, Alex, you dropped. I wanted to ask Alex something to clarify me something about the Kisi politics. Alex, if you can hear me, please come back. I need you to help me elaborate something here, please. Now, moving forward. About the debate. This is my honest opinion about the debate. Let somebody not crucify me. Politics is about perception. It is how it is perceived. When you study the trend of the opinion, the national opinion polls, you'll find that it puts Raila ahead, then Ruto. Alex, thank you for coming back. And then there is a huge percentage of undecided voters. Now, this undecided lot majorly depends on things like the debate, the arguments, how the manifestos are articulated and explained to them, how they're going to benefit from it, how the real issues are handled. That one makes undecided voter to decide. Now, it is true, according to my analysis, that politics being about perception, you have to understand that Azimio candidates, when they go to the debates, they go there to win the debates, while Kenya Kwanza comes to the debates to win the arguments. So when you look at the trend, I'm not going to go, I can't talk about the counties, but the big debates that we've had so far is the Nairobi debate and yesterday's debate and next week's debate, the three debates, those are the major ones. So when you look at the Nairobi debate, the Kenya Kwanza won the debate. That's the fact. They won the argument. They won the argument. They lost the debate, but they won the argument. Yesterday's debate, the Kenya Kwanza won the argument, but they lost the debate. Now, what do the people see? People are concerned about the argument. How do you argue with stuff? So whether you're lying, like Trigade was lying, is non-issue to them. What matters to them is how you articulate those issues, how you speak, how tough you come out. It is perception. That is why people perceived Martha Karua, when she was going into the debate, that she's very tough, because it is perception from how she has handled herself in the past. So basically, Azimio lost the argument, but they won the debate. Now, how winning debate, what is the impact of winning the debate? It impacts the elite, which are minority. But the majority perceive the argument as the win. So in the next week's debate, I'm afraid that Raila Odinga needs to be very careful and well prepared, and he needs to be prepared, and he needs people working around him to do overtime, like those who are working around Rigathi Gachagua did an overtime, so that the perception can be seen. We know Raila Odinga is factual, real, talks about real-time issues, but Ruto will go there with a sharp mouth, and a hot tongue. He will speak it out. And what people will perceive is the argument, not the debate. So you have to check that one very carefully. Otherwise, at the end of that debate on 26th, don't be surprised when they say Ruto win. Not the debate, but the argument. But the perception is about that argument, not facts. Now, that's all I can say about the debates. Mr. Alex, media, this is what I wanted you to help me about. There are no...
Adams.
Yes.
I would wish you make your presentations and then everybody else make their presentations. And then now we can have an open session so that you don't have now that I wanted to make this clarification on this. So just make your submissions. You have others to make the submissions,
Yeah,
and then we can engage.
It's a presentation. He's not going to cut me off. I'm just putting out there, but when he gets his chance, he'll talk about it. I feel that he may get an insight. It's part of my presentation.
Adams, we don't have to go there. You can call me on the private. I think we have said here before that we are going to take a vote on Kisii matters, and you know that's the stand. So I think I came back because you said I should come back. It was a honor. So if we have to vote on Kisii matters here,
not vote. Not
Alex,
vote.
what about the rest of us?
Yeah, but I came back because he asked me.
Can you mute? Let Adams talk, Alex, please.
No, Adam asked me to come back. So I'm trying to tell him that I'm not.
He asked you to come back. He didn't ask you to speak.
Themba, you're not going to harass me.
Please let me talk. Right. Okay. My thing was, anybody can help me there. I was the mayhem. What I want to say about this is the mayhem. This is my presentation about the IEBC. The mayhem in Kisii is running on the third day, yesterday or today, and it is going overboard. I'm not privy to the local politics there, but it is something which is now raising eyebrows, and it is of high national concern. People are rioting the third day. This is the third day in a row about the IEBC. And that one, when you study it so keenly, it's kind of bad. It looks like polls being rigged. That is how rigging starts taking place. So I don't know, the locals, anybody in the debate here, when you get your time, you can tell us something which you know, because I know people normally communicate back home, anything that you know which is going on there, because it is now something which is now crazy. I can't really fathom what is going on there, but it looks ugly. Lastly, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, I don't know what's wrong, but I don't know why somebody gets angry and so mad and so selfish when a price, when a commodity, a food price is dropped for the common mwananchi. I don't know why you feel so bad. That is too selfish of them. But it is true, Mr. Kuzee, what you guys were talking about. Every electioneering period, the price of unga always go high, and it is always being politicized. It started in 2002, it was the same thing, 2007, 2013, 2017, now 2022. It has always been like that. That is why we ended up coming up with having something called Unga Revolution. If you remember Unga Revolution was formed during a time like this, because ugali is our main food, it's the staple food of Kenya. So it is trivialized. There is politics behind it. I can't deny that. Some people somewhere, these people are very clever. They know how to play with the numbers. But it is politics that it is even hard to understand or to explain. But I just wonder, the Kenya Kwanza Brigade, why are these people so mad that the prices drop down? It is because of politics. They feel that the wananchi may support whoever, Uhuru Kenyatta and whatever he support, the Azimio, because now the drop of unga prices is being seen as Azimio thing. That it is the Azimio people who've done it. But it is the people. It was not dropped for Azimio supporters. The unga prices were dropped for everybody from Mombasa to Northeastern to Kana to South Reef to Nyanza to Lake Victoria to where. It was not dropped for just one person. So I think we need to think about that moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Daudi?
Thank you, Themba. I had a few points to make, but I thought I could touch on the debate issue that, you know, my thinking was that was done yesterday and we'll be talking something else today, but it seems the debate issue is still disturbing a lot of us as Azimio supporters. You know, there's been blame that has been thrown towards the moderators. If you ask me, and this is my personal opinion, I think the moderators did fantastically well. They did control the discussion. There was obviously some oversight here and there, but I think they did a good job of keeping the discussion civil. So this is my humble and personal opinion that the moderators did very, very well. Now, the perception that Rigathi performed very well, I think this arises from the expectation achieved gap. So we all expected Rigathi Gachagua to not perform as he performed, and he did quite well. So I think that surprise is taking a lot of us by surprise, and by that, you just have to give him credit. I think Martha controlled her tone and she was on point. However, as regards the shouting, I think Rigathi was able to come out with a tone that seemed commanding. However, I think one thing we might realize is that he was always saying whatever he had in his mind. So he wasn't answering the question. He was asked questions, he sidestepped the questions, and he went ahead to deliver whatever he had planned. So, you know, it's hard to be very subjective and say, hey, who won the debate? Some people take style, some people take content. So you just can't call others less intelligent because they seem to prefer something else. I think we live in a free world and we can choose whatever we like. Going on to the IEBC issue, this is my, again, humble opinion. They did transmission of over 460 or 80 something polling station. I think that is too low. When it comes to statistics, if I had samples of, let's say, for example, 1,000 polling stations countrywide, I would be going for 30% of the 1,000. If the numbers go beyond 10,000, in this case, we have 46,000 polling stations, my expectation was that they could have tried to at least sample out 10%, which was about 4,600. So for them to only cover 400 and something polling station, I think that was outrightly lazy on their side. They could have done better. And so a lot still is to be desired from them. I'm not sure, even with the 1%, imagine they only did 1%, 460 something, that is 1% of 46,000 polling stations. That is really, it doesn't even begin to tell you that they're ready, because that is still within the margin of error. So if they come and tell you, oh, we had 3 transmissions that had a glitch of the 1%, it doesn't tell me any information there. So I feel like the IEBC, given the resources they have, they should have done really, really better. So 3 polling stations having issues with the transmission, they should have an alternative. We have obviously satellite transmission and things like that. It shouldn't be only fiber. So when designing your communication routes, you should have figure that into your strategy. So I think they should have planned better. But my point is, IBC cannot tell us that they are ready just by taking a 1% sampling of the expected work they're supposed to do. Thank you.
I have a question I want to ask before I bring Martin Deto. Martin Deto, had you submitted? Ulikuwa umeongea?
Not necessarily, but naweza kuachia, ama kama kuna mtu mwingine anataka kuendelea anaweza endelea tu.
Ulikuwa umetoa, jibu swali Mato. Ulikuwa umetoa submission yako?
Hapana.
Haya, ngoja basi. Ngoja hapa nataka kuleta ndio nilete Stone PK alafu nise. I want to ask this to I think Daudi or Lord or Adams can respond. What do you mean, especially Adams, that Gachagua was prepared? You know, I'm listening to the both of you, and I'm wondering. I mean, that you know, should, for example, Gachagua is asked about the sources of his money, and he goes on a tangent on attacking Uhuru. That preparation, is that the kind of preparation you want to be given to Raila and Martha Karua? One person's Gachagwa's order was one: divert the debate, attack Uhuru Kenyatta, because that's the only chance you have. So you would have wanted Karua also to be prepared, that divert the debate, attack Ruto, surely.
No, Mr. Themba. What I mean is this. Preparation of in Gachagwa's case is this. You've seen people in a class where Gachagua, where a student, a D student, okay, and an A student or a B student, all right? They're given exams. And then the B students, when the results come out, the B students maintains his or her B grade, but the D students climbs to C+. He has not beaten the B student, but he has gone up. So whatever Gachagua was doing by diverting from the main subject and attacking, that was the preparation, because he could not explain. We all know. Themba, you know this guy is a thief. You know the millions.
So let me ask you. You are saying two things, Adams. Because you see, you guys, I want some consistency. Even Daudi says, you know, Gachagua did well, even though he didn't answer the question. So, what do you guys mean he did well? Because I'm struggling to listen to. I'm kind of struggling to listen to the two of you, your presentation, especially when you are saying that Baba needs to be prepared. So, what do you want? Do you want Baba to be prepared with propaganda? What are you guys saying? The two of you.
I'm answering. You just cut me short. So, when Gachagua, for example, was asked about how much worth he is, and then he came up with figures 600 million, 200 million. Then he said before that he stopped his construction at home in the village because his accounts were frozen. Then later on, after some few minutes, he says he has 600 million. It means this guy is having money to continue the construction. So Martha Karua, that is the time Martha Karua was supposed to hit him.
No.
Yes.
You see, there are two things. Adams. There are two things about a debate. Once someone has thrown themselves into a hole, they say that you don't fight a pig. The difference is the pig is used to it. You are not used to it. You will both get that. You see. So when someone has already decided to throw himself into a pit, you don't start following him there, and he's already made his own mistakes. How do you want him now to, you wanted Martha to now go and say, no, that is not true. First, number one, Martha is a lawyer. The matter in question that he's talking about is in court. So Martha is a lawyer. Someone commenting on a matter
the journalists asked him question, and they knew the case is in court. That was a
exactly.
public debate.
Now, Martha was not the interviewer. It is the journalists who are the interviewers. If he throws himself into a ditch, Martha is a lawyer. You're not supposed to follow up on that. Number one, Gachagua, if he was bright enough, you have said, first of all, that's a matter in court and you cannot comment on it. Simple and clean.
I mean, Martha.
But he chose, hold on, Mr. I haven't even given you time. He chose to unravel it. Martha was not going to go that direction. I don't know what you guys are saying, that, this guy was so smart. Now Raila needs to be prepared to respond to propaganda. You guys, please.
Not to respond to propaganda, Mr. Themba. I said two things clearly. I said that Gachagua won the argument. In this life.
Which argument?
The argument of the debate, but he lost the debate. But the argument,
which argument?
The argument on the podium. He won it.
Which one?
The perception.
Hey,
but he lost the debate. That's the truth.
Okay, wacha nisikie Daudi pia. Alafu nipatie Joshua time.
So, Themba, I really agree with you. As a lawyer in court, when you prosecute your case, you follow some ethics. This was a political debate, and sometimes style also is important. There is a principle, for people who are knowledgeable, the curse of knowledge, or it is a curse in itself, that you think you know that something, but you have to explain it and you have to deliver it. You have to convince somebody out there. And I don't think Martha was able to come outrightly and push back on Rigathi as was expected. I brought up an example of the 1960s debate between Kennedy and Nixon. And the example was, if you listen to that debate over the radio, you could have thought that Nixon won that debate. But if you're watching those two people on TV, clearly Kennedy won it. So how you presented yourself, and how you even just body language was very important, and those small things, I think, made Martha lose a little bit. But on content, I think Martha won the debate. But on delivery and style, I can say that Rigathi delivered. And there's also one thing that kind of amplifies his debate, was we expected him to fumble. We expected him to, we always say, hey, give Rigathi the mic. But I think he was able to eloquently deliver some of the things that he had planned to deliver. So
I'm perturbed. I think I'm beginning to question the. I struggle to, let me hear Joshua there.
When someone comes and give me 15 seconds and I'll finish.
What's lyrical about how Gachagua made a very good and impressive, you guys, honestly, where has Kenya reached? Where has Kenya reached? Where has Kenya? Someone help me, because I am really. Let me hear Joshua, then I hear Stone PK, because really, you guys, yeah.
Yes. Let me just highlight something on this issue. Even if the reaction after because what is current there is post debate reaction county, and I saw in Citizen they were doing it. They could go and get a motorbike guy, Mamboga, and everybody was saying that Martha did well. Even a lame person can say that mother did well. And I know, Adams has said that in argument, Gachagua did well. And this was a debate. This was not an argument. Argument, normally there's JKL in Citizen, you normally call people, you can just yell the way you want. But this is a well-structured thing. It was a debate. Even if you're articulating issues, Mother articulated issues well, he argued well his issues. But in terms of yelling, if it was in JKL, then you could have said that Gachagua did well because in JKL you can talk the way you want. But this was a debate, a well-structured and post-debate county reaction. Everyone was saying that Mother did well. So I'm shocked when Adams and Daud is saying that that Gachagua did well. I don't know.
Stone Piquet.
Thank you, Temba, and my brothers there. I'm at loss, Temba. Your question is very good. Where is Kenya? I mean, actually, these are the brains, what we have on this wall. These are Kenyan brains. Unfortunately, iko shida. Sorry to say this, I'm not undermining anybody. Iko shida. And this problem is the one that you see on the ground back home. I mean, if these brains here can sit here and say, Gachagua, when you start, you're out of context, you're out of topic, but you have kizungu mingi, saying nothing, total irrelevant. I said this yesterday, that there was a Mrs. Ohuma who taught me English, the English I speak and write. I was taught by a Mrs. Ohuma who was super. You'd write 4 or 5 pages, full cut. Yozote anaweka laini because you've lost it. You can argue, but you're arguing irrelevancy. Gachagua was out. So even some of those street guys there are those a few who said, oh, Gachagua alionyesha ushujaa. It is ushujaa based on what? This guy was total. He was diverting, and that is what Ruto will do when he meets Baba. That is Kenya Kwanza. And he was saying, wacha tuachane na hiyo ya corruption, tuende what the people want to hear. Kenyans want to hear about corruption and your 12 billion, sir. And that is why I rated our moderators at 0. I know people are saying that is too harsh. We don't have moderators of that caliber. People who know how to interrogate. We want 90 minutes. We talk about corruption and what is going to happen. How Gachagua is going to fight it. And how Mother is going to fight it. Then I heard people saying Mother did not come out as hard as she is supposed to be. How do you go arguing and fighting with Gachagua? In fact, I said last night, if I were Mother, I would have, but that would have been a better advice. Gachagua cannot sustain any discussion, any debate with the caliber of Mother. Guys, Gachagua was irrelevant. What he brought for was, Nibure kabisa, that should even have dropped. If they were rated at 20%, it should have lost like minus 20% for Kenya Kwanza. Thank you, Temba.
Thank you. So now I know why people say that Ruto is a great mobilizer, is a great speaker, because I'm surprised. I'm surprised that even Adams is suggesting that
it's about the marking scheme, Temba.
That Raila should be prepared.
It's about the marking scheme you use.
What? So anyway, acha niache hapo kwa sababu I'm surprised. I want to use what PLO says, that I struggle to even understand that actually you guys are saying that Raila should be prepared the way Gachagua was prepared. So for like 20 minutes, Gachagua was attacking Uhuru Kenyatta. That is the preparation you want Baba to have?
No.
Honestly. And then you come and then you say so nicely, he was articulate. If you are articulate in a lie, what makes you a good debater?
It's about,
honestly.
Politics about propaganda and perception.
I just want to understand that now these guys should have turned that into Martha went to debate. Gachagua came to shout. So the shouting guy is now saying that he was a good debater. He did well. Honestly, you people.
No, Mr. Themba, you were using the wrong words. I said he won the argument but lost the debate.
You can't win an argument when you have lost the logic.
If you are talking about two different things, you are winning your argument on your own set agenda.
You can win your own argument. If you debate about yourself, you'll win. If you describe yourself, you have won. If I'm not there and you have described, if I ask you we talk about a cup of tea and you start talking about a cup of uji, you have won because we are not talking about a cup of uji. So how do I come and start saying that, when Themba and Adams were debating about a cup of tea, Gachagua won because Adams won because he described a cup of uji? Surely. Let's just try and let's allow those people who support Kenya Kwanza like Mise. Actually, if Mise says that, I won't even debate him. I won't even ask him. Yesterday, he went and he said all that. I won't even ask because we know whom they were reading. They were reading Moses Kuria's points, and they were on Moses Kuria's wall. They were on the Nisitumbi's wall.
You can see how happy Mise is. Mise is already very happy. And
Mise can say that all through. I'll allow him because even if he says it, I won't even argue with him. In fact, Mise, if he comes here and says 1 + 1 is 11, I'll say yes. I won't even ask him how, because that's what I've decided. We have 20 days to 19 days to an election. So why argue with the Mise? Why argue when Mise is coming to tell you that Gachagua was articulate? Gachagua, that is the language of Kenya Kwanza. And if you looked at their post, you could actually see. So when someone is giving that argument, but there are some people, honestly, when you come in and you start saying Baba should be prepared, I struggle. But Mise, if I give him time, utasikia hapa akiongea juu ya hiyo. Atasema vile Gachagua aliperform. Please, Mise, don't repeat. You already said it yesterday, so you don't have to repeat it. And it has been emphasized by other people. So I think you'll just let it pass, okay?
Yeah. I think I'm just going to weigh into what Adams.
No, don't worry. You'll have your time. Let's have Martin Deto talk, and then you. What are you weighing in on? You've already said Gachagua won. What's your problem?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I think Lord Adams is a wise man. And
no, wisdom does not come by supporting your.
What you're saying is very, very important, actually.
You see. Wait, Mise. You see. We can't apportion wisdom based on who supports what we say. You say what you have to say, and people don't have to kind of agree with you for them to be wise. And for them to think about what you're thinking, it doesn't mean that now. They have necessarily what I'm just talking about Adams and Daudi, two great men that I've seen here over time, and they are now coming here to disappoint me. But it's okay. Let me allow Neto to speak. The two of you are.
I think I'm being misunderstood. And
no. I choose to misunderstand you for now.
No. I just give me 30 seconds and then I
No, Daudi, I choose to misunderstand you. I choose to misunderstand Adams, and I don't want to understand or whatever Mise can say that until tomorrow. That's okay.
So
Matondeto, karibu.
Okay, so I'll speak maybe after.
No. Let's have Mato, Stone PK, and then you. You just came by right now.
Stone PK already spoke.
What do you mean? Mr. What's it in you?
I wanted to say something before I forget, if you don't mind.
Nah, you ain't got job.
I'm actually supporting you.
Write it down. You're wasting time. Let's have Matondeto speak.
Thank you,
Don't leave, please.
Mi se nawe unajua utakuja tu hapo mwisho mwisho kuchoma na nani. Niliona uko na mademu wawili mnakosana huko mwisho mwisho. Relax. Anyways, I appreciate so much the chance, and hey, nimewasikiza, and me, I'm just gonna come straight up on it. I have an issue with the people who say that Gachagua won, because I don't know what he won. I don't know it. First of all, wacha nianzie, nani ukuja kwa debate with the Kenya? What is it that you've written there? You can't just debate. What are you doing to come and bring your notes? That's not a morning show. That's our vice presidential, debate. So let's start from there. Number one, bus lost. Apple. Okay, let's move on. Number two, how did you make your money? And how much are you worth? No, Uhuru has been witch hunting me and all that. What kind of an answer is that? Is that another win? Number three, lost. Let's move on. I made my money with, he named, sorry, he named, actually, he almost criminalized himself. If anybody wants to take, be like in Okio Mtata and take him to take him to court, they could take him to court right now. He said he worked with what? Giordamo. He said he worked with what? All parastatals, all government entities, to a point where the moderator asked him, but you're not supposed to be working with them. Then that's when he started saying, huh? What did you say? The volume is not, I can't hear anything from here. Because he knew he had already put himself in a very bad spot. All the money that he was talking about, it was all government entities that he had been working with. And he was just downplayed. And I wish Okio Mtata now, I know they're in politics, they're in politics campaigning now to be, I wish they could start going, Kina Boniface Mwangi, saying, he said it himself, that he was working with them, because there's no way you're going to tell me that Gachagua was never in government, because we know he was a DO in when? And he's never left government. So you already criminalize yourself. And then all of a sudden now you realize that you've blundered in the middle of a debate, and now you start pretending you didn't hear what the question was. You see? And then I hear you guys talking about, oh, he won. He won what? Martha Karua, what she did, she held her cool. And that was so genius. I liked the fact that she held her cool. You guys, somebody said 73 times. I counted 103 times that Gachagua mentioned Uhuru Kenyatta. 103. Now, who is on the debate? Who is he running against? Is Uhuru running? What does Uhuru has to do with this debate? This is a vice presidential debate. It has nothing to do with Uhuru. How do you come and keep on just talking? Oh, Uhuru was following me. Oh, Uhuru did this. Uhuru did that. Uhuru that. And that's a debate, a mature debate of the second in lead, second person that we need to look at. One thing I liked about Martha Karua, she was just cool. She would just answer. And Gachagua, if you remember when they were asked how much they are worth, Martha Karua said, "Ilitoka tu, pa." And then Gachagua came defending, no, I'm not this one, no, I'm now. He started trying to say the money that is held and all that, and that's what he was trying to tell us is worth, until he was cornered. That he started to say, no, I'm not that, and we all know he has billions. Don't come and lie to us. We're past that. We are grown-ups. That was hard. Coming back to the moderators, the guys that are saying moderators didn't do good, I want you guys to go look at Chris Wallace, Susan Page, when they were doing moderation for the US presidency. You will see they have to moderate that thing. They have to ask you some questions and actually keep time. And if you remember Trump and Biden, Trump was running all over the first debate. That's why he lost. The second one, he was told, hey, calm down. You see, so you find somebody, you're being asked a simple question by a moderator, because those are the questions they're going to ask you. Unaulizwa swali, wewe unajibu kitu ingine yenye si kitu umejibiwa. And then you tell me he's articulate. Articulate what? Jibu kitu yenye umeulizwa. Because these guys actually get those questions before even they get there. They ask for them. Wanapataga, wanapeagwa a snippet. So don't come here to telling me Gachagua won. Gachagua won on what? What when you angali, what I mean, they just wanted to see nani articulate, but what was it being said? What was he saying? What's the idea? What's the mentality? What's the message that is coming out of him? And I want you guys, as we're speaking, to also remember there's a lot of people that don't talk. There's those the professors, the middle class people that, you know, when you're wongi again, those are the biggest voters. The people that actually look at these things not in a joking manner. They actually listen to what people are talking about. That's a big voting block right there. And those are the people that even during campaign, you will never see them. Those are the people that are at work, and a job. Nasikia kuvote. Ndio mtu anaamka hapo hiyo amevote na amepita na ajongea na mtu na ameenda kazi yake. Those are the people right there that actually make the whole vote. Si ya kujaza kiwanja ama wenye huku tumepiga kelele. Wala watu wamenyamaza huko, the middle class and the people wenye wamenyamaza tu wanafanyanga kazi zao, the two CEOs, the two managers huko, the two HR. Unajua huto tu mtu tu huto twenye atuongeagi huto twenye ndio tunakuaga na ile vote cause hao wanaiangalia articulately, ni watu wameenda shule wanaangalia hivyo wanaifikiria vizuri. That's the vote right there. And that's a silent vote that actually finishes everything. That's why you have to not come here telling us unga imeteremshwa sasa na ulikuwa unalia iko juu. Those are the people that look at you and ask you, what are you talking about? Lakini hawatakuuliza, they are very silent. You know? And that's the time, at the end of the day, you wonder, kwani hizi vote zimetoka wapi? Those are the guys. Tule tunaendesha huko tugari tu huko hivyo. Those are the guys. Anyways, I don't want to take so much time because I know nitagongwa. I want to say, I have 2 more points, Demba. Azimio campaign, I think this last one, because I heard even Baba say this is the time ya mwisho anaenda Turkana na ameenda kuambia asanteni munipatie. I think this is inaitwaje ile kipindi cha lala salama, but watu wamejispread. Me, I said here the other day, it's so hard for me to follow Azimio campaigns. You find Kalonzo ile side ingine, Joho sijui wapi, kina nani wapi, they've spread themselves. But then you find Gachagua na ule mtu wake hapa na kile kigarikia hata sijui kitaenda wapi, sijui waliki-customize ama ni nini, wanafuatana tu. But we've done a good campaign. I think we have 19 more days. Kipindi cha lala salama. I think we have coming soon. Every side will have its own major rally to do it. I think ya 6th imekataliwa ya watu wengine kina Mise. I hope mtatafuta venue ingine, utakuwa na peace nini hiyo time. And then let's talk about IEBC, my last point. IEBC, right now, there was a talk about every polling station. So this is my polling station, my house right here. This is my polling station. I have a phone. They were talking about, and I think it was Azimio that was talking about, and some people, and even people who are really invested in it, they were saying every agent wakisha account na kila kitu imekubaliwa, they should go take a snap, a picture of that. I think it's form something, the one that has the results. Take a snap so that it goes back to their area. Now by the time hiyo form ifike nini bombers, kila mtu ako na hiyo snap, because we are also in a technology era. I am telling you, it's gonna be the hardest thing to rig these elections. It's gonna be the hardest thing. And if anybody tries and really makes it, kujieka hawa kwangu bana. Haiwezekani, especially with the cameras. Kuizi hata huwezi jificha mahali, utapata mse tu ameka kamera pale tu anakuangalia kitu yenye count 1 2, kamera ziko. Ukienda kufika ile side nyingine unakudanganya, zishaonekana. It will be the hardest thing to rig. So whoever is gonna win these elections is gonna be the real winner. But I can tell you, as it looks like, Kinamise, I'm sorry brother, I listen to you every day. Hatujai kuapa pamoja sana, but I'm telling you, I'm looking at a 70-25 somewhere there, or 60 at least. Raundi baba hakuna kuzuia, wameenda yeye na madhakarua. Please, mwenye hajakaribia, anzeni kutoka, anzeni kuangalia kitu yenye tunasema, na naomba kama venye dadangu anasemanga hapa, mwanze kuhama, na tunawaomba jump ship, because this is gonna be a good Kenya after this. And Demba, thank you so much for your for my chance.
Okay. Stone PK. Joshua Maka, you there? Joshua Maka, you there? Okay. Ni wakati wa kusafisha screen. Ukikaa kidogo tukuoni, tunakutupa nje ndio tuendelee kufunga. Ni time ya kufunga. Tunapatia tu wale ambao labda ni watu ambao wako na special seats hapa juu. Kuna wale wanakuanga na special seats. Makiadi umesign na jina tatu. So hizo jina tatu, we have to tafadhali funga zingine kwa sababu studio inakaa ni kama imejaa. I think you open like 1 2 3 three gadgets ukaingia nazo. Sasa studio inakaa ni kama imejaa background, but so acha nisikia watu watatu wamebaki at least, ndio tuanze kufunga. Stone PK, Mise, alafu vita yako na Christine, hata amefunga leo nini, amefunga mask ndio akiongea asisikia, usionekane. Mbona unavaa mask na mtu peke yako?
Niko job, niko na mtoto nina watch in this room, ako very violent, so I'm just outside, but I'm leaving shortly.
Aya, si basi uongee ndio uende, kwa sababu sasa kama Stone PK si mruhusu aongee. Alafu
No, I'm with you. Ninatoka, kuna mtu nangoja in the next 8 minutes ananitoa.
Aya, sawa. Stone PK, go on.
Oh, thank you once again, Themba and the panelists, ndugu zangu wote. Let me quickly begin with Iebc readiness. I think we agreed on this panel that where we are now, we can't do much about the Iebc. Nothing we can do. We know they are not capable. Personally, I know they are not capable of holding an election, a countrywide election. They have the capacity to hold perhaps one county election, but truly speaking, anybody who has worked at Iebc, Villa bias, they have no will. They have no will to really perform excellent job, which is very sad. And I don't know how they are recruited. It's one organization that recruits people, but I don't understand how they do it. Most of those people who work there Inaonekana wengi ni kama rejects of some sort. Sorry to use that strong term, because I don't know why that science becomes very difficult. It's just like the normal behavior of Kenyans during election, huwa tunasahau kuhesabu. That's when all of us become illiterate in terms of counting votes. You can't add 1 + 1 deliberately. Why I'm saying all this is because IBC, when they were doing this dry run, and I think David alluded to this, the sample is that is joking with Kenyans. We have 46,000 polling stations. Alafu unatupatia 1, 2, 3. And then, thank God, when they are doing that, our cable gets disconnected. They didn't tell us what they would do. What of if Ruto atakata cables, the main arteries that they need? What will they do? They didn't say. So they'll just say, that can't be avoided. And that's the language of IBC since the days of Kibuda. Oh God, it has happened. So what do we do? And that is what Ruto wants. Ruto doesn't care. He wants chaos to be here. Yeah, votes are not being counted. Votes are not being submitted. Then there is tension. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Inakuwa mediocre. Then there is no outright whatever. That is what Kenya Kwanza wants. And we are seated here, not of course the panelists, but Kenyans, ati tunaomba Mungu, praying God. we are relying on God to come and help us, help our elections go well. Hapo tuko na shida kubwa. Then I go to post-debate. I don't really want to comment on that because I made a point. There was no debate. Gachagua versus Martha, there was no debate according to me. It was just, I don't know what to call it. I'm happy Kusero said it depends on the marking scheme. So in Kenya, when you are going to debate, unakuja na marking scheme yako, then you debate, you present your points according to what you prepared to present and irrelevant of what is being asked by the moderator. Kenya Kwanza, very angry at price drop. Yeah, anybody would be very angry when you are whatever you had hoped to use as a weapon, when it's taken away from you and it's your last card. As I said earlier, Kenya Kwanza was planning to almost cause a revolution on the 6th of coming month. A revolution in quotes. They were going to chant. They were going to march. They were going to sensitize and mobilize and incite crowd out of their meeting. The song was going to be Unga, Unga, Unga. That was the plan. You can do your research and you'll get that. But then the intelligence this country has, quite good. That has been preempted completely. All right? Then, of course, that makes Ruto very angry. Now they are looking for other things. But thank God the days are moving very fast. That brings me to the election countdown. Of course, the panic is on. What I would urge, and I'm happy to see it happening, Azimio is very composed. Azimio is not agreeing to be drawn into that helter-skelter, firefighting, kicks of a dying horse, which can be very dangerous. And this was also set by Martha, the way she composed herself when this guy was kind of mudslinging and throwing all sorts of words here that some people think that could have been good performance. So, and you can see it in Baba as well. I think they have agreed, they are toning down. What they are doing is they are appealing and consolidating, mopping the votes that we have, creating more confidence, telling people if you are able to convert one more vote to our side, that would be super. What happened in Lodwar today or yesterday, yesterday, it's super. I mean, if you look at that massive crowd, it is just a statement that watu wacheni kucheza na sisi ni watu wa baba. And this is what Ruto is feeling so mad about, because the statement is there. We don't want to blow our own trumpet and start saying we will hit those highs. But if this election was to be monitored properly, each vote counted properly, Ruto would never contest in this country again. because the embarrassment he would get, the reality, it would be unbelievable. You can imagine if you get votes like my brother from my home area, JB Muturi. You know, when our people were fed up with him, you know how many votes he got as an incumbent MP? Less than 500. That is how Kenyans can punish you if they don't want to see you ever again. Muturi JB cannot even get a vote of a chairman of a DIP in Mbere. Having been number 3, you can imagine, top there. He goes to the village, hakuna hata chairman wa kanisa hawezi wekwa, hata kuwekwa kwa committee. That is how Ruto would be taught that kind of a lesson. But unfortunately, we are not very sure whether people will count the votes properly, whether the machines will work to the end. So I would urge Azimio to sustain their campaign that way, that slow but very volatile tempo. Let me leave it there, Banatemba. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Stone PK. Mise, it's your time now. And then we give Christine, then we start taking our closing round.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to thank Lord Adams II for being wise and having a different perspective.
Wait, Mise. Sanchez, I have not spoken. It was Stone PK speaking. What is it with Themba? That was Stone PK speaking. You don't know my voice. Are you saying that Themba is generalizing? It is Stone PK who was. We say that every view here is held by the owner. It is not, the person speaking. So Mutembe TV does not take responsibility over anything anybody says. So if you are listening, kindly check the people who are speaking. Comment on the person who is speaking. It is Stone PK who was speaking. If you think he has generalized issues, that's okay. You have a right to your view. You have a right to your view, just like Stone PK has a right to his view. So if you think there's a divergent view that you have, it's okay. That's how life is. We hold different views, and that's very normal. So you can also come tomorrow, and then you give your divergent view. Yes, Missy.
You know, Themba, I'm used with interruptions from unlikely quarters every time I start talking, but it's okay. The President Uhuru told us, Bora why. I will hold on to that hope until we get Baba the Fifth.
Christine is here. Can you calm down? Christine is here. Can you calm down? Christine is here. Christine, can you calm this boy of yours down?
Listen, I'm now here. I want to drive with you. Now drive with me, you guys. It's late. I'm 1 hour from home, but Nitakwa studio.
I will be holding the steering. You do look forward. So actually, I think, Themba, the same way you're wondering, you look at us arguing from a different perspective. It's the same way sometimes we sit back and look at
not you. No, not you. You are not even wondering.
I'm using the first person, you first person.
No, you miss I don't mind. How can
all right. So I want to say that the truth is a lot of people did not expect Gachagua to speak and control himself the way he did. A lot of people were expecting him to be all over, to be provoked by little issues and lose the objective. But I think the preparation Adams and Dawoodi were talking about on the method of delivery. I think you will agree with me that he was focused, and whether or not he was on point, but he made his point and delivered better than Mother. Mother was constraining herself not to be herself. She was trying to be calm and not to react so that people cannot judge her or validate what people think of her. But again, I also wanted to remind Adams, there is not an A student, B student, or D student. It only depends on the exam. That baba, weka mkono chini, unaingia na mkono, weka chini. And you need to know that it's me and Christine who are driving at this point. You need to go to your ambulance. Otherwise, there's no ambulance here.
Wacha vita zenyu saizi, toa points zako ambazo hata tumechoka kusikiza. Endelea kutoa points zako, tuendelee kusikiza. Tunakupatia time, wachana na baba.
Okay, Bob, I'm glad that your hand is down. But anyways, there's not an A or D or C or E student. It's only depends on that day whether the exam that has been set came from where you read from. So even if you're an A student, if the exam comes from where you didn't read from, you will fail. So I just wanted to demystify that. But there is something that, Themba, you need to know. You cannot underestimate the power of two fools combined. You cannot underestimate that. Even if you're a genius, they will humiliate you. They will humiliate you. They will bring you down so quickly than you can rise. So do not underestimate. And I'm not saying Gashawa, but in the eyes of many,
I can give you the quote. Napoleon Bonaparte says that stupidity is an asset in politics.
So, so then I hope that you understand that regardless of the method or the approach the candidates used, the point was simple: to deliver and to woo voters on their side, and that was exhibited in Gashawa. You said something about mother being a lawyer and constraining herself from saying things that, or rather, matters before the court. And in this case, I think you are alluding to sub judice rule, whereby, certain, it prohibits publication or statements or on proceedings that are in court. So if mother should have been in a better position to guide Gashawa, that this, or the moderators, that these matters are before court, and I am guided as an officer of the court not to speak of matters that are before or are on or matters of that are on proceeding. So I think you misrepresented mother there as a lawyer. She should have done better, because Gashawa is not a lawyer, and so that who is well versed in that should have done that. Then the other thing I wanted to say is
Papa Bob, nini sasa unataka fujo? Weka mkono chini, mise amalize. What is the problem?
That's the rule of engagement here, and I think Themba, you get very good point on moderation there. And then also there is this, the Azimio people have been misleading people from morning. I listened, I came earlier to the show, and they have been misleading people, saying all these moderators were drawn from Citizen TV, and that is not true. If you look at Trevor Umbija was drawn from Citizen, NTV, Sophia Wanuna, James Smart, Sophia Wanuna, KTN, and NTV, James Smart. So the gospel the Azimio people have been preaching out here is actually misleading. And also there came Mama Selina here, who was castigating young people, saying that msileta hawa vijana wadogo, leta wazee ndio watamoderate vizuri, they are well experienced. And I think because most likely many of them didn't know that they were drawn from those different media houses. And then also Ndeto came and said that it will be very difficult to rig the elections. My brother Ndeto, rigging is not done in the boardrooms. Rigging is done kwa ground. Pale wanasema vitu kwa ground ni tofauti. I saw watu wanakuja wanamshika all in every polling station. I'll give you a quick example. You have people have their agents there, and that agent, what they do is they have money. So you come, they will tell you, as you walk into the polling station, they will tell you, we are going to give you 1,000 shillings, 500 right here, and 500 right here. And also when coming back, 500 right here, and when you come out of the, once you vote and there's proof that you voted, we will give you the other 500. So the amount of money that these people have might waive or might influence the way people are going to rig. And you will have someone escorting you to the polling station, and they will, and you will go there and say, I don't know how to write and read, and they will escort you to the voting booth, and you will vote. They will see that indeed you voted whoever they wanted to vote. And so rigging, they will be able to do it. I've seen it that people are very well experienced in rigging. So do not be deceived with the electronic, the flowers that you see. But on that account, I wanted to also tell you that IEBC has tried. They have improved. Let us not castigate them before even they do that. In fact, we need to appreciate. I saw when the IEBC came here, they gave us a little bit of a demonstration on how the technologies and the resources they have put in place in terms of making sure that they have run a credible election. They have tried. Think about the IEBC of 2007, the IEBC of 2004, 5, 6, and 7. They never had the technology and resources that they have, and the human resource that they have now. I think they have improved gradually. Now, that being said, I think IEBC, more than the previous year of election, they are more prepared than 2017 to give us credible elections, and we should allow them and give them space and pray for them so that they can help us have better and credible results. Then I wanted to say, most of you live in great countries like United States of America and and many others. The electoral college system or body, they are all equally, despite the fact that United States have money, power, technology, and resources and infrastructure, name it, they equally have challenges. Canada, the same. There is always that era of margin that they are going to have challenges here and there. And when you talk about technology, did you know that Kenya has the better technology than Canada in terms of fiber optic, in terms of network or internet? And so I want to believe strongly that this year we are going to have a very well-coordinated results, but we want to pray that those in authority do not hold the chairman of IEBC in hostage, so that at the end of it, to see when wasifungue server like they did in the previous years, that we might not be able to see that. And lastly, Adams, I think you are a wise man. Keep it that way. You will go to greater heights. And let me give a disclaimer here. Adams, you're right. And Ruto is a good debater. Ruto, he might be aggressive than Baba, and katika lugha ya Kiswahili tunasema kuna maumbile. Baba naturally is not mtu ambaye, kuna maumbile na tofauti ya maumbile katika maongezi inaweza ikachangia katika Ruto kuwa aggressive, but despite the fact ya maumbile, Baba is very confident, is composed, he knows what he knows his content. That will not be a limitation, but that might also, Ruto might have a competitive edge, because many of you here have been castigating Gashawa for writing points. There is nothing wrong for someone to have notes to refer when they are making their points or their presentation. It's okay to have points. It's not like you are reading word by word. And if it's word by word, I think it's okay to have pointers. And so I believe that Ruto is very charismatic. He's aggressive. He knows his stuff. And I think we are going to have a very interesting debate, because Baba equally, and I'm giving credit to both, Baba equally is not a walkover. So I am looking forward for for the first time in history, a wonderful debate between Baba and William Samoei Ruto. Thank you very much.
Okay, I know there are reactions to what Mr. shared, but we want to start taking our closing arguments because we have to finish. I know Mr. was hitting some people intentionally, but we want to let it go. We will still meet here tomorrow, masaa yetu ya jioni, so that we can keep hitting each other. I usually say that you never finish talking. You know, talking is as old as human beings. So we can always come back again and finalize on which areas have
I
been
just
developed.
wanted to answer him on the
Hold on, Matu. Hold on, Martin. Thank you. We will take our closing arguments, and in your closing arguments, you can respond to any of the things without opening the debate further in our 2 minutes. But I want to acknowledge some people who joined us down there. Yeah, no reactions. In fact, no reactions to me. I can't react to Mise. I don't react to Mise anymore. I have chosen never to react to Mise. And Mise, I promise you, anything you say here, even if you come and say 1 + 1 is 2, I will not respond to you. There are people that I will never respond to. Don't unmute. Why are you unmuting? Yes, thank you.
I was saying hi to Alex.
Please don't unmute. Don't unmute. Ember, please ask Mise. No, I will not ask Mise anything. Mise is free to say his views. Let me acknowledge some people down there. Awino Rapemo, Linet Wabomba, Julia, Stephen Mutumbu. I don't know who eyes, all blacks. The English Mingi, and you're saying nothing. These people are who is highlighting? Is there someone else highlighting these things? Makiadi, are you in the back office? Ruto is a con man. Julia, the ana highlight is a bit. Julia, talk about back office. Elkana Shivashi, thank you. And every other person who came for the debate. Remember, we have to keep talking, because if we stop talking, we start fighting. We don't want to fight, so let's keep talking. The days are moving so fast, and we have to keep ourselves focused. It's on 9th, and that's the day that mbivu na mbichi tajulikana. It's always good for us to come here. Kindly remember to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Mutembei TV. If you haven't subscribed, kindly subscribe and share with other people so that we can keep talking, we can keep sharing, we can keep having this thing going on, and share with your family, share with your members. Now, when you are coming to speak, when you join, call them to view. Share with other people. I've had feedback from some of your family members. Now, Who is in the background? Tafadhali, stop. Stop highlighting. Let's share with family members. Tell them to come on. Tell them to join. Tell them to come in so that we can increase the viewership. And share. Let them come and listen to you. I mean, it's the way that we increase the viewership. Everybody here is respected equally. All of us, whether you joined Mutembe 10 years ago or today, you can always come. You don't need 4 things to come here. A working gadget, connectivity, something to share, and a willingness to learn. That's all. Nothing else. Whether you are Azimio, UDA, kama Black, na wengine wote, come on, share, let us reason together. Thank you so much. As you subscribe to Mutembe TV, please also subscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. Ninaweka hapo. Tafadhali, muache roho mbaya, enda pale, usubscribe to Themba and Lulu Show. I will really appreciate if you subscribe to Themba and Lulu and Lulu Show. Thank you so much. Yeah. So if you come here and you are focusing, focus. Wachana Themba, focus. If you come here and you start talking about Sijui Themba, I'll block you and go. I really don't know what happens with people. There are too many topics here for you to keep talking about Themba. Themba ni mtu mdogo, and I keep saying here, you're wasting your time. I've been in politics for long. I've been there, done that, and I have a t-shirt to show. So no amount of attacks on Themba can really move me. So focus. Yeah, Danny Darius, we also need a working mind. So if you come in here and you say Themba, sijui Themba nidi, wewe unakula block, unaenda tuonane kesho. Yeah. Hiyo ni mtu amefungua manini mingi ndio akuja hapa kusumbua. Don't worry. Those are pseudo accounts. Those are pseudo accounts opened by people to come and see if they can need Themba. Focus. We have Baba coming and Azimio. Now we are going to start with Stone PK, dakika mbili. Mise dakika mbili. Daudi dakika mbili. Mato dakika mbili. Alafu tukuje Adams, Alex, alafu tumalize.
Thank you very much.
Where's Stone PK?
Unanisikia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying thank you. Let me use my 2 minutes to just appeal to Kenyans that the choice, the easiest Esabu is on the 9th. But again, it becomes very complicated when you are dealing with the lies and people of bad intent. The Esabu is very simple. We are choosing 2 paths. I mean, either of the 2 paths. One is leading to Ahera, and the other one is leading to Canaan. Azimio is where we want to really go so that this country can be salvaged from the jaws of doom. Kenyans should not be confused, and I hope Kenyans are able to interpret what the Kenya Kwanza brigade is propagating. It's a world of lies. I was just listening at JKL today, or rather yesterday, and of course the usual thing. Yakabi was there debating this lady, Pahome Ali, and it's the usual stuff. You would not want to listen to what Kenya Kwanza is talking about, and they are managing to really make people. Even Jeff today almost was falling a victim. He was almost being led into the time of rhetoric and blaming Uhuru. Uhuru is the subject. So I tend to think whoever would be moderating that debate, anybody opening his mouth to talk about Uhuru, they should stop immediately. Say we are focusing on the 2022 elections. There is Baba, there is Raila, there is Ruto, and then there are those other two candidates. So, yeah, because Kenyans are being treated to theatrics, and somehow they seem to be falling in. I know my 2 minutes are over. So, Kenyans, the choice is very easy. On the 9th, walk into that booth, just begin with the presidential vote, Pigia Raila, and then start sorting yourself about the others. Tukua Raila kabla hujakuwa confused by those people that Mize has been ameeleza. Mize has the experience. That's how it is rigged and it's real. I'm happy Mize, maybe you are a victim. I was a victim too. It is risky. It is bad. In fact, Baba has to have jeshi proper. Na hii ni kama ni mbaya, the Joho style. In every polling station, you have to have people who don't fear, people who don't care. Yeah, because in Kenya there can never be smooth election. Hakuna, it's not possible. You have to fight for it. You have to defend it. That is how it is, unfortunately. Thank you very much. Themba.
Thank you, Vise. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Themba. I think I want to say that I think you should exercise equal punishment to all those who abuse us as panelists, not only you, Themba. All of us get abused there and get challenged. So you need to give us immunity and block them all. If you block them, but again,
now that you say that, mtu yote ambaye ata insult anybody, focus, stay focused.
I think
stay focused. So we will apply that actually in the evening comment. If you attack anyone, you go. If you attack anybody, you go.
I appreciate that because that sometimes exhibits some people who are delusioned and who are bullies hiding behind the keyboard. Thank you very much, Themba, on that ruling. It's so ordered. So I wanted to say that lies are from both sides, both from Azimio, both from Kenya Kwanza. There are lies. People are propelling lies. They can say anything in order to be elected. So Kenyans must choose wisely as they are going to the ballot. They must listen carefully, watch carefully, and choose wisely a leader who has substance and who has agenda to elevate their living standards, as opposed to those leaders who are giving them empty promises. And also, in terms of rigging, yes, Stone PK, I was a victim, and I know I was at the ballot in 2017, and I saw that. I called the police. The police act so swiftly, by the way. I give credit to the police during the elections, but this has to be done from both sides. Again, I would say only people can stop rigging. So if you see something, say something, call the police. I called the police in one of the polling stations. They were there swiftly. And otherwise, if I didn't call the police, I would have gotten 0 in that polling station. So rigging is not done or the way Neto was explaining. Rigging is done. Even your own agent will deny you on that day because they are compromised. They have been given money. The agent you slept in the same house, ate in the same evening, the last supper. In the morning, you woke up at 4 or 3 or 2 a.m. to go and line up on the, at the polling station. They will turn around because they have been compromised, and rigging will be done there. The returning officers, the clerks and all that, those are the agents of rigging. And if you want to stop rigging, be there and you'll stop rigging. And I want to thank everyone for coming here. It's a sacrifice to stay late this evening to make sure that our country has serenity in the coming voting. Thank you.
Daudi. Daudi, what's up? Unmute. Unmute yourself, Daudi.
Thank you. Can you hear? Yeah, thank you. So thank you so much for the opportunity to just make some points clear and straight. I could have been misunderstood previously to say that I believed Gachagua won the debate. I don't think he won the debate. To me, I think he came short on explaining and also answering questions. But I believe in terms of style, there were some deficiencies. And when you even look at some of the polling that was done afterwards, if you look at citizen polling, you could see that Rigathi Gachagua was deemed to be the one who won by 58.4%, and Martha Karua came second with 25.7%. So, things we take for granted can have an effect, and when you're a debater, you have to be somebody who takes all these things into consideration. We model a lot of our debate after the US debates, and you can see that the candidates really do pay attention to all these small things. So going forward, we are practical, we are realistic supporters of Azimio. I think they ought to take all these things into consideration. People just don't listen to the words, they also look at our body language, they take some of the style that we put into it also into consideration. Going forward on the IEBC preparation, I think what these guys are treating us to, the simulation exercise, is a sham. You can't do a 1% simulation exercise and think that that is representative of what is expected on the election day. So a lot of questions need to be asked. How representative was the distribution of the polling stations that were part of the simulation exercise? Does it cover the entire geography of the country? All those questions need to be asked. We didn't get those answers. So I'm very wary, and I think we just have a few people who are playing with our resources, and they need to come clean. Thank you again for the opportunity, and I encourage all of you who are supporters of Azimio to keep being vigilant and pushing for preparation and proper conduct by the IEBC. Thank you.
Martin, Leto.
Again, thank you guys. I always appreciate this channel. People that take their time to come here and najua tunasikizaga hata kama hatuko hapa hivi, so we appreciate everybody wenye wanatusikiza, people that have the courage to come here, wenye siwa kugongana kwa comment section na wenye pia wazuri kwa comment section. We appreciate everybody. I just want Kenyans to really, as we are going to this last lap, because this is the last lap, to go down and start looking back and looking at some debates. Like if you listen to the UDA guys, Kina Sholei, Wahome, Didmas, Murkomen, when they go to debate, what they debate on doubling down on the other side. And then you go back and listen to the Otiendes, the Sabinas, the Kajwangs, the Gladys Wangas, how they debate. And I want you to look at which country you want to go through with those personalities, or which country you want to live in. Running real quick because I have to. I had one thing to answer you, though time was running out. I was not saying it will not be rigged. I was saying the technology that is happening right now. How the George Floyds and all those things came to happen. People have cameras. It's not the times that you can just cheat. People will record you. Even when you're trying to run away, That's what I was saying. Look at that side of it. Again, Kenyans, I want you to ask yourself, who brought devolution? Who was a part of why we have this channel today? Why we can...
Mato, wait. Stone, umelala.
Wewe Temba, wewe acha. Ni usiku.
Unasinzia kwa nini? Kwa kamera tunakuona. Haya, Mato, maliza. At least tumebaki watatu. Mato, Adams, alafu tufunge.
Okay, so guys, remember how devolution came to Kenya. Remember the right even for us to be here to talk. There are some people that lived before us that couldn't even talk like this. Tungekuwa tushoko kwa sisi wote, regardless where we are, the way we talk against the government and against anything. So remember, I want Kenyans to remember that. And I want Kenyans at this time, with an Itago motivational speaker, I think this is the time I should have. I am begging all Kenyans, please, let's walk in the same direction, because that Kenya is for you, is for me, is for my kid, and is for your kid. And let's please, even though you feel a certain way, please, let's make this time that is coming, this 9th, move the way Kenya needs to move, because at the end of the day, I always say, we need to stop being a third world country and the world calling us a third world country, move into a first world country. If not first world, at least let's find out where the second world is, because we cannot be third world forever. Guys, I'm asking you guys, let's work together, move on to Azimio. Mwenye amesimama mahali, tafadhali kuja, tuendeni pamoja, let's put Baba there, let's test him, let's see what happens. I think you will not regret it. Thank you, Demba. It's always good to be here. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mato, for that. And finally, Adams.
Yes, very fast. Today, I may say, this is what I'm saying. We are in a kingdom, and our kingdom is the bigger kingdom of Azimio. We all belong to Azimio kingdom, and we only have one king, and we have one queen. The rest of us are princes, the prince, and the dukes. So it depends which one you are. Now, being the prince I am in this kingdom, sometimes you have to tell the king that you are naked. It is okay to tell the king that the king is naked, so that we may rectify before we have our kingdom fall. We don't want our kingdom to fall. So if there is something which is needed to be done, we should poke those holes and talk vehemently and talk very, very imperatively about those issues, so that corrections can be made. It doesn't mean that we are offshoots. I'm not being an offshoot. Sometimes it costs a person, a man, to be or to wear a prodigal son's clothes to make a point home. We love our Azimio, we are doing well, and we believe we are sailing, and the shore is getting closer day by day. Earlier in the debate, I highlighted about the mayhem, the political mayhem, the Iebc going on in Kisii, but unfortunately, none of us seem to have heard it, so I didn't get the answer. But that's fine. So I just want to beseech all of us to continue mobilizing, make your influence, use your influence, use your phone call, use your phone, use your text message, use your email, and make sure that you mobilize enough. I know people are so decided, but let's do it to the last minute and make sure that the undecided vote is counted on our side. Protect your vote and make sure it is counted. May God bless us all, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Stone PK, Mise LM Matondeto, Adams. Tumeshukuru sana kwa vile ambavyo we met here today and you have been able to talk. Wale ambao walikuja baadaye, Black Steven Mutumbu Mise Christine wako amekuja akatoweka, tukuweza kumpata tena hapa. Sasa itakuwa hivyo tu basi. Makiadi nafikiri amepumzika. He must be having a long day kesho, so he has left early. But you see the issue. We will meet again here. Christine. Hey. What's happening?
I think Christine is driving and the network might be an issue.
Yeah, let's deal with that question. So we appreciate all and thank you so much for those who joined us. We shall be meeting again tomorrow kama kawaida, and we have our normal evening inaitwa evening umbea. Leo nafikiri watu wali Makiadi ya kutuletea wimbo alichoka mapema. Nani pia Christine kama kuna issues na connection yake. Then I think Julia pia we shall catch up kesho. We try meeting up mapema. Inaonekana debate siku hizi inashika sana mpaka tunaipush sana. We have always wanted to end it early so that we can finish watu wapumzike, but again habari ndio hiyo. Political channel Themba, congratulations. Asante for that. Just a moderator Themba kwani Tumbi hakulipa Duke salary ya last. Now wala namtafuta Duke, watafuta Duke akuja apige mise hapa support. Black tafadhali njoo upige
Christina anasema umrudishe.
Tunamaliza show sasa, tunarudisha, tunamaliza show. Wacha aje kesho, we will talk tomorrow. Thank you so much. Now I want us to take our Adams stanza 1. Ndeto hujaimba stanza 2 kwa muda, tafadhali imba stanza 2. Alafu Stone PK aimbe stanza 3. Tufunge show. Watu watarudi kesho. Wewe enda tafuta Christine, make peace, alafu we have Thursday and Friday. Masaa ya umbea, mkuja hapa tuone itakuwaje. Yufin ataenda kutafutwa na Adams, tafadhali nenda tafuta Yufin. Kutoka umuite Yufin Otieno Adams. Ametoweka hapa simuoni.
Yufin yako mahali. Yufin, you know, Adams hakushika haraka nikiuliza jana juu ya Yufin.
Wewe wacha nani. Adams tafadhali anza stanza 1, Mato stanza 2. Stone PK stanza 3.
Mungu nguvu yetu, lete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi.
Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu. Nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry, very sorry. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini. Kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni. Kesho tutajaribu tumalize mapema kidogo ndio tuwe na our time. Naona watu wameanza kumiss hiyo time yetu ya freestyle ya umbea. Watu wameanza kumiss umbea. So kesho tutajaribu kidogo watu wa mchana watoke waende kabisa.
I hope Mise will not send away Bob. No, Mise just quarreled Bob.
No. Hata nasikia Danny Darius anasema ati I prepare to apologize for what? Christine is here, yeah. Yeah.
No, you guys, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. God bless you. I am